Marshall Peak, Chapter 5436, Continuous Killings. Hong. At that moment, the fawn-toothed territory lord that was sent flying out finally fell onto a ramshackle house, smashing the already toppling building to the ground. Drip. Drip. Fresh blood dripped down and splashed onto the ground, creating a beautiful blood flower. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Above Azure Void Pass's central square, Yang Kai held his spear with one arm, and on the spear was a curvaceous body. The spear had penetrated that figure, and black, fresh blood was dripping from it. While the different Tao strengths intertwined, they created a strange balance above the figure pierced with the spear. However, the owner of the figure could feel that the balance was very weak and could be broken with just a slight change. Once the balance was broken, those Tao strengths would suddenly explode, and what awaited her would be her death. You! On the Azure Dragon's spear, the seductive territory lord looked at Yang Kai with a conflicted expression. Her eyes were wet, making her look pitiful, but she felt more disbelief than anything. It was as if she didn't expect that she, a territory lord, couldn't even stand a single spear thrust from her opponent. Her figure was smaller than the fawn-toothed territory lord, so when the fawn-toothed territory lord was charging forward, she used a secret technique to follow behind him and silently approach her enemy. These three territory lords never thought to look down on an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, a lesson they learned from fighting the humans on the battlefield outside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, and in various places throughout the vast void. So, at that moment, though it looked like only the fawn-toothed territory lord was attacking, it was actually a joint attack from all three territory lords. The seductive territory lord concealed herself behind her companion, while the Talon territory lord intimidated the enemy with his sharp aura, distracting his attention with his focused divine sense. This wasn't the first time these three territory lords worked together. Back when they attacked Azure Void Pass, they used such techniques to kill several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was why the Royal Lord had specifically left them here, because they were strong enough to deal with any dangers that might arise. By coordinating with each other, these three hadn't made any mistakes and could be said to be unbeatable. However, they had encountered an anomaly this time. The fawn-toothed territory lord was sent flying after a head-on clash, followed by the seductive territory lord being run through by a spear. Meanwhile, the Talon territory lord's pupils just shrank as he didn't dare to make a move. He could detect that the opponent still had an explosive force that had yet to be unleashed condensed inside that spear, so if he moved rashly, the seductive territory lord would immediately die. Although they were shocked at how powerful this 8th Order human was, they had actually won. The seductive territory lord indeed looked quite pitiful at this moment as Yang Kai's spear was piercing her, but her efforts and sacrifices weren't in vain as her jade hand had pierced into Yang Kai's chest and grabbed his heart. She could feel the strong beating of his heart inside his chest in the palm of her hand. Just by tightening her grip, she would be able to crush this human's heart and kill him. However, she didn't do that. Instead, she silently looked into Yang Kai's eyes and suddenly smiled. "You're very strong! Such a strong 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. I don't feel like killing him anymore." Black ink strength filled the air and flowed into Yang Kai's body. In an instant, the outside of Yang Kai's body was surrounded by black ink strength. She was going to corrupt this strong opponent with black ink strength and make him her black ink disciple. Though she was by no means weak, if she had such a strong black ink disciple protecting her, her strength would more than double. On the other hand, Yang Kai stayed put as if he were afraid of something. The black ink strength soon enveloped him, and even his eyes turned black. Success! The Talon territory lord, who was feeling nervous all this while, relaxed his breath as he was also reluctant to see his companion dying here. Now that the black ink strength had corrupted their enemy, their side would gain a strong helper, which was undoubtedly the best outcome of this situation. "Put me down!" the seductive territory lord ordered gently as if she were sweet-talking her lover. "Yes," Yang Kai responded. At that moment, the seductive territory lord suddenly felt something wasn't right and immediately roared before trying to tighten her grip on Yang Kai's heart. But before she could crush her opponent's heart, she felt a mysterious strength suddenly erupt from inside her body. Right then, numerous Tao strengths ran rampant, rapidly expanding the seductive territory lord's curvaceous body into a ball before exploding it. Black blood fell like rain, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. The seductive territory lord's body exploded into a pretty-looking blood flower. That sudden turn of events shocked the Talon territory lord so much that he turned pale. It was then that he realized that his enemy wasn't afraid of being corrupted by black ink strength. At that point, Yang Kai had stealthily appeared by his side, and with a sweep of his spear, it transformed into a huge shadow that slashed down at his head. With a roar, the Talon territory lord channeled his black ink strength into his claws and wings, instantly turning them into weapons as he battled with Yang Kai. Fresh blood flew everywhere from both Yang Kai and the Talon territory lord. The battle looked even from the outside, but the Talon territory lord felt his blood run cold. After their initial clash, he knew he wasn't a match for his opponent, and the only reason this Eighth-Order human was being wounded was because he completely gave up defending himself to kill him faster. In just 3 breaths of time, the two figures separated. While panting heavily, the Talon territory lord had a shocked expression on his face while sporting hundreds of injuries of all sizes all over his body, leaving almost no place unscarred. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all though, but these injuries all contained some strange power that affected his ability to use his black ink strength, which made him continuously grow weaker. At that moment, an angry roar sounded, and a huge figure charged over from the side and instantly appeared behind Yang Kai before spreading his arms wide and closing them while approaching Yang Kai. It was the fawn-toothed territory lord who had finally regained consciousness and came to help. He was still a little confused as to why one of his companions wound up severely injured while the other died during the short moment he was knocked away. All he knew was that he and his companions had greatly underestimated this human Eighth-Order master. Just as he was about to slap his hands and crush his enemy, the fawn-toothed territory lord suddenly felt a strange power surging in the air and surprisingly found that no matter how he tried to bring his palms together, he couldn't shorten the distance between them. At this instant, the space between his palms seemed to be infinitely stretching. This scene shocked him even more. While he was distracted, the Eighth-Order master had already disappeared, and a grunt and roar came from the other side. Raising his head to look over, the fawn-toothed territory lord felt his heart jump as he watched his Talon companion being madly beaten up by the Eighth-Order master like a sandbag. The space over there seemed warped, distorted beyond recognition, causing the two figures on the other side to appear occasionally elongated or shortened like they were reflections in a broken mirror. Black blood spewed everywhere, and the Talon territory lord seemed to be unable to resist the relentless thrusts of Yang Kai's spear. Many principles and Tao strengths were being activated by Yang Kai and turned into killing power. Noticing the situation, the fawn-toothed territory lord howled madly before dashing over to help his companion. They came here as a trio, but now one of them was dead. If another one of them fell, they might be completely wiped out. Having never encountered such a terrifying foe before, the fawn-toothed territory lord thought that all the other Eighth-Order masters they had previously killed were simply incomparable to the one before him. Despite the fact that his aura wasn't stronger than any of the other Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm masters, this human had control over some various kinds of strengths that were exceptionally difficult to deal with. They had seen such strengths used by other human masters, but those humans would only be proficient in 1 to 2 of them, so they weren't so difficult to counter. There had never been a human who could wield so many different kinds of Tao strengths. These strengths weren't much on their own, but when they all intertwined in one place, they seemed to produce unpredictable effects. After madly running halfway to help his companion, the fawn-toothed territory lord suddenly stopped and immediately turned around before charging out of Azure Void Pass's broken walls and into the void's depths. This couldn't be helped as he saw the Talon territory lord's head blown to pieces by Yang Kai before he could even arrive to offer assistance. In just 30 breaths of time, even with 3 territory lords working together, 2 of them had been killed, leaving only one alive. Would he be able to keep his life if he stayed there? Before the fawn-toothed territory lord could escape Azure Void Pass, though, he suddenly stopped and looked up with a heavy expression. Standing tall above the crumbling walls was a figure with a long spear that was pointing down at him as black blood dripped from his hand. That figure was glaring at the fawn-toothed territory lord with cold eyes. That figure was the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was supposed to be behind him. The fawn-toothed territory lord felt a truly bitter taste in his mouth. However, he soon composed himself because after killing both his companions, this human must have also suffered severe injuries. The most obvious sign of that was the human's aura, which felt wavered between strong and weak, clearly indicating the other party was not in top form anymore. I might be able to defeat him. I can't let him intimidate me with his aura alone after he killed 2 territory lords. If I don't fight, I might really die here. I can kill him. I must kill him. The fawn-toothed territory lord roared as black ink strength poured out of him like a tsunami, making his figure become even bulkier. With determined eyes, his aura flared to the point that it felt like he could kill the enemy with one punch, even if the one standing before him was a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Then, he charged at Yang Kai. Following that, the two figures entangled together, their fight drifting from Azure Void Pass out into the void. Attacks were exchanged back and forth as the two were locked in an intense battle. At that moment, the fawn-toothed territory lord was indeed very happy. He discovered that, just like what he had expected, this Eighth Order human's strength really had fallen after killing his 2 companions. Even though the enemy was still very strong, this human couldn't kill him with his current strength. Sensing this, the fawn-toothed territory lord immediately changed tactics. Since the opponent seemed to be fighting with all his might, wanting to end this battle as quickly as possible, he would focus on defense instead. He then decided that he would drag this battle out until the human couldn't hold on any longer. An hour, 6 hours, half a day later. The battle was still as intense as ever, but the fawn-toothed territory lord didn't feel as relaxed as before, and his expression was gradually becoming heavy. As the battle gradually became disadvantageous for him, he was able to discover the root of the problem as well. The strength that this human Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was exerting was slowly increasing. In other words, the human was slowly becoming stronger. This human. What's wrong with him? The fawn-toothed territory lord could never have expected that the opponent before him had only just broken through to Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm recently, and was considered newly advanced. Yang Kai had spent quite some time cultivating inside the Great Sea, so his foundation was extremely stable and his heritage wasn't distinguishable from veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so the thought that he had only just reached this realm was hard to imagine. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5437, Azure Void Remnants. Under normal circumstances, there were 2 criteria for determining if an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a veteran or newly promoted. One of them was that the heritage of that person's small universe had achieved a certain threshold. Under normal circumstances, even 2,000 years after a cultivator advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, they could still not be counted as a veteran. 2,000 years was basically just sufficient for an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to stabilize their foundation and be able to freely exert their strength. The second criterion was one's experience in battling and killing enemies. No matter how strong one's heritage was, if they didn't have any battle experience, they would be restricted in battle and wouldn't be able to bring out their full strength. Among all the human Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield, there were only a few newly advanced Eighth Order Masters, while the rest were veterans. After they had advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, they continued cultivating while simultaneously battling the Black Ink clan, slowly training themselves to master and enhance their strength. Therefore, situations like being unable to bring out their complete strength essentially never occurred. However, Yang Kai was an exception. He had a breakthrough to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm inside the temporal rivers of the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, and then cultivated there for 2,000 years before exiting. After Yang Kai left the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, he battled the sheep-headed Royal Lord and even decapitated him, but during that fight, he had constantly been going all out in a desperate struggle, as there was a huge difference between his and the royal lord's true strength, even using 4 soul-rending thorns, causing himself to become delirious due to his injured soul. In the end, he didn't even know how he killed the royal lord, as he was already holding on to his head when he came to his senses. This time, it was different. With his current strength, a territory lord wasn't too strong nor too weak, but rather just right for him to use as a polishing stone. After he killed 2 territory lords one after the other, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to end the 3rd territory lord's life. Instead, he wanted to borrow this territory lord's strength to hone and familiarize himself with his newfound strength. The many grand Tao strengths he had refined inside the Great Sea, especially, were unfamiliar to him. If he could hone them during an intense battle, Yang Kai could gain better control over them and would be able to use them more effectively. That was why the fawn-toothed territory lord felt that the Yang Kai's strength was growing. Yang Kai now controlled so many Tao strengths that he wasn't able to skillfully wield them. He desperately needed an opponent to battle against. Therefore, he chose to quickly kill 2 territory lords, even if it meant getting hurt in the process. Another half a day later, the fawn-toothed territory lord felt despair because this battle, which started with them being on par with each other, then turned against him slightly, was now approaching the point where he was completely overwhelmed. His heart was filled with bitterness. The battle had now made a complete turnaround. Yang Kai's attacks were calm and unhurried as he was still honing his strength, while on the other hand, the fawn-toothed territory lord was fighting back desperately, as he knew that the longer the battle continued, the stronger his opponent would become. Once this human had reached a certain limit, he would die. But in battle, sometimes fighting with everything one had simply wasn't enough. Another half a day passed, and the fawn-toothed territory lord's aura had already weakened beyond recognition. His body was covered in every kind of wound imaginable, and his black ink strength was leaking out from all those injuries. If this went on for much longer, there was a high likelihood that his strength would regress from that of a territory lord to a feudal lord. At this moment, he felt envious of his 2 companions because at least their deaths were swift. Meanwhile, he was like a piece of meat being slowly shaved by a dull knife, a torturous process for both his body and mind. Knowing that he was destined to die today, the fawn-toothed territory lord made a decision and completely gave up on defending before brazenly charging towards Yang Kai in a final, desperate struggle. After a dozen breaths, a long spear pierced into his eye socket, and numerous Tao strengths surged into his brain, grinding it into a paste. His originally fierce-looking expression gradually turned peaceful, feeling a sense of relief as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Yang Kai withdrew his spear and frowned slightly because he was quite dissatisfied with his current strength. He didn't consider the battle with the sheep-headed royal lord because he had completely lost consciousness during that fight, relying almost solely on his instincts to kill the enemy. After the battle with these 3 territory lords, he discovered his shortcomings. Back when he was a 7th Order master, he could crush those in the same realm without any difficulty. No matter how strong a feudal lord was, they were no better than children before him and had no chance of fighting back. But now that he had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, his situation couldn't compare to the glory he had when in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. During this battle, Yang Kai had paid quite a large price to kill the seductive territory lord and to lone territory lord. It was even so for the fawn-toothed territory lord he killed last. Although he had intended to use this territory lord to hone his strength, the time he took to finish the latter off was less than satisfactory. According to the intelligence he obtained during the previous crusade, these 3 territory lords were considered innate territory lords, ones who were spawned directly from a high-rank black ink nest. Therefore, they were stronger than those black ink clansmen who advanced to become territory lords through their own cultivation. Innate territory lords were already the strongest among all territory lords. In other words, Yang Kai might still be invincible among his peers, but was far from being able to crush those in his realm. But after giving it another thought, Yang Kai understood that he had only been in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm for 2,000 years, so the heritage in his small universe hadn't reached anywhere near its maximum yet. Once he reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, it wouldn't be a problem to crush his peers. On the other hand, he also discovered the biggest problem he was having now. He had too many Tao strengths under his control. To escape from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, he had no choice but to absorb those undercurrents, which increased his attainment in many, many different grand Da's. It seemed now that he had absorbed and refined too many undercurrents, so his foundation, which comprised of all the different grand Da's, was just too broad. With the ability to wield so many Tao strengths, it meant he had more means of dealing with different enemies, which was a good thing. However, Yang Kai was finding it difficult to integrate all these varied Tao strengths into a coherent force. While he had comprehension of many Tao strengths, he did not know how to harmonize them to enhance his power, and could only clumsily smash them all together at the moment. Also, he had a vague feeling that if he could properly gather all these Tao strengths into one, the power he could exert would definitely experience an earth-shattering change. In his current situation, he could only think about these things because, among the variety of Tao strengths, he did have attainments in some of them, but none were comparable to his mastery of the Tao of space, Tao of time, and Spear Tao. How could he gather all these Tao strengths into one when he hadn't even comprehended the true mysteries behind them? Even with just the Tao of space and Tao of time, which he had focused on cultivating over many centuries, Yang Kai still hadn't managed to achieve a perfect fusion. Shaking his head to clear out such distracting thoughts, Yang Kai turned to look into the distance, and stared for a moment before shouting, "Come out!" From the cover of the messy battlefield, a few figures slowly emerged from the shadows. Each of them looked at Yang Kai with shocked expressions on their faces. They had watched the battle just now, and the scene where an innate territory lord was slowly being tortured to death was quite an eye-opener for them. "Great evolutions! Yang Kai greets fellow martial brothers and sisters." Yang Kai bowed. He had already discovered that people were spying on him while he was battling the fawn-toothed territory lord and could feel that they weren't very strong, nor were there many of them. Clearly, they had been attracted here by the fallout from the battle. Since these visitors kept themselves hidden nearby and showed no intention of coming out, Yang Kai couldn't tell whether they were friends or foes. It was not until this moment that he was certain that these observers were humans. "It's Senior Brother Yang!" One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was elated after hearing Yang Kai announce his identity. They were originally worried that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that killed those Black Ink Territory Lords might be corrupted by Black Ink strength, which was the reason why they didn't show themselves even after Yang Kai had killed the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord. But upon learning his identity, those worries disappeared. This couldn't be helped, because every human soldier in every great pass knew Yang Kai's name. He was the one who brought them purifying light, so it was well known he wasn't afraid of being invaded by Black Ink strength. All those below the 9th Order had the possibility of being corrupted by Black Ink strength, but Yang Kai was an exception. Meanwhile, the others also revealed happy expressions as they hurriedly approached Yang Kai. When they saw Yang Kai's face, they could finally determine his identity. Yang Kai also thought these people looked quite familiar, and after taking a closer look, he stated hesitantly, "You're the senior brother who was always on guard duty at the space array." Having visited Azure Void Pass several times, Yang Kai naturally recognized the 7th Order Masters that guarded the Great Pass hyperspace array, and he was sure that this person before him was one of them. That 7th Order Master seemed like he was about to cry from joy and choked out, "Sun Mao greets Senior Brother Yang." Then, Yang Kai swept his gaze over the others, and his face fell. "Are you all that remains of the Azure Void Army?" Sun Mao composed himself before answering. "There are a few other fellow brothers and sisters, but they are currently in hiding. We came here because we sensed there was a battle happening and wanted to investigate." "How many of you are there?" Yang Kai asked. Sun Mao replied in an astringent voice. "Less than 1000. Feeling his face twitching slightly, Yang Kai felt as if his heart was being torn out. Azure Void Pass should have had 30,000 human masters stationed here, about the same as Blue Sky Pass back then. After the attack on the Royal City in the Azure Void Theater, they undoubtedly suffered some casualties. but there should have still been more than 20,000 troops here during the Second Crusade. Less than 1,000 of the original 20,000 survived, while even the old ancestor died in battle. It was nothing less than tragic. Senior Brother Yang, are there still any Black Ink clansmen in the inner sanctum? Sun Mao asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I didn't make a thorough check, but there shouldn't be any left. Since the 3 territory lords hidden here had been killed, any remaining Black Ink clansmen would have appeared by now, even if it was just to try to flee. Hearing that, Sun Mao felt relieved. If that's the case, then Division Commander Huang and the others can be saved. Yang Kai frowned. Why did you say that? Sun Mao explained. Division Commander Huang and some fellow brothers and sisters were invaded by Black Ink strength. Since we ran out of purifying Black Ink pills and didn't have access to any purifying light, they were unable to eliminate that Black Ink strength. Previously, Division Commander Hai led some troops here, intending to recover the purifying Black Ink battleship. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any news from them since they left, so we assumed they ran into trouble. Quite a number of the remaining soldiers gathered here had been stained by Black Ink strength and had been suppressing the Black Ink strength inside their bodies over the years using various methods, but every once in a while, one of them could not hold on any longer and would have to commit suicide. The battle 200 years ago not only destroyed Azure Void Pass, but also cut off the humans' supply lines. Even the purifying Black Ink pills and evil-purging divine spears were all used up by now. Although there were still alchemists among their ranks, it was impossible for them to refine spirit pills without any spirit herbs or materials. Division Commander Huang Xiong was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so even if he was invaded by Black Ink strength, he could still hold on for a time, but if too long passed, he would also find it difficult to cope. Now, the only thing that could save them was the purifying Black Ink battleship that lay in the inner sanctum. Purifying light might still be sealed inside the battleship, so the only way they could survive was to extract it from the Great Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5438, Huang Xiong. When the purifying Black Ink pill was first introduced, Yang Kai did some experiments with the alchemy great grandmasters of Blue Sky Pass. That pill could indeed allow one to resist Black Ink's strength and eliminate it from their small universe, but only if one had not completely become a Black Ink disciple. The stronger the cultivator was influenced by Black Ink strength, the more limited the effect of the purifying Black Ink pill. Whenever a human was invaded by Black Ink strength, they would choose the most appropriate method to resolve the crisis. Before a big battle, the human soldiers would take a purifying Black Ink pill, and only if they were unlucky enough to be stained by Black Ink strength after the pill's effects wore off would they resort to using purifying light. After Azure Void Pass fell, about 1,000 soldiers were left from the original complement of 20,000 troops, and among those 1,000 soldiers, many had been invaded by Black Ink strength. Therefore, the purifying Black Ink battleship here was their only hope. That was why Division Commander Haixing led some soldiers here to try to recover the battleship, but there had been no news since they left, so Sun Mao and the others presumed that they had encountered a strong enemy and ultimately ended up dead. From this, they also surmised that there were strong enemies still occupying Azure Void Pass, which was why they were hesitant to come here all these years. Yesterday, they felt the fallout from a great battle coming from the direction of Azure Void Pass, so Sun Mao and the others risked their lives to come over and investigate, only to personally witness Yang Kai killing the Fan-Toothed Territory Lord. Where are Division Commander Huang and the others hiding? Quickly bring me. Yang Kai wanted to ask them to lead him there and let him help dispel the Black Ink strength from their bodies until he suddenly remembered that he couldn't do that anymore. They needed purifying light to dispel Black Ink strength, but to create purifying light, Yang Kai needed yellow and blue crystals. However, he had consumed all the yellow and blue crystals he had left during his 4,000 years cultivating inside the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling frustrated. If he had known this would happen, he would have saved some of the yellow and blue crystals, but then he thought about when he was cultivating in the Temporal River. He could feel his strength increasing steadily, so how could he be willing to stop before he was forced to? He might still be cultivating inside the temporal river if he had more resources. Such an opportunity was simply too rare to come by. Please invite Division Commander Huang and the others over. I'll sweep Azure Void Pass to see if there are any more Black Ink clansmen in hiding, Yang Kai instructed them. Sun Mao and the others were instantly elated and left in a hurry. After they departed, Yang Kai began inspecting Azure Void Pass again. This time, he did a thorough sweep using his divine sense to ensure there were no more Black Ink clansmen inside. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai determined that those 3 territory lords he just killed were the only Black Ink clansmen stationed here. But that wasn't strange. This great pass had already been thoroughly destroyed, so it was impossible that the Black Ink clan would pay much attention to this place. Moreover, 3 territory lords were posted here mainly to prevent any humans from coming over to retrieve Azure Void Pass's old ancestor's corpse. With 3 innate territory lords working together, they could handle most situations, when there was no old ancestor. The division commander high that Sun Mao mentioned might have fallen at the hands of those 3 territory lords. After finishing his inspection, Yang Kai returned to the central square and bowed again to the old ancestor before carefully storing his corpse and the now hornless ox monster in his small universe. Immediately after that, he came to where the purifying Black Ink battleship was. This warship was severed in 2, but fortunately, the place storing the purifying light and universe array weren't too severely damaged. Otherwise, the universe array wouldn't have responded to Yang Kai when he used the universe transference law. The question now was whether the purifying light inside had all leaked out. Technically speaking, purifying light was just another kind of energy. When designing the original purifying Black Ink battleship, Yang Kai had joined forces with several array masters to create a sealed space that would ensure the purifying light would not leak out. As for getting in and out of that space, they could use a space array. Now that the purifying Black Ink battleship was heavily damaged, if the formations inside were also affected, even if it were a minor flaw, the purifying light sealed inside would all eventually flow out and dissipate. Yang Kai prayed silently for that not to be the case. Since he no longer had any yellow and blue crystals, he couldn't create more purifying light, so if the purifying Black Ink battleship no longer had any, Division Commander Huang and the others would fall into a difficult situation. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai checked the space array and found it to be slightly damaged, so he quickly went about repairing it. In less than half a day, the space array was fixed, and Yang Kai stood above it before trying to activate it. He felt relieved and lucky that the space array inside of the purifying Black Ink battleship was intact. Otherwise, he didn't know how he was going to get inside. The light of the array flashed, and Yang Kai was instantly transported inside the purifying Black Ink battleship's main cabin. After giving it a good look, the hope inside him disappeared. The interior of the purifying Black Ink battleship was clearly damaged, meaning the seal was broken and there was no longer any purifying light. Moreover, there was a Black Ink clan corpse here. When the Black Ink clan attacked Azure Void Pass, they must have discovered that the purifying Black Ink battleship looked different from other human warships, so they naturally investigated it. This dead Black Ink clansman must be the one who went inside to probe the situation, instantly falling into this space that was filled with purifying light. Like an ant that fell into a pot of boiling oil, the Black Ink clan let out a final attack before dying and damaged the arrays from the inside, causing the leakage of purifying light. Gnashing his teeth, Yang Kai teleported back outside. Since the purifying Black Ink battleship no longer had any purifying light, and he couldn't produce any, purifying Black Ink pills were their last hope. Now, Yang Kai could only hope that the survivors weren't too heavily invaded by Black Ink strength, or else the purifying Black Ink pills wouldn't have much effect on them. Since the introduction of the purifying Black Ink pill, every great pass had been mass refining them and would distribute them to all soldiers before a battle. With a World Tree clone in his small universe and the ability to cast purifying light, Yang Kai naturally did not need purifying Black Ink pills, so he did not have any on him. However, he was the one who found the remnant recipe for the purifying Black Ink pill, while it was later completed by the great Grand Master Alchemists of Blue Sky Pass, so it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to refine them. Moreover, he didn't lack spirit herbs. Back when he was still stationed at Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai had planted large numbers of the herbs necessary to refine purifying black ink pills in the medicine garden in his small universe, leaving his 2 wood spirit helpers to look after them. Over 4,000 years had passed since then for Yang Kai, while time in his small universe flowed several times faster than that, so now there was an abundance of all kinds of spirit herbs, flowers, and fruits in his medicine garden. He had even stockpiled over 1,000 profound spirit fruits, which were normally so rare and in demand that there was never any in stock in the various great passes. Understanding what needed to be done, Yang Kai took out an alchemy furnace and got to work. He had essentially abandoned the alchemic Tao after ascending to the open heaven realm, but with his experience in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, his mastery of the alchemic Tao had actually improved greatly. Though he hadn't reached the level of Great Grandmaster, or even Grandmaster, purifying black ink pills weren't too difficult to refine, so his current skill was more than sufficient. 1 furnace of purifying black ink pills was soon produced, and Yang Kai immediately started on the next. Before this second batch was finished, Sun Mao and the others had already led the 1,000 or so remnant soldiers over. It had been more than 200 years since they last stepped into Azure Void Pass, so those soldiers who wouldn't even frown in the face of death all had teary eyes. Looking at the inner sanctum and the gruesome battlefield reminded them of the bloody battle they had fought here 200 years ago, causing them to feel quite emotional. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a stout figure and a firm gait. His face was fair and without a beard, while his expression looked fierce without appearing angry. However, the man saw Yang Kai was in the middle of refining pills, so he stayed far back to not disturb him. This man had an 8th order open heaven realm cultivation and was the only 8th order master among the bunch. It was obvious he was the division commander named Huang Xiong Sun Mao mentioned before. They didn't come forward, so Yang Kai bowed and greeted them first. Great Evolution Army's Yang Kai greets Division Commander Huang and fellow brothers and sisters. Huang Xiong's eyes lit up. Marshal nephew, your name has spread far and wide. I only found out today that not only do you have superb combat capabilities, but you also have high attainments in the alchemic Tao. How remarkable. He didn't come forward to disturb Yang Kai just now because he was afraid he might disturb the latter, causing him to fail the refinement of the batch of pills he was currently working on. But when he saw Yang Kai appearing at ease while continuing to refine pills, even greeting them, it showed that he obviously had quite some skill in the Tao of alchemy. Squeezing out a smile, Yang Kai shook his head. Division Commander Huang is too polite. I just finished a furnace of purifying black ink pills. Please distribute them to the others. Although it was a happy thing to reunite with his fellow comrades, the current situation made it hard for Yang Kai to truly smile. He swept his gaze over the 1,000 soldiers before him and found that many of them had been stained by black ink strength. Even Huang Xiong had a faint black ink strength lingering around the surface of his body, and while they were talking, there was even a trace of darkness flashing in the depths of his eyes. That was an obvious sign of being seriously invaded by black ink strength. If left unattended, it was only a matter of time before Huang Xiong would be entirely corrupted. Of course, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen because he would either end his own life or sacrifice part of his small universe before then. Huang Xiong came forward and received the purifying black ink pills that had just been refined before casually tossing them to the soldiers behind him. As for him, he sat cross-legged beside Yang Kai and silently watched him refine pills. A while later, Huang Xiong finally spoke up. Inside the purifying black ink battleship. With a slow shake of his head, Yang Kai replied. The Black Ink clan sent someone inside to investigate, and they damaged the ceiling arrays. The purifying light has all leaked out. Although Huang Xiong had already guessed this outcome when he first saw Yang Kai, he still sighed heavily after getting confirmation. I shouldn't have let Senior Brother Hai come over. They lost their lives for nothing. There were already not many masters among the survivors here, and the only surviving 8th Order masters were him and Division Commander Hai. More than 10 years ago, When Division Commander Hyde brought some soldiers to Azure Void Pass to salvage the purifying Black Ink battleship but never returned, Huang Xiong understood that Division Commander Hyde must have fallen at the hands of the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stayed silent because he didn't know what to say. Huang Xiong suddenly asked, "Martial nephew, did you encounter some kind of opportunity? When did you advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm?" As far as he knew, Yang Kai was a 7th Order master who had broken through less than 1,000 years ago. But looking at him now, not only did Yang Kai break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, he even managed to kill 3 innate territory lords above Azure Void Pass all on his own. Only the strongest, most veteran 8th Order masters might be capable of such a feat. Although it seemed like Yang Kai suffered some serious injuries in the process, it didn't seem to affect him at all as he was casually refining pills here, which surprised Huang Xiong greatly. Martial Peak, Chapter 5439-2. After asking, Huang Xiong realized his question was somewhat rude and intrusive, so he added, "If you find it inconvenient to tell me, you can take it as if I never asked." Since this matter was related to a cultivator's personal secrets, it was inappropriate to pry into it. Shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, "There's nothing inconvenient about it. I indeed managed to break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm because I met with an opportunity." He then stopped for a moment before continuing. "Division Commander Huang, how long has it been since the battle at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction?" Huang Xiong looked at him strangely. Though he didn't know why Yang Kai would ask such a question, he still answered honestly. "It's been 512 years. 512 years. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. The actual time was somewhat different from his estimations, but the difference wasn't too big. Back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, the hardest thing to estimate was how long had passed in the outside world, for he had spent some 4,000 years in and out of numerous temporal rivers which all had different ratios for the flow of time. However, he could clearly account for part of that time. He had spent about 100 years searching for temporal rivers to cultivate in, and after deciding to leave, he used up almost 200 years to escape from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. With that in mind, and with the information from Huang Xiong, it seemed the time he spent cultivating inside the temporal rivers was just about 200 years as well. Though only 200 years had passed in the outside world, Yang Kai actually spent 4,000 years cultivating, which meant that the average rate of time flow inside the temporal rivers was 20 times that of the outside world, which was actually much higher than he expected. After composing himself, Yang Kai used a pill condensing technique to collect the furnace of spirit pills before handing them to Huang Xiong. This time, Huang Xiong ate one before passing the rest to the soldiers behind him. With a slightly complicated expression, Yang Kai explained, "Division Commander Huang, while 512 years passed in the outside world, I've actually been cultivating in a certain place for over 4,000 years." Huang Xiong was taken aback. 4,000 years? How is that? Following that, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "A temporal river?" It was obvious that he had heard rumors about temporal rivers in the past. Therefore, if there was any place in this universe that could allow Yang Kai to have such a strange encounter, that was the only possibility. Rumor had it that time flowed faster inside temporal rivers compared to the outside world, allowing one to cultivate inside for 10 or even 100 years while only a single year passed by in the rest of the universe. Many open heaven realm masters had heard these rumors, yet the overwhelming majority had never seen a temporal river for themselves, much less used one. If that were true, it wasn't a surprise that Yang Kai was able to break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm so quickly. Yang Kai's aptitude was clearly exceptional as well, seeing how high his strength had risen in just 4,000 years. Nodding, Yang Kai answered, "It was a temporal river. Outside the Primordial Heaven's Source Restriction, I was targeted by a royal lord. All of the old ancestors and 8th Order Division commanders had their own enemies to face, so with no other option, I could only try to escape. Originally, my plan was to pass through the late ancient era battlefield and head for the no-return pass to seek help from the Dragon and Phoenix clans to deal with that royal lord, but my plans went astray and I became lost along the way. Even though Huang Xiong was an 8th order open heaven realm master with a calm nature, he couldn't help but want to chuckle after hearing Yang Kai say he actually got lost. When one's strength had reached the 7th order and 8th order open heaven realm, with a universe chart in hand, they could freely roam throughout the vast void without ever getting lost. However, the Black Ink battlefield was too vast, and the region beyond the royal cities was completely uncharted territory, so becoming lost wasn't actually that surprising. It was especially so with Yang Kai's situation, where a royal lord was chasing him, so it made sense that he got flustered and lost his way. Then, Yang Kai began talking about the dense fog celestial phenomenon, and how he repeatedly escaped from the grasp of the sheep-headed royal lord before encountering the mysterious Great Sea celestial phenomenon. When Huang Xiong took all of this in, his eyes brightened as an excited expression appeared on his face. Yang Kai could see that the Great Sea celestial phenomenon was a very valuable place, so naturally, Huang Xiong could as well. Within the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, many undercurrents hid several kinds of martial domains that evolved from the purest form of grand Tao essences. Absorbing and refining even one compatible undercurrent could save a cultivator tens, if not hundreds of years of hard cultivation, not to mention the existence of so many temporal rivers. To an open heaven realm master, temporal rivers were a shortcut to a higher martial Tao on a path that wasn't supposed to have any shortcuts. Where is this Great Sea celestial phenomenon? Can you still find it? Huang Xiong asked. With a nod, Yang Kai answered. I've left markers along my way here and arranged a hidden universe array at its outskirts, so finding it again shouldn't be difficult. Huang Xiong was excited. Great! Such a treasure will surely be helpful to us humans in the future. But after expressing his excitement, his mood immediately turned gloomy. For now, they couldn't head to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, because the human race wasn't in a good situation. What was the result of the battle at the primordial heaven source grand restriction? How was Azure Void Pass destroyed to such an extent? Now that Yang Kai had answered Huang Xiong's questions, he asked some of his own. Back then, Yang Kai was targeted by the sheep-headed royal lord not long after the battle had begun and was forced to escape from the battlefield, so he had no idea what actually happened afterwards. Huang Xiong sighed heavily. That battle was our human race's loss. Hearing that, Yang Kai felt his heart sink. Actually, he had already guessed this outcome because if the humans had won, Azure Void Pass wouldn't be in such a state. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. If there was one variable on the battlefield outside the primordial heaven source restriction, it would be the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Before the battle, Mo, the ancient Supreme Master, kept trying its best to maintain balance on the battlefield, which was why there were never more royal lords leaving the primordial heaven source grand restriction than there were old ancestors. It was like Mo wasn't interested in defeating the humans, but rather fully intended to maintain the balance between the two sides. In the beginning, no matter whether it was the humans or Tsang, no one could understand Mo's intentions. But when the Black Ink Giant Spirit God appeared, everything became clear. The corpses of the Black Ink clansmen that died in battle had left behind a massive amount of Black Ink strength, and all of that became a huge help to the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Moreover, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God had pried open the primordial heaven source grand restriction from the inside in order to free itself. In fact, if Tsang hadn't fused his body with the restriction to trigger the hidden hand that Mu had left behind, sealing the primordial heaven source grand restriction and forcing Mo into a deep slumber, the primordial heaven source grand restriction might have been torn open then and there, and Mo would have been set free. If such a scenario had come to pass, the human race wouldn't have just lost the battle, they would have been wiped out. Fortunately, Mo was rendered unconscious and the primordial heaven source grand restriction was sealed up in the end. The number of royal lords on the field was actually lower than the number of 9th order masters. For the territory lords, the 8th order masters could deal with them, and for the feudal lords and below, the humans actually held the advantage. However, the humans still lost that battle, so there was only one possible reason, which was that the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was just too powerful. When Yang Kai was escaping, he noticed a scene where several old ancestors worked together to suppress the black-ink giant spirit god. Otherwise, the sheep-headed royal lord wouldn't have had the time to deal with him. He had only caught a quick glance, but what he saw was that those old ancestors were already stretched to their limit just dealing with the black-ink spirit god whose lower half had been cut off by the primordial heaven's source grand restriction when it abruptly closed. How strong would a complete black-ink giant spirit god be? Huang Xiong nodded gravely. It was the black-ink giant spirit gods. If there had been only one, though the humans would still have had a hard battle, we would still have had a chance to emerge victorious. However, another one of those monsters appeared. Yang Kai's pupils contracted. There were two black-ink giant spirit gods? Where did it come from? Before the primordial heaven source grand restriction was sealed, there was only one black-ink giant spirit god. In fact, it was only half of one since the grand restriction sheared him in two, so where did the second one come from? Could it be that the grand restriction reopened? Contrary to Yang Kai's worries, Huang Xiong slowly explained. I don't know where the second black-ink giant spirit god came from either. It just suddenly appeared from behind the army and instantly destroyed a great pass, signaling our defeat. From behind the army? Yang Kai was instantly dumbfounded. Why would there be a black-ink giant spirit god that came out from behind the army? Although Mo clearly created the black-ink giant spirit god in the image of the true giant spirit god clan, the black-ink giant spirit god wasn't much different in terms of strength and ability. If such a behemoth were to launch an ambush from behind the army, it would be impossible for the humans to react in time. Suddenly, Yang Kai thought of something and asked, Did the second black-ink giant spirit god appear from the direction of the late ancient era battlefield? Huang Xiong nodded. Indeed. Yang Kai took a breath. I probably know the origin of the second black-ink giant spirit god. Huang Xiong was stunned. You do? He still couldn't figure out how a second black-ink giant spirit god appeared. Even the Azure Void Pass old ancestor couldn't deduce anything after hundreds of years of pondering the issue, so how could Yang Kai uncover the truth after just hearing about it? Yang Kai said solemnly, If I'm not mistaken, it came out of the late ancient era battlefield. During the Second Crusade, old ancestor Xiao Xiao and I encountered a true giant spirit god. Along the path Great Evolution Pass traveled to reach the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Yang Kai saw a giant spirit god who was rampaging across the late ancient era battlefield, holding a huge bone club, seemingly fighting a swarm of invisible enemies. At that time, old ancestor Xiao Xiao went to investigate with him, and they were almost accidentally smashed by that giant spirit god. From their observations at the time, the two of them speculated that the giant spirit god had already died in battle. However, it seemed the giant spirit god clan, despite being childlike and innocent, possessed truly indomitable wills that even in death were able to maintain the instinct to fight on. That giant spirit god had probably been rushing across that battlefield for millions of years even after perishing so long ago. Yang Kai was deeply moved at the time, believing that the giant spirit god's obsession was with trying to save its friends and allies rather than killing the enemy, because with the strength of a giant spirit god, while there might be some enemies it could not defeat, there was no enemy it could not escape from. The fact that it died in battle meant it had chosen to remain behind and keep fighting. However, now it seemed his speculations back then were incorrect, and that giant spirit god was not at all what he suspected. That giant spirit god was probably also a black-ink giant spirit god which was created by Mo a long time ago, possibly even before it was trapped by Tsing and the other martial ancestors in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. When the primordial heaven source grand restriction was opened this time, Mo must have used some unknown method to revive that black-ink giant spirit god in the late ancient era battlefield and directed it to attack the human army from behind. Although he had not personally witnessed that battle, Yang Kai could still imagine how desperate and helpless the humans must have felt when that second black-ink giant spirit god set foot on the battlefield. Originally, the old ancestors had a slight advantage over the royal lords, but the first black-ink giant spirit god occupied at least a dozen ninth-order masters, flipping that advantage on its head. When the second black-ink giant spirit god appeared, It was like the Black Ink clan suddenly received a dozen more royal lords as reinforcements, with no one capable of stopping it. Once that second Black Ink giant spirit god started rampaging, what could be done to stop it? In such a vast yet almost even battle, even the smallest breakthrough could result in a chain reaction that completely tipped the scales of war, much less the intrusion of a being as powerful as a Black Ink giant spirit god. Huang Xiong was stunned when he heard this and couldn't help asking, "Are you saying that the second Black Ink giant spirit god was the one you saw before?" Yang Kai nodded. "Other than that, there is no other possibility." Huang Xiong was speechless as sorrow filled his heart. Martial Peak, Chapter 5440, The Road Ahead. After a long while, Huang Xiong finally spoke up. "The two Black Ink giant spirit gods attacked us from both front and back, destroying a few great passes in the opening moments of the battle. The old ancestors had no choice but to order us to retreat from the primordial heaven source grand restriction to preserve our strength. The Black Ink clan naturally didn't just let us go, so their army pursued us under the lead of the royal lords. During the bloody battle in the void, the two races both suffered serious casualties. Meanwhile, the two raging Black Ink giant spirit gods were constantly causing havoc. In such a situation, even the old ancestors weren't able to reverse the declining trend. While they were retreating, the two Black Ink giant spirit gods destroyed several more great passes, and though most of the humans inside those great passes managed to escape in time, there were still a significant number of casualties. The situation had taken a turn for the worst, and even if the human army and the others from all the great passes managed to reorganize themselves, they were still facing annihilation. Therefore, the old ancestors had a rapid discussion and decided that the remaining great passes would split up into several groups and retreat separately. The group to which Azure Void Pass belonged to was particularly unlucky as they were targeted by the Black Ink giant spirit god that came from the late ancient era battlefield. Besides that Black Ink giant spirit god, there were nearly 20 royal lords and large numbers of territory lords and feudal lords within the pursuing Black Ink clan army. If the humans didn't think of a way to escape from the Black Ink giant spirit god, it would be impossible for them to escape using this route. At the critical moment, Azure Void Pass old ancestors split off from the main group in order to lure the Black Ink giant spirit god away. Naturally, the Black Ink clan wouldn't give up on chasing the humans so easily, so the Black Ink clan army surrounded the humans from different sides under the lead of the Black Ink giant spirit god and royal lords. That struggle lasted for nearly 300 years. It was only 200 years ago that Azure Void Pass casualties reached a breaking point where too many 8th Order masters had fallen, making it impossible for them to flee anymore. As such, they made a last stand against the Black Ink clan. The result was clear and required no other explanation. Azure Void Pass was destroyed, and the old ancestor couldn't resist the joint assault of several royal lords and ultimately died in battle. The huge holes on the walls around the Great Pass were made by the huge bone club of the Black Ink giant spirit god. From that moment, Azure Void Pass, which had been guarding the Black Ink battlefield for millions of years, met with total defeat, ending its magnificent history. More than 20,000 soldiers had guarded this place, yet less than 1,000 remained after the nearly 300-year battle. Azure Void Pass could be said to be almost entirely wiped out. Among the less than 1,000 remnant soldiers, many had been stained by Black Ink strength and were constantly at risk of falling. Moreover, because their supplies had been completely used up, most of those corrupted soldiers had to sacrifice themselves just so that they wouldn't become Black Ink disciples and bring more trouble to their fellow survivors. This situation was just like Meng Qi's, the 7th Order Master Yang Kai met when he first arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Meng Qi was the first Open Heaven Realm Master Yang Kai had met that had the courage to give his life for the human race. Back then, Yang Kai felt greatly touched by this selfless sacrifice. In the 3,000 worlds, 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators were true masters who were only found in the cave heavens and paradises, making them all but invincible and untouchable. However, on the Black Ink battlefield, such a master willingly ended his life without any hesitation in order to protect the secret of the void corridor leading to Black territory. It could be said that the human race was able to endure until today because there were millions of humans like Ming-Chi who sacrificed their blood, sweat, and even lives to protect the 3,000 worlds. Such bravery should be respected by all. The remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass didn't leave this place but instead found a dead universe and silently hid inside. For one, they knew they might not be able to survive if they left, and two, Azure Void Pass was taken from their hands, so they still wished to take it back, even if their chances were slim at best. Their wait lasted nearly 200 years and finally ended when Yang Kai arrived yesterday. While they were waiting for an opportunity to retake what they had lost, they also looked for a way to solve their troubles of being corrupted by black ink strength and tried to salvage a derelict purifying black ink battleship. However, after the disappearance of the 8th Order Master named Hai Xing who led that effort, the rest didn't dare to act rashly. If Yang Kai had arrived just half a year later, the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass would have launched a last-ditch attack under Huang Xiong's lead. Even if they couldn't get Azure Void Pass back, they would rather die with the Great Pass than linger on in disgrace. While they spoke, Huang Xiong's body suddenly expelled a dense cloud of black ink strength. It was a sign of the purifying black ink pill taking effect. Purifying black ink pills were effective as long as a cultivator had not been entirely turned into a black ink disciple. The less black ink strength in them, the better their situation would be, and the more effective the pill was. Therefore, purifying black ink pills were usually taken prophylactically. A short while later, Huang Xiong had dispelled all the black ink strength in his body and let out a long sigh of relief. It had been difficult for him to keep suppressing the corruption of the black ink strength, but now, that problem was completely solved. Yang Kai looked at Huang Xiong and asked, "Division Commander Huang, did you previously sacrifice part of your small universe?" Yang Kai hadn't paid attention to it at first, but he now noticed that Huang Xiong's aura was quite unstable. It felt like his order would regress at any moment. That was a clear sign that the latter's small universe was damaged. On the black ink battlefield, such a situation only occurred when one was forced to sacrifice a large portion of their small universe. Huang Xiong nodded. "This is already the second time I was invaded by black ink strength. I was able to sacrifice part of my small universe to save myself the first time, but this time I did not have the option to do so again." His aura was already fluctuating unstably, so if he sacrificed part of his small universe again, he would definitely regress into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Under other circumstances, Huang Xiong would not have hesitated to sacrifice part of his small universe to purge the black ink strength's corruption from himself, but he was the last 8th Order Open Heaven realm master among the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass, so his strength was indispensable for their survival. Without a powerful master to lead them, this ragtag band of soldiers' fate would be sealed. Huang Xiong wasn't the only one who was concerned about such a possibility because everyone among the 1,000 or so remnants that were stained with black ink strength had similar thoughts. None of them was unwilling to sacrifice their small universe, they simply felt it was better to retain as much strength as possible to launch one final attack on the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, Yang Kai knew of Huang Xiong's worries without needing him to explain anything. With a slight nod, Yang Kai retrieved a profounding spirit fruit and gave it to Huang Xiong. Division Commander Huang, refine this. Just as Huang Xiong was about to refuse when he saw Yang Kai take out several dozen more profounding spirit fruits and called out to Sun Mao. Senior brother Sun, please distribute these fruits to those with damaged small universes. Sun Mao agreed and happily came forward to accept the fruits. Noticing the situation, Huang Xiong didn't refuse any more and readily took one for himself. Despite not having any more troubles with Black Ink strength, the amount of strength he could exert now was at best on par with a newly promoted 8th Order Master. If he could repair his small universe, his strength would increase significantly. After all, he was originally a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Having suffered hundreds of years of hardships and torment, these soldiers finally attained a moment of peace and could finally dispel Black Ink strength plaguing them and restore their small universes. Sun Mao came forward and whispered to Yang Kai. Senior brother, I would like to lead a few people to gather the bodies of our fallen brothers and sisters. Might I trouble you to stand guard here?" Nodding, Yang Kai agreed. "Of course. Go ahead." Even if Sun Mao hadn't mentioned this, Yang Kai had also planned to spend some time helping to gather the remains of the fallen Azure Void Pass soldiers. These soldiers had all died in battle and deserved to be laid to rest with dignity rather than simply being left in the nameless void to rot. Receiving permission, Sun Mao quickly led a few others away to carry out the task. A month later, the interior and exterior of Azure Void Pass had been cleaned out. All the bodies of fallen soldiers they could bring back were buried in the restored cemetery. Then, Sun Mao and the others found a way to dispose of the corpses of Black Ink clansmen and the remaining Black Ink strength in the nearby void. Inside the core hall of Azure Void Pass, Huang Xiong led Yang Kai to investigate the situation. Since he had consumed a profounding spirit fruit and repaired his small universe, Huang Xiong was no longer at risk of regressing to a lower order, but he still needed some time to cultivate to restore his strength to its peak. Now that Azure Void Pass was rid of its external enemies, the two of them needed to think about what they had to do next. Of course, there was only one idea that came to mind, which was to head towards the no-return pass. There must still be a heaven-shaking war happening there. Although it had been hundreds of years, both of them weren't sure whether the Black Ink clan had captured the no-return pass. Therefore, they needed to head over and take a look for themselves in order to be sure. With 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods and dozens of royal lords, there was no telling whether the divine spirits headed by the Dragon and Phoenix clans would be enough to withstand the enemy. Perhaps the no-return pass had already been defeated. But the 3,000 worlds were everyone's homeland after all, and they all had to return there at some point. Great Evolution Pass had a core, so Azure Void Pass naturally had to have one too. In fact, every Great Pass had its own core, which was placed in the most central location in each Great Pass. Moreover, every Great Pass was only able to function as a mobile palace artifact and engage in a crusade because of the existence of its core. These cores were the crystallization of the wisdom of great experts from the early ancient era. After a thorough investigation, Huang Xiong discovered that a strong force had shattered Azure Void Pass core, and from the lingering aura, he determined that it was the old ancestors' doing. Seeing that Azure Void Pass was lost, the old ancestor must have shattered the core at the last moment, preventing the possibility of the Black Ink clan causing more trouble to the human race after gaining Azure Void Pass. Yang Kai's accomplishments in Tao of artifact refining and Tao of spirit arrays were quite profound now, but it was still completely beyond his capabilities to refine a new core. Moreover, even if he was able to refine a new core, there were nowhere near enough soldiers in Azure Void Pass to power it. During the Great Evolution Army's crusade, Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao personally controlled the core while 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters worked together with her to power it. Now, the only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here were Huang Xiong and Yang Kai, so it was impossible for them to even activate a core if they sank all their strength into it. Huang Xiong also understood this. It was never his intention to regain Azure Void Pass but instead to simply retrieve the core for possible future use. Since the old ancestor had shattered the core though, he could only discard this plan. There are 935 of us in total, so although it will be cramped, one purifying Black Ink battleship should be able to fit everyone. I need a few who are skilled in artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays to assist me. Please help me arrange that, Division Commander Huang. Huang Xiong nodded. Then I shall have to trouble you, Division Commander Yang. On the Black Ink battlefield, once a cultivator reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, they were qualified to become a division commander. Though no old ancestor or army commander had appointed Yang Kai to such a position, the situation was different now, so it was normal for Huang Xiong to address Yang Kai as division commander. If they wanted to head towards the no-return pass, they couldn't only rely on just the few soldiers they had here. A warship was necessary to maximize the strength of the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, and reduce their consumption in battle. Martial Peak, Chapter 5441, Luring the Enemy. At this moment, the strongest warships humans fielded were the purifying black ink battleships. Whether it was in terms of capabilities, capacity, or raw power, the purifying black ink battleship was not something any other class of warship could compare to. Even Dawning Light was inferior to the purifying black ink battleships. Therefore, a purifying black ink battleship was the most obvious choice for Yang Kai and the others. With Yang Kai's current capabilities, though it would be difficult, he could refine a new purifying black ink battleship from scratch, but that would take far too much time and effort. Instead, the better option was to simply repair the derelict battleship which was lying in the Great Pass. With a plan worked out, the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass were in high spirits as, after more than 200 years of fleeing and hiding, they finally had a chance to go on the attack. After a short month of continuous work and using up large amounts of resources, the broken purifying black ink battleship was finally good as new. The soldiers then began salvaging the artifacts that weren't entirely destroyed from Azure Void Pass before letting their fellow soldiers who were proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays and Tao of Artifact Refining install them onto the purifying black ink battleship. As for Yang Kai, he was responsible for repairing other warships. When Sun Mao and the others gathered up the bodies of their fallen comrades, they also found several damaged warships. Though none of these warships were functional, they each had parts that were still in working condition, so Yang Kai simply salvaged whatever was usable and combined pieces from 10 to 20 broken warships into a new one. Another half a year had passed before the less than 1,000 lineup of soldiers gathered in the central square. Despite their small number, they still exuded the air of an army many times their size. Meanwhile, the purifying black ink battleship was quietly docked outside the square, displaying its ferocious new appearance. Since preparations had been completed, it was time to set off. Everyone was eager to head to the no-return pass and unwilling to waste a moment more. Huang Xiong swept his gaze over everyone and boomed. "Today, we rejoin the war, and even if it is our fate to die, we will take many times as many enemies down with us. Kill! Kill! Kill!" When everyone thought back to when Azure Void Pass was overrun and defeated, the old ancestors' death in battle, and all the corpses of their fellow soldiers, their eyes reddened with tears and the murderous intent coming from them soared. Everyone then boarded the battleship. In just a few short moments, the purifying black ink battleship sailed out into the void and melted into the darkness before disappearing from sight. While repairing this purifying black ink battleship, Yang Kai had arranged several other grand arrays, including an illusion array that could be used to conceal it. Although the purifying black ink battleship wasn't small, this array would allow them to move undetected as long as their luck wasn't too poor. If the enemy wasn't wary enough, they might not discover the purifying black ink battleship even if they were just 1,000 kilometers away. This purifying black ink battleship that carried the last forces of Azure Void Pass looked very different from its original design. It was now far more ferocious in appearance. After all, this purifying black ink battleship had gathered all the remaining war potential of the entire Azure Void Pass. While repairing this warship, Yang Kai and the others had installed every usable artifact they could find. Not only was the purifying black ink battleship equipped in such a luxurious manner, every squad-class warship in their possession was similarly armed. Even though Azure Void Pass was destroyed, no matter how broken it appeared, there were still many treasures left behind. Therefore, they used the remaining essence of the Great Pass and merged it into this purifying black ink battleship. When they turned around to look back and saw Azure Void Pass gradually disappearing from view, everyone had mixed feelings. Among them, some of them had been stationed at Azure Void Pass for thousands of years, while some had even been here for over 10,000 years. After setting foot onto the black ink battlefield and being deployed to Azure Void Pass, they had abided by the oath of living and dying together with the Great Pass as they fought the Black Ink clan. But now, they had survived, yet Azure Void Pass was left broken and destroyed. There was no telling whether there would be a chance to recover and restore the Great Pass in the future. Since almost 1,000 soldiers were in their group, they could just about form two complete divisions. Each division was comprised of 500 soldiers separated into approximately 40 squads and led by Yang Kai and Huang Xiong respectively. Huang Xiong and the others had been on the run for 200 years, but they didn't only spend their time hiding. At the very least, they had familiarized themselves with this region of the void. Their situation was better than Yang Kai's, who had been lost for a long time and didn't even know where he was before finding Azure Void Pass. How could he know in which direction the no-return pass was when he didn't even know where he was? As they headed in the direction of the no-return pass, their journey was fairly uneventful. Along the way, they could vaguely see traces of battles and even pieces of broken human warships. Back when the old ancestors decided to retreat to the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan army had naturally chased after them. It could be said that the battlefield stretched from outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to the no-return pass. No one knew how many human soldiers had fallen during that war or how many had successfully reached the no-return pass. Whenever they discovered bodies of fallen human soldiers, they would quietly gather them. A couple years later, the purifying Black Ink battleship was quietly sailing through the void when Yang Kai, who was monitoring the surroundings from the deck, suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look in a certain direction. The next moment, his figure disappeared. Sun Mao, who was nearby, heard Yang Kai's order. "Hide!" After receiving his orders, Sun Mao quickly relayed the order, and the purifying Black Ink battleship hurriedly approached a nearby universe fragment to conceal itself. On the other hand, Yang Kai moved rapidly and soon arrived millions of kilometers away. He looked over and saw a severely tattered warship that looked as if it would be destroyed at any moment under the siege of the surrounding Black Ink clansmen. The warship was clearly a human warship, and the squad on the deck were running around anxiously. The arrays and artifacts were constantly activated, and though they killed and injured many of the Black Ink clansmen, there were still more besieging them. There were at least 1,000 enemies here, and there seemed to be a territory lord hiding his aura amongst them. Yang Kai's expression brightened. After more than 2 years of travel without meeting any other human survivors, he had finally encountered a remnant squad. Though he didn't know which great pass this squad came from, the current situation didn't allow him to think too much about it. Just as he was about to make a move to assist them, he suddenly paused. He carefully surveyed the surroundings and discovered that despite the situation of the warship being fairly dangerous, the squad manning it were still trying their best to lure the surrounding Black Ink clansmen in a specific direction. In that direction was a small, tattered universe fragment, probably debris left over after the Black Ink clan mined all the resources out of it. Immediately, Yang Kai seemed to have seen through this squad's plan and suppressed his murderous intent before quietly following them. The Black Ink clan's attack was fierce and continuous, so even though the squad's warship moved nimbly, it still couldn't avoid all the incoming attacks. Once the warship's shields failed, the human squad would be facing the mad attacks from the Black Ink clan head-on. By then, their situation would become dire. However, the squad seemed to be very lucky because even after they had retreated to the tattered universe fragment, the light barrier still hadn't been broken through. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan was now in position. At that moment, lights from several arrays above the universe fragment suddenly lit up and turned into bolts of light that blasted towards the Black Ink clan soldiers. Those arrays had powerful artifacts serving as array cores, or else they wouldn't have been able to exert such terrifying might. The light beams blasted towards the Black Ink clan army, clearing out a few areas and killing hundreds of Black Ink clansmen. Following that, an even brighter ray of light transformed into a huge net and directly enveloped the territory lord hidden amongst the Black Ink clan army. Meanwhile, the territory lord obviously didn't expect his whereabouts to be exposed so quickly and was shocked when he was directly targeted. The net that surrounded him was incredibly strong, so he couldn't break free immediately. A dozen or so squads hiding inside the universe fragment suddenly appeared and began firing as they moved to surround and protect the tattered warship approaching them. After that, the Black Ink clan suffered even more casualties. This was obviously a plan to lure the enemy into a trap. The human squad that was being attacked risked their warship being blown up to lure this small Black Ink clan army to the spot where they had previously arranged a number of killing arrays that were just waiting to be activated. Though it was a simple trap, it worked perfectly. No matter how vigilant the Black Ink clan army was against such a plot, it was impossible for them to not chase after the humans once they fled. As long as the Black Ink clan wanted to kill these humans, they would fall into the trap. When it came to the use of spirit arrays and artifacts, the humans were vastly superior to the Black Ink clan. The ambushing squads were made up of soldiers who had endured hundreds of battles, so not only did they manage to take the opportunity and trap the hidden territory lord with the help of certain arrays and artifacts, they even neatly split into two teams, one of them corralling the flustered Black Ink clan army and killing them, while the other team focused on pinning down the territory lord. They didn't have an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with them, so they knew they had to kill the territory lord before he broke free, or else they would suffer heavy losses. Following that, several divine abilities and artifacts were fired at the territory lord, causing him to mumble with a gloomy expression. "I thought we could lure a big fish out, but I didn't expect to see only some small fry." Once those words were spoken, the humans who were vigorously attacking the Black Ink clan army instantly felt their hearts sink. One of the 7th Order squad leaders, who appeared to be the leader of this group, wore a grim face as he shouted, "Retreat!" With one shout, every warship turned around, wanting to leave this place, disregarding their almost won battle. All of this was because of the fear they felt after listening to the simple message that came out of the territory lord's mouth. They had waged this battle to lure out the enemy, but it was not clear which side was the hunter, and which was the fish prey. "Still not making a move yet?" the trapped territory lord bellowed. Right after he said that, a figure emerged from the shadows. The figure seemed to have merged with the darkness, so no one had noticed its existence right up to the moment it appeared and blocked the warship's escape route. On the other side, another territory lord released an imposing aura and appeared like a ghost. All the humans felt their blood run cold. There were about a dozen squads gathered here, so if there was only one territory lord, they might be able to handle him. 2 territory lords would cause them to be in danger, but now there were actually 3 territory lords present. These 3 were different from the territory lords of old that attacked the great passes from the royal cities. The Black Ink clan hadn't had enough time to naturally cultivate more territory lords yet, which meant these 3 territory lords came from the primordial heaven's grand source restriction and were all innate territory lords. Each one of them wasn't much weaker than Che Kong. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5442, The Hunter and the Prey. Even with Yan Kai's current ability, he had paid quite a high price to kill those 3 innate territory lords back at Azure Void Pass, which clearly showed how strong innate territory lords were. Now, the human squads were facing 3 innate territory lords without a single 8th Order master backing them up. In such a situation, annihilation was all but certain. The 7th Order master that gave out the order to retreat earlier clearly knew this, so after understanding that there was no chance of survival, he immediately yelled, "Kill!" There were only 3 breaths of the time difference between 2 totally opposite orders, but they were orders that perfectly suited the situation. None of the humans hesitated, and the dozen or so warships that were about to flee all stopped momentarily before charging straight at the Black Ink clan army. When facing certain death, killing one enemy would allow them to break even, while killing 2 would gain them a profit. There were even 2 squads that charged straight at the territory lord who was trapped by the arranged array. They were going to give it their all to kill this territory lord because only that way would their deaths be truly valuable. Naive! The 3rd territory lord who had appeared sneered disdainfully before putting power into his legs, but just as he was about to shoot forward, a sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed him, making him feel like he had fallen into an ice pit. The last time he had such a feeling was back at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. At that time, he had just emerged from the darkness and was fighting a bloody battle with a human division commander. While locked in battle, a nearby old ancestor randomly slashed at him. That slash almost cost him his life, but fortunately for him, that old ancestor was dealing with a royal lord and had no time to finish him off, Otherwise, he would certainly have died before he could blink. More than 500 years had passed since then, but he was feeling the same feeling again. Although this territory lord didn't have much experience in battle, he was very sensitive to danger. Noticing something was wrong, he immediately gathered his black ink strength to protect himself. However, the next moment, he felt the space around him solidify, and his thoughts seemed to be affected by a strange kind of energy, which caused his reaction to be delayed. Before he could come to his senses, a long spear brushed past his head, blowing nearly half of it off in one violent thrust. If he hadn't forcefully jerked his head to the side at the critical moment, that spear would have pierced right through his brain and blown his head apart. Despite suffering such a serious injury, the territory lord wasn't dead, and if he was lucky enough to escape, he would only have to return to a black ink nest to recuperate for a few hundred years before being able to make a complete recovery. Behind the territory lord, Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw that his spear had missed, seemingly dissatisfied with his performance. He had been hiding in the dark, yet his sudden sneak attack still wasn't able to kill this innate territory lord in one blow, which proved that the opponent was no weakling. But that was all. Under the intertwining of many Tao strengths, and having surrendered the initiative to Yang Kai, this territory lord had lost all ability to fight back. The territory lord that had just escaped death hadn't even seen what his opponent looked like before a multitude of strands of interwoven Tao strengths sliced through his body. At that instant, Yang Kai flicked his spear and shot past him before charging straight at the second territory lord. Behind him, the third territory lord exploded into numerous pieces of flesh. The sudden change of events completely shocked everyone on the scene. The Black Ink clan were shocked, while the humans were ecstatic. They thought they were going to die for sure, but who knew that reinforcements would appear right when they had resolved themselves to fight to the death. Moreover, their reinforcements were far stronger than they could imagine, and had even killed an innate territory lord in just 2 moves. Following that, the cries of the golden crows sounded, and a great sun rose as Yang Kai guided it with his spear towards the sturdy-looking territory lord. The might of the attack was glorious and unstoppable. The territory lord roared madly as black ink strength surged from his figure. Then, he raised his hand and cast a powerful secret technique. But the next moment, he felt an immense pain in his mind, as though something had pierced directly into his soul and was shredding it to pieces. Under the intense pain, he howled in agony, and even the black ink strength he had gathered began to disperse. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's expression twisted into a ferocious one. He knew his strength best, and though it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill this territory lord with conventional means, it would take him some time. However, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, and he wasn't sure if any other Black Ink clan masters were hiding nearby, so he had to end things here quickly. In this situation, the soul-rending thorns were his best option. Having used this combination soul-type artifact technique many times, Yang Kai had grown somewhat accustomed to its activation. Moreover, he only needed to sacrifice a piece of his soul to power the soul-rending thorn, and with the soul-warming lotus, that damage would heal on its own in time. It was a different situation for the enemy. After being seriously injured by the soul-rending thorn, the territory lord instantly lost half his combat strength. Right when the territory lord's black ink strength began to scatter, the spear with the great sun at its tip arrived and viciously blasted at his chest. The might of Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun exploded and enveloped the territory lord before turning into an even brighter great sun, illuminating the void in all directions. A moment later, the light faded and Yang Kai had disappeared, while the sturdy-looking territory lord had a giant see-through hole in his chest. His vitality dispersed quickly while his eyes were filled with pain and disbelief. He seemed to be unable to believe that there was actually an 8th-order open heaven realm master who could kill him so easily. After his previous encounters with a few human masters, his impression was that they were not much. Besides the top 8th-order open heaven realm masters, the others' strength was basically on par with his, while some were even weaker. In addition, he had the confidence to face those top few 8th-order masters. Even if he couldn't beat them, he wouldn't die at their hands. But today, he met an eighth-order human who almost instantly killed his companion before slaughtering him in the next breath. As for his last comrade, he would probably meet with a disastrous end soon. Before his vitality dispersed, he struggled to turn around and look at his final companion, and just as he had expected, he saw the strange human master had already reached him and was thrusting his spear at his fellow territory lord's head. The light in his eyes faded before he could see the ending of his last companion. The azure dragon's spear thrust out with unparalleled momentum as Yang Kai condensed his many Dao strengths to their extreme. If given a few breaths of time, the territory lord trapped inside the array net would be able to escape, but now he had no chance of doing that. Looking at the approaching spear, he wanted to resist, but couldn't. After barely managing to put up a defense by condensing all his black ink strength in front of his face, the territory lord's head was pierced through and blown apart by the spear, leaving behind nothing but a headless corpse that spurted out black blood. The situation had completely turned around. It had been less than 10 breaths since Yang Kai's appearance, but all 3 innate territory lords had fallen, while the only damage Yang Kai suffered was the self-inflicted wound from using a single soul-rending thorn. With the soul-warming lotus, such damage was completely ignorable. This victory boosted the humans' morale to untold heights. They originally thought they were going to die here today, but this sudden change gave them a huge pleasant surprise. Though they didn't know who the 8th Order Division commander that came to their rescue was, they all swore they had never seen such a powerful 8th Order master before. However, the battle wasn't over yet. The 3 innate territory lords were dead, but many Black Ink clansmen were still alive. After these remnants saw how their territory lords died such tragic deaths though, they didn't dare to remain and began escaping in all directions. Aboard the warships, the dozen or so squad leaders were eager to kill, but their surroundings suddenly began to tremble, and in the next instant, an inexplicable power seemed to have flashed through the void. Following that, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The entire region around them seemed to have transformed into a mirror. To be more precise, it was a broken mirror with cracks running everywhere through it, extending out far enough to encompass every surviving Black Ink clansman's body, silently slicing them to pieces. Those cracks seemed to have spirituality because they moved around the warships. Even if there were warships that were moving too fast to dodge around where these cracks appeared, the crack itself would suddenly disappear and cause no harm to them. Within a few silent breaths of time, all the remaining Black Ink clansmen were dead. The warships stopped moving, and the humans aboard them had their jaws dropped in shock. But more than shock, they felt joy as they turned their gazes towards Yang Kai, their eyes filled with admiration. Space principles! One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters muttered. To be able to create cracks in the void was obviously the work of manipulating space principles, and judging from how Yang Kai had killed the enemy so easily, it was clear that he had reached an extremely high level of mastery in the Tao of space. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be able to avoid his allies in such proximity while killing the enemy. The 7th Order Masters had vaguely guessed Yang Kai's identity by this point. In the entire Black Ink battlefield, only one person had cultivated the Tao of space to this extent. Everyone gathered over, and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that gave the commands cupped his fist and bowed. Primordial Army's Lin Chi greets Senior Brother. Are you perhaps Senior Brother Yang Kai? When Lin Chi announced that he was from the Primordial Army, he wasn't saying that he was from Primordial Cave Heaven, but rather a soldier from Primordial Pass, similar to how Yang Kai introduced himself as Great Evolution Army's Yang Kai. He wasn't from Great Evolution Paradise because Great Evolution Paradise was long gone. They were able to guess Yang Kai's identity because Yang Kai had made quite a name for himself on the Black Ink battlefield. Besides the old ancestors overseeing every great pass, even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters weren't as well known as him. The mere appearance of purifying light was enough for the ordinary soldiers to know Yang Kai's name. Sweeping his gaze across everyone, Yang Kai nodded lightly. It is this Yang. This place is not safe. Come with me. After gathering everyone, Yang Kai led them to the place where the purifying Black Ink battleship was hiding. No one spoke on the way, and they soon arrived at a large universe fragment before finding the purifying black ink battleship's hiding spot and meeting up with Huang Xiong. Noticing the group of humans following Yang Kai, Huang Xiong was so happy that his eyes lit up as he asked, "Division Commander Yang, I sensed movement from a battle just now. Did you encounter enemies?" When Yang Kai left in a hurry, Huang Xiong was cultivating inside the purifying black ink battleship's cabin. He had previously sacrificed part of his small universe, so he needed time to cultivate if he wanted to restore his original strength. Of course, this was easier than the first time since he was just retracing a path he had already walked before. He could sense the movement from the battlefield from here and wanted to head over to help, but he didn't dare to leave this ship easily because he was the only other Eighth Order Master present. If he left as well, Sun Mao and the others would have no way to defend themselves if a truly powerful opponent appeared. Meanwhile, Yang Kai endured the sharp pain in his soul and explained to Huang Xiong what had just happened. After understanding the current situation, Huang Xiong turned to Lin Qi and the others before asking bitterly, "How is Primordial Pass?" Lin Qi's eyes turned red as he quickly reported, "Primordial Pass has been defeated. The old ancestor died in battle, and countless of our fellow brothers and sisters fell or were injured in the battle." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5443 Bad News. "Besides you all, is there anyone else?" Huang Xiong asked next. He had guessed that Primordial Pass might be gone when he saw Lin Qi and the others in such condition, because if that wasn't the case, a dozen squads couldn't be moving about in the void randomly instead of protecting the Great Pass. But when he heard Lin Qi's confirmation, he still felt forlorn. None of them knew how many of the 106 human Great Passes had been destroyed. Lin Qi solemnly shook his head. He didn't know if there were any other survivors in the neighboring regions, as the situation at Primordial Pass was similar to that of Azure Void Pass. Both were chased after by the Black Ink clan while retreating to the No-Return Pass, and in the end, Primordial Pass had no other choice but to split off and act as a diversion, resulting in its tragic fall. Everyone knew that those who stayed behind would not have pleasant ends, but with the Black Ink clan hot on their tails, sacrificing a few to save the many was the only viable option. On the day Primordial Pass fell, the old ancestor and several Eighth Order Division commanders died in battle, while Lin Qi and some others were ordered to scatter and try to escape. Since that day, they had been running and hiding. At first, there were quite a lot of them, a couple thousand in fact, but after enduring repeated attacks from the Black Ink clan, just a dozen or so squads remained, less than 200 soldiers in total. They might have been wiped out today if they hadn't coincidentally met Yang Kai. With 3 innate territory lords working together, and being supported by nearly 1,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, just 200 humans wouldn't stand a chance. "Do you know anything about the situation at the No-Return Pass?" Yang Kai asked while having a sinking feeling in his heart. Lin Qi's expression darkened. "The No-Return Pass was breached." "What?" Huang Xiong yelled in shock. "The No-Return Pass fell as well?" The Dragon and Phoenix clans were standing guard there, blocking the only passageway from the Black Ink battlefield to the 3,000 worlds. "If the No-Return Pass has been breached, what is the current situation in the 3,000 worlds?" Huang Xiong couldn't bear to think further. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sighed as he had vaguely guessed this was the case. To be honest, he had already assumed such a result when he saw Lin Qi and the others here. If the No-Return Pass was still standing, how could Lin Qi and the others be wandering the void aimlessly? Even if Primordial Pass had fallen, they could have retreated to the No-Return Pass to battle against the Black Ink clan alongside the other Great Passes. The only reason they had to not do so was that the No-Return Pass had already been occupied. With 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods working together, as well some 100 royal lords and a massive Black Ink clan army, even if the No-Return Pass had the Dragon and Phoenix clans standing guard and all the surviving humans from the Great Passes had joined them, the situation would still be bleak. Along the way here, Huang Xiong still held out hope that the No-Return Pass could block the Black Ink clan's advance. But now that he heard that the No-Return Pass had also been defeated, he fell into a daze. It wasn't because he lacked mental fortitude, But when he thought about the Black Ink clan invading the 3,000 worlds, the scenes he imagined in his mind were simply too terrifying. At that instant, Huang Xiong didn't know where he and the other soldiers in their group should go. Though they didn't fear death, they could not just die for no reason by idiotically charging an enemy they had no hope of defeating. If they did, it would simply be a pointless sacrifice. Yang Kai, who had already assumed such an outcome, composed himself more quickly before looking at Lin Qi and asking, "Did you see for yourself that the no-return pass has been breached?" Shaking his head, Lin Qi explained, "Although I didn't see it for myself, we sometimes send scouts to observe the no-return pass from afar. Currently, that place is engulfed in black ink strength, and many dead universe worlds and universe fragments have been brought over by the Black Ink clan, on which they have planted an enormous number of black ink nests. There were originally some signs of battle occurring there, but that was many years ago, and now there is only silence. If the no-return pass was still standing, it could not possibly be so quiet." Yang Kai nodded lightly. If there were still humans at the no-return pass, they would no doubt be engaging in constant battle with the Black Ink clan. Since there weren't any disturbances coming from there, it meant that the situation at the no-return pass had settled. The Black Ink clan had conquered the no-return pass. This was the worst news they could have received. Now that the Black Ink clan had conquered the no-return pass, they would definitely invade the 3,000 worlds, as that had been their goal for millions of years. Every great territory in the 3,000 worlds was flourishing and had rich world force with abundant resources. The Black Ink clan only had to conquer those great territories to be able to have a near unlimited supply of materials that they could use at will. Also, there were countless human cultivators there that could be turned into Black Ink disciples. If that were to happen, the Black Ink clan could eventually gain enough strength to return to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to free Mo. After a brief pause, Yang Kai suggested, "The most important thing now is to investigate the situation at the no-return pass. Even though it has been occupied by the Black Ink clan, we still need to know what kind of garrison is stationed there." Their original plan had centered around the idea that the no-return pass was still in the hands of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. In that plan, Yang Kai would lead Huang Xiong and the others to find a chance to pass the Black Ink clan army before rejoining the human race army. But now that the no-return pass was occupied by enemy forces, they could only try to return to the 3,000 worlds. If they wanted to return to the 3,000 worlds, the no-return pass was a place they couldn't avoid. Therefore, they had to first learn about the forces of the Black Ink clan stationed at the no-return pass. Without needing to say anything, everyone understood that if the no-return pass had more than 3 royal lords, it would be impossible for them to return to the 3,000 worlds. If there were only 2, perhaps they could still find a way. Since Yang Kai had retrieved the corpse of Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor, he could use it in this situation. Although the old ancestor had passed, his corpse could still be used to fight with the Black Ink clan in some limited capacity, which was also his dying wish. Other than that, there might be more remnant soldiers like Brother Lin, so we have to think of a way to gather them together. They would only get a single chance to pass through the no-return pass and return to the 3,000 worlds, so any survivors that they left behind on the Black Ink battlefield would undoubtedly die at the hands of the Black Ink clan sooner or later. Moreover, the more allies they could gather, the better their chances of making it through were. Lin Qi immediately nodded. "There must be quite a few. Over the years, we have come across some traces of large-scale battles and even felt the fluctuations from such fights. However, the void is too vast, so we don't know where the others are hiding." At that moment, Huang Xiong finally came back to his senses and spoke up. "No matter where they are hiding, they must now be thinking about returning to the 3,000 worlds, so there is a high possibility that they are monitoring the no-return pass, looking for an opportunity. As long as we can cause a commotion at the no-return pass, it wouldn't be difficult to contact them." Yang Kai agreed. Division Commander Huang's idea has merit. Whether it was returning to the 3,000 worlds or contacting the other remnant soldiers, the no-return pass was the key. With a rough plan set, everyone rested for a bit before heading towards the no-return pass. During the time Lin Qi and the others had been hiding around the Black Ink battlefield, they had suffered huge losses, and their resources were almost used up. The situation was so dire that their warships were all on the brink of failing as they lacked the supplies to even repair them. Now that they had met up with Yang Kai, they naturally needed to address this issue. Under Yang Kai's direction, many artifact refiners and array masters worked together to repair those warships. Then, they all received pills from Huang Xiong and began to recuperate. Another month passed, and the purifying Black Ink battleship was passing by a shattered universe world. With just a glance, Yang Kai could see the ruins of a vast city on that universe world, all its structures and buildings destroyed beyond repair. Although hundreds of years had passed, there were still signs of the intense battle which was fought here. It was one of the royal cities, at the center of which were the remains of a destroyed high-rank Black Ink nest. Yang Kai retrieved his universe chart and compared it to their surroundings and determined that this was the theater where 9-Star Pass stood guard. This royal city had already been destroyed before the human army departed on their second crusade. Now, there was no vitality left in the royal city. Since they had reached this place, it meant they weren't much further from the no-return pass. At first, they were hoping to encounter other groups of remnant soldiers like Lin Qi and the others, but along the way, not only hadn't they met a single human, they didn't even encounter any Black Ink clansmen. However, it made sense because now that the Black Ink clan had successfully conquered the no-return pass, all their efforts would be focused on invading the 3,000 worlds. How could they spare any significant manpower to deal with the remnant forces of the human armies on the Black Ink battlefield? Even if there were Black Ink clansmen staying here, there wouldn't be many of them. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai vaguely felt that the Black Ink clan might not have left too many troops at the no-return pass. The human army had retreated to the 3,000 worlds, so it was meaningless for the Black Ink clan to garrison a large force at the no-return pass. If that were true, their chances of passing through the no-return pass would go up significantly. A few months later, the purifying Black Ink battleship arrived at the place where 9-Star Pass once stood. Of course, the Great Pass was no longer here, so all that was left was an empty void. However, now that they had reached this place, they had to be even more cautious. Despite the fact that the Black Ink clan wouldn't leave too many soldiers at the no-return pass, that was only relative to the forces they sent to attack the 3,000 worlds. It would not be surprising if there was still a sizable army tasked with hunting down the remaining human soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield as well as guarding the no-return pass. Just like they had anticipated, as they moved forward, they gradually encountered a few groups of Black Ink clansmen ranging in size from just a few dozen to several thousand. These groups seemed to be searching the void for something. Yang Kai had arranged many arrays on the purifying Black Ink battleship, which enabled it to move about unnoticed. As long as the Black Ink clan didn't pay much attention while searching, they wouldn't be able to detect them. The Black Ink clan's actions undoubtedly signaled that other human soldiers were hiding around here. If not, there would be no need for the Black Ink clan to be searching this region. At this moment, the most troublesome issue was how to contact these other human groups. They continued for a few more months and were now getting close to the no-return pass. A small asteroid drifted through the void, moving not too fast nor too slow as it gradually moved in the direction of the no-return pass. Then, at some point, the asteroid stopped moving as if it were blocked by something. The purifying Black Ink battleship was naturally nestled inside the asteroid, using it as an extra layer of cover to fool the enemy. As for how this asteroid could be steered, that was thanks to Yang Kai arranging some hidden arrays on it which could be powered by the purifying Black Ink battleship. At this moment, Yang Kai was prepared to move out when Huang Xiong earnestly reminded him. "Be extra careful. There must be royal lords guarding the no-return pass." Yang Kai nodded. "You may rest assured, Division Commander Huang, I may have to trouble you to look after this place for some time. I'll return as soon as I can." Finishing his words, he then dashed out of the purifying Black Ink battleship. After scanning his surroundings, Yang Kai shot straight towards the no-return pass. This place was about a month away from the no-return pass by warship, so if they continued ahead, the purifying Black Ink battleship might not be able to remain undetected. In a situation where they didn't know anything about their enemy, Yang Kai didn't dare to let the purifying black ink battleship get too close to the no-return pass, lest they accidentally expose themselves. Therefore, he and Huang Xiong had a quick discussion and decided that Yang Kai would head to the no-return pass alone. That way, he wouldn't have anything holding him back and could fight or run according to the situation while probing for information. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5444, Provoking the Enemy. This situation reminded Yang Kai of when he first arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Back then, he appeared right in the heart of the Black Ink clan's territory, and had no choice but to pose as a Black Ink disciple while following behind a high-rank Black Ink clansman. He could vaguely remember the high-rank Black Ink clansman was called Nu Yen, a character who was too lazy to memorize his human name, so he was just called E5. Besides him, there were also A1, B2, C3, and D4. As he thought back on those days, Yang Kai felt like they were truly distant memories. Adding on the time he had spent inside the various temporal rivers, those events happened some 5,000 years ago. While he was disguising himself as a Black Ink disciple beside Nu Yen, Yang Kai was unable to find a way to escape. Luckily for him, the old ancestor from Blue Sky Pass led an attack on the Black Ink clan's territory. Soon after the chaotic battle, Nu Yen was killed by Fengling, and Yang Kai gained his freedom. Later on, he and Fengling gathered a large number of Black Ink disciples, restored them to their senses, and killed their way out of the Black Ink clan's hinterlands as they headed towards Blue Sky Pass. It was during those days that Yang Kai met Ning Qiji, Chi Tai Chu, Shenao, and many others whom he went on to serve with. Among those three, Chi Tai Chu and Ning Qiji died in battle one after another, while Yang Kai wasn't sure if Shenao was still alive. Now, he needed to lead Huang Xiong, Lin Qi and the other remnant soldiers to make their way past the no-return pass, which largely resembled the situation back then. The difference was that Blue Sky Pass was in the hands of their fellow humans, while the no-return pass was now in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Although his strength was many times stronger than back then, the level of danger this time around was even more exaggerated. Being alone, Yang Kai was able to move rapidly and soon arrived outside the no-return pass. This was the second time he had come here. As he moved forward, his heart felt heavier because he couldn't establish a connection with the Dragon Altar. The Dragon Altar, or more specifically the Dragon Pool which was linked to the Dragon Altar, was the origin of the Dragon Clan, hidden in a mysterious place that others couldn't find, much less access. Only when the Dragon Clan hosted the ceremony could the entrance to the Dragon Pool be opened for the Dragon Clan's descendants to head inside and cultivate. Since he couldn't connect with the Dragon Pool, it meant that the Dragon Clan was no longer inside the no-return pass. There were Black Ink clouds all over the void, so Yang Kai used them to conceal his figure and aura as he closed in on his target. It would be difficult for the Black Ink clan troops coming to and fro outside to detect his existence. Looking in the direction of the no-return pass, Yang Kai couldn't see clearly because of the vast distance and numerous Black Ink clouds impeding his vision. However, the situation was just as Lin Qi had said. The outside of the no-return pass was surrounded by Black Ink strength, and there were numerous dead universe worlds moved here by the Black Ink clan. Above those universe worlds were dozens to hundreds of Black Ink nests, all densely packed in. There were new Black Ink clans constantly emerging from these Black Ink nests and heading towards the no-return pass. Outside the Black Ink nests were many Black Ink clansmen transporting resources to them. The Black Ink clan was spawning new soldiers in massive quantities, and Yang Kai had discovered many universe worlds along their way here that were completely mined out. Previously, there were still many unmined universe worlds floating in this stretch of the void, but they were now scarce because everywhere the Black Ink clan army passed, they would exploit every resource they came across. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai raised his finger and gently wiped his left eye. Open! A golden cross appeared, and Yang Kai's gaze passed through the dense Black Ink strength and saw beyond them. The next moment, he narrowed his eyes. Right behind the blockade of the Black Ink strength, he saw many great passes, at least 70 to 80 of them. The humans had 106 great passes, corresponding to the 106 cave heavens and paradises other than the Dragon Altar and Phoenix Nest, which were special and unique. During the Crusade, all of these great passes gathered outside the primordial heaven's source, grand restriction in the most powerful human army to have been assembled since the late ancient era. However, even this army couldn't defeat their enemy in the war outside the primordial heaven's source, grand restriction. While retreating, a few great passes sacrificed themselves to divert the enemy's attention, allowing the others to escape. Without exception, those great passes were destroyed far from here. In the end, less than 80 great passes had reached the no-return pass. Now, though, every great pass was destroyed beyond recognition, while some were so broken that the only fragmented ruins remained. Although Yang Kai hadn't participated in that war, he could imagine what kind of earth-shattering battle the no-return pass had experienced just by looking at these broken great passes. In such a battle, numerous old ancestors and royal lords had certainly died. Now, those destroyed great passes were placed outside of the no-return pass and had become platforms where the Black Ink clan placed their black ink nests. Every one of the great passes had towering black ink nests planted atop it. Looking further inside, Yang Kai noticed that the no-return pass looked far different from before. There were traces of battle everywhere, and the immortal parasol tree was gone. It was impossible to tell whether the immortal parasol tree was destroyed, or the Phoenix clan had simply moved it. However, the latter was more likely, as it was the very foundation of the Phoenix clan. If the immortal parasol tree was destroyed, the Phoenix clan would be facing extinction, so no matter what, the Phoenix clan would not allow such a thing to pass. Behind the no-return pass was a massive territory gate which led to the 3,000 worlds. When Yang Kai visited this place the last time, he didn't pay much attention to this territory gate, but even a brief glance was enough to know there were numerous powerful restrictions placed around it, making it difficult to open. But now, this territory gate looked like it had been torn open by an incredible force and transformed into what looked like a giant black hole in the void. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel space principles pulsing from this black hole. This was the portal through which the Black Ink clan could invade the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai felt his heart tighten, but he couldn't see through the hole and investigate the situation at the 3,000 worlds. They would need to kill their way past this place in order to do that. It had only been a bit more than 500 years since the war outside the primordial heaven's source, grand restriction, where the humans were defeated and forced to retreat to the no-return pass. Following that, another huge battle between the humans and the Black Ink clans must have occurred at the no-return pass before the humans were defeated and retreated again. Strictly speaking, it hadn't been long since the Black Ink clan began their attack on the 3,000 worlds. Perhaps their attacks might have started about 200 years ago, or even less. In such a short time, the Black Ink clan might not have advanced too much, so the humans might still be able to fight back. However, there was no use in thinking about such meaningless matters because the most important thing now was to lead Huang Xiong and the others to break through the Black Ink clan's blockade. Also, Yang Kai wanted to gather all the remaining survivors from the Black Ink battlefield. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Originally, he was stealthily observing the no-return pass while carefully hiding from the Black Ink clan, but now his gaze suddenly turned aggressive. The next moment, a strong divine sense suddenly came probing from the no-return pass. It was a royal lord's divine sense. There were bound to be royal lords guarding the no-return pass, but no one knew exactly how many there were. Yang Kai's goal right now was to figure that out, even exposing his position to do so. Using his eye-secret technique to aggressively probe the situation at the no-return pass was also a type of provocation. If it was any other 8th Order master who dared to do such a reckless thing, they would simply be courting death. However, Yang Kai was not worried. Back when he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master, he had successfully escaped from the sheep-headed royal lord. Now that he had reached the 8th Order, he had the capital to even fight a royal lord, so it wasn't a big deal to him if a royal lord really came to find him. Since he had attracted the royal lord's attention, Yang Kai no longer bothered hiding himself and charged out of the Black Ink cloud before heading in the direction of the no-return pass. The royal lord seemed to have noticed this, and the aura surged from his divine sense, clearly showing that he was enraged. If the distance between them hadn't been so great, the royal lord would have used his divine sense to directly teach Yang Kai a lesson. But across such a vast distance, while the royal lord could sense Yang Kai's rough position, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, the royal lord directly withdrew his divine sense. On the other hand, Yang Kai was vigorously moving forward and continuously increasing his aura, soon reaching a peak. Then, everywhere he passed, space shook, creating a massive disturbance that could be felt from extremely far away. If he wanted to gather the other remnant soldiers, he would have to cause a commotion. Other than doing this, he didn't have any means to contact the others. Following the flaring of his aura, Yang Kai almost entirely turned into a bright shooting star that was openly charging towards the no-return pass. From afar, a large black ink cloud around the no-return pass churned as a troop of black ink clansmen appeared with 2 innate territory lords leading them. An 8th order human wasn't an easy foe to deal with, which was why the black ink clan decided to deploy 2 territory lords. In addition, there were thousands of black ink clansmen, including quite a few feudal lords. Such a lineup was enough to deal with any known 8th order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai's actions angered the 2 territory lords, but also confused them. They naturally knew that there were humans still lurking on the Black Ink battlefield, but after being hunted down by the Black Ink clan for so many years, all of them acted stealthily, afraid of being discovered. None of the Black Ink clansmen here had expected that there would be such a crazy human. The strange situation caused the 2 territory lords to act cautiously, carefully checking their surroundings in case other humans were hiding nearby. These 2 continued to observe while instructing the thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers under them to attack the enemy. A moment later, sounds of battle echoed through the void. Sweeping out with his spear, Yang Kai killed a large number of Black Ink clan soldiers. Even the feudal lords were slaughtered like helpless chickens by him. The fight had only been going for a moment, but nearly 1,000 Black Ink clansmen had been killed. After making sure that there wasn't an ambush nearby, the 2 territory lords couldn't hold back their anger anymore and attacked Yang Kai from both sides. In an instant, Yang Kai was overwhelmed and was soon beaten to the point of spitting out blood. His aura had also dimmed greatly. Seemingly not wanting to continue fighting, he found a chance to escape the Black Ink clan's siege and flew away from the battlefield. The 2 territory lords naturally wouldn't give up that easily, so they led their subordinates to chase after Yang Kai. But how could they have caught up with a master of the Tao of space? Less than an hour later, they had completely lost track of Yang Kai and had to return unhappily. After they reported everything to the royal lord, the latter frowned slightly. The Black Ink clan knew there were remnant human soldiers around and had even killed off many of them throughout these few years, so they were certain that there weren't many 8th order masters left. The territory lords and 8th order masters were the backbone of the 2 races' armies. After all, though 9th order open heaven realm masters and royal lords were far stronger, there weren't many of them. Thus, the 8th order open heaven realm masters and territory lords were the real mainstays of their respective forces. That was why the Black Ink clan would go all out to kill an 8th order open heaven realm master whenever they appeared alone in order to weaken the humans' overall strength. It was difficult for the humans to produce new 8th order masters, so the more the Black Ink clan killed, the weaker the human race would be. Therefore, besides the 8th order open heaven realm masters that had retreated to the 3,000 worlds with the main human army, there weren't many 8th order masters scattered around the Black Ink battlefield as most had already been killed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5445, Hidden Guidance. Based on the information that the Black Ink clan had, there were at most 5 8th order open heaven realm masters remaining among the human survivors, so the appearance of a never-before-seen 8th order master came as a bewildering situation to the royal lord. However, he was in charge of overseeing the no-return pass, and could not leave easily. Since his subordinate territory lords were unable to catch this human, he had no choice but to set the matter aside. After suffering such a loss, he believed that this 8th order human surely would not recklessly appear again. But he was wrong. The very next day, the same 8th order master came over again, charging in boldly towards the no-return pass with great momentum, and an aura which seemed to indicate he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. From afar, this human acted extremely provocative with his divine sense, and also hunted down a good number of Black Ink clan teams who were bringing back resources from the outside, robbing them of all their goods. The royal lord was furious and reprimanded the 2 territory lords who were chasing him that day severely. According to their report, the 8th Order human was severely injured after their beating and would not be able to show his face again in a short time. Yet, just one day later he showed up again. If not for the trust he had in his subordinates, the royal lord would have seriously wondered if these 2 had been lying to him. The 2 territory lords also could not keep their heads up after being chastised by the royal lord. At once, they vowed to bring their armies to take the head of this 8th Order master. So, once all their troops were gathered, together with 3 more territory lords, they left the no-return pass, splitting up so they could encircle him. The 8th Order human was seemingly unaware of their plans as he fought his way forward and engaged one of their groups for a time before the other suddenly swarmed him from the opposite side. Flustered, the human hurriedly fled. Even as he fled, many Black Ink clansmen were cut down, but the 8th Order human also took numerous hits and coughed up blood incessantly. His condition could only be described as miserable. However, the united efforts of 5 powerful innate territory lords still lost him during the chase. This human looked half dead, but he was still ridiculously quick. It was not known what sort of extraordinary secret technique he cultivated, but as soon as he noticed that something was wrong, a blood mist would explode from his body and he would then disappear without a trace. The 5 territory lords returned to the no-return pass in disgrace, which naturally made the royal lord very unhappy. Still, the matter was already in the past, so what could they do now? Everyone thought that the injuries of that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were so severe that he must not be far from death. He surely had to find a place to recuperate, and would not stir up any trouble again. And yet, that was exactly what he did. Just one day later, this human showed up again, mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger, picking fights outside of the no-return pass and continuing to hunt down the Black Ink clansmen bringing back recently mined resources. All the territory lords were flabbergasted, and even the royal lord himself had a vague feeling that something was not right. After sustaining such heavy injuries, an 8th Order master couldn't recover back to peak condition in such a short amount of time. This could mean that his injuries were feigned, or the 8th Order human who came to pick a fight the other day was not the same person at all. There was no way for his injuries to be fake though. No matter how strong an 8th Order human was, they would not be able to emerge from an ambush of 5 territory lords unscathed. That meant that there was a high possibility that it was a different person. There were rumors of twins appearing on the human side, or human masters who practiced some profound illusion techniques to disguise themselves as other people. But what was the point of doing that? The Black Ink clan couldn't understand. However, the provocation of this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was hard to ignore, so each time, troops were deployed to surround him. But each time, they returned empty-handed. The Black Ink clan started by mobilizing 2 territory lords, but that number continued to increase until a full 10 were sent out, even setting up a hidden ambush outside of the no-return pass. Despite taking such drastic measures, they were still unable to take down this annoying human. On one occasion, the royal lord was even prepared to set out himself, but as if the 8th Order master could sense this, he quickly escaped, leaving the Black Ink clan feeling frustrated as if they had thrown out a heavy punch only to hit the clouds. In just one short month, the 8th Order master with the same appearance made several dozen raids on the no-return pass, wiping out hundreds of Black Ink clan mining teams. If they included the casualties incurred when they tried to encircle him, then as many as 50,000 Black Ink clansmen had died at his hands in just 1 month, among which there was no lack of feudal lords. The territory lords, on the other hand, were unscathed. However, the loss that they incurred from just one human did no favors to their pride. All of them hated this 8th Order human to the marrow of their bones, and any time he dared to show his face, he was chased down by numerous territory lords and given a good beating. The results of his plan thus far were just as expected. Yang Kai had no idea whether or not this would be effective, but the decisive factor to gain results was effort. There were surely some remnant human soldiers observing the situation here, perhaps even hiding nearby, waiting for their chance to move. However, with such a strong force in their way, it was simply impossible for these scattered human soldiers to break through the blockade of the Black Ink clan and return to the 3,000 worlds. With nobody to rally and lead them, they would die here sooner or later. Yang Kai left some subtle hints each time he clashed with the Black Ink clan, but he had no idea whether the humans in hiding would pick up on them. All he could do was hope they were smart enough. Yang Kai could not be too obvious under the eyes of the Black Ink clan. It would be truly foolish of him if he were to treat them as idiots. So, from the start, he didn't dare to reveal his true strength, only using the power of an ordinary 8th Order Master to deal with the Black Ink clan's encirclements before escaping at the last moment using space principles. As for the Black Ink clan's suspicions that he had cultivated some sort of miraculous escape technique that made him burst into a cloud of blood mist, that was merely a show to cloud their eyes. Yang Kai also didn't dare to kill any of the territory lords because, if he were to expose such strength, the royal lord would not be able to sit still and would have to personally come out to eliminate him. He worked hard to keep the situation manageable. It was hard for Yang Kai to maintain this cycle as the injuries he sustained were not fake. It was true, after all, that he was being encircled by many innate territory lords at once. However, his restorative powers were so great that as long as his injuries were not critical, he would be able to recover rapidly, giving rise to the suspicion the Black Ink clan had of him having a twin. Outside of the no-return pass, 2 figures were lurking on a small shattered asteroid. Both of them were only in the 7th Order, but even though they both cultivated profound secret techniques that concealed their auras, they did not dare to approach the no-return pass too closely, lest they reveal themselves. They had been hiding here for 3 days now after having recently changed their hiding spot several times in recent days. This was because the Black Ink clan had now put up their guard and also increased the strictness of their patrols outside of the no-return pass due to the recent disturbance from their repeat uninvited guest. The 2 7th Order humans had nearly been exposed on several occasions, but the absence of a master among the patrolling Black Ink clansmen allowed them to slip away each time. At this moment, they were watching the 8th Order Division commander being chased by the Black Ink clan towards the depths of the void, soon disappearing from sight. It was a scene that they had seen many times before, as it was a performance that was put on almost every day. After the no-return pass regained its peace, the 2 would quietly communicate with each other through their divine senses. "Did you get a good look at which division commander that was?" the slightly older one of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked. The younger one shook his head. "It was too far, I couldn't see." "What about Brother Zhou?" The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Zhou sighed. "Me either." They were in a rather remote location, but with their mere 7th Order strength, they did not dare to spy on them too openly, so it was naturally difficult for them to get a complete picture of the situation. What's more, even if they could see the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's face, they might not be able to recognize him. There were many division commanders among the Great Passes, and they rarely interacted with any of them, so how could they recognize all of them? After a moment's silence, the 7th Order Master surnamed Zhou muttered, "There's something strange about that division commander's actions." The younger one nodded. "Indeed. His actions were so risky that the slightest mistake could mean death. Many times they thought that this division commander was going to meet an unfortunate end. After all, the territory lords who chased him out from the no-return pass were quite numerous. However, he would always escape and make an appearance the very next day. His actions seemed meaningless and also quite dangerous, which was a fact that they found quite strange. Even stranger than that, this 8th Order Division commander always brandished his power recklessly, making it all but impossible to not notice him even from afar. Even across such a great distance, these 2 would always sense this 8th Order Division commander the moment he appeared. If something seemed unusual, there must be some reason behind it. No 8th Order Division commander was a fool, so there had to be a reason for his strange actions. The 7th Order Master surnamed Zhou suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, Brother Gu, is the division commander trying to tell us something? The Seventh Order Master surnamed Gu also had the same suspicion for a time now and nodded. Does Brother Zhou think so too? The one surnamed Zhou said. If he's trying to tell us something, the only logical conclusion is he is trying to gather us somewhere. He surely knows that there are other survivors like us monitoring the no-return pass, which is why he is taking the risk to show up here so that they could lead us to a gathering place. The one surnamed Gu was roused by his words. Then, which direction does Brother Zhou think that division commander is trying to point towards? The one surnamed Zhou narrowed his eyes as he replied. I don't know if you noticed, but that division commander will most frequently escape in a certain direction each time he gets chased by the territory lords. Many times he also moves in that same direction for unusually long periods of time. Certain things felt foggy if not mentioned, but once brought up, then it became simple and clear. The two of them exchanged glances, then they turned their heads in unison to a certain direction. That was exactly the place where Yang Kai's actions were pointing towards. Both their spirits were lifted. After a brief exchange, they quietly snuck out of their hiding place and flew in that direction. On a certain day half a month later, after escaping from the territory lords chasing him, Yang Kai landed on a certain asteroid, taking a break to recover. A short while later, he took out a space beacon that served as a link between him and Huang Xiong. He would basically take the space beacon out and communicate with Huang Xiong for a while whenever he was free to confirm the situation on the other side. During these days, the purifying Black Ink battleship had been peaceful without any unusual occurrences. Some Black Ink clan teams were searching the area, but the purifying Black Ink battleship was so well hidden that these Black Ink clan soldiers were unable to find anything. However, just after taking the space beacon out today, he could feel space principles fluctuating. Clearly, Huang Xiong had been trying to get in contact with him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5446, Father has come to help. Yang Kai raised his brow as the next moment, a jade slip appeared before him from the void. He reached out to grab it, and immersed his divine sense into it, then he breathed a long sigh of relief. His efforts during this period were finally showing results. The remnant soldiers lurking outside of the no-return pass were fortunately perceptive enough. On this very day, the first of the remnant soldiers found Huang Xiong and safely converged at the meeting point. Considering how much time had passed, it was clear that there were some smart ones among the human survivors. They had likely noticed the hidden signs he was giving them after appearing only a few times outside of the no-return pass. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to find Huang Xiong and the others so quickly. These remnant soldiers were few in number, only several dozen or so. Enough only to form a few squads. However, this was a good start. If there was one group of them, then there had to be a second, and a third. However, Yang Kai felt that he was running out of time. He had been doing this every day for more than a month, so if he continued to do so, his true intentions would probably be exposed. The Black Ink clan were not complete fools after all. If they were able to see through his goal and where he was pointing towards, then things would not end well. However, there was a bright spot in all of this. There was only a single royal lord standing guard at the no-return pass. Yang Kai had been worried that there would be too many royal lords at the no-return pass. But now, it seemed like he had been overly concerned. Whether it be the battle outside of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction or the battle outside of the no-return pass, both the humans and the Black Ink clan must have suffered heavy casualties. Royal lords and Ninth Order old ancestors, too, were certain to have fallen. Yang Kai did not know the overall situation of the human race, but he could be sure that the strongest masters had been whittled down in numbers, with the Black Ink clan not being better off. In other words, for both races, whether it be royal lords or Ninth Order old ancestors, their numbers won't be high. There should be several dozen of each in the best-case scenario. The Black Ink clan had already breached the no-return pass and invaded the 3,000 worlds, so the humans were bound to put their lives on the line to stop them. With the Ninth Order old ancestors there to suppress them, the royal lords would not be able to leave as they please. Under such circumstances, how could there be several royal lords standing guard at the no-return pass? The fact that they left a single royal lord here was probably only because they knew the importance of the no-return pass. This was the only known entrance to the 3,000 worlds from the Black Ink battlefield. As far as the Black Ink clan were concerned, they couldn't afford to lose this place now that they had taken it. After all, they had to pass through here sooner or later to return to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to help Enmo break free from its prison. This was good news for Yang Kai. If there was only one royal lord, then he would not have too many constraints. Not to mention that he had previously collected the body of Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor, which he could use to face such an enemy. Even without it, he still had the capital to compete with a royal lord for a time on his own. In the days that followed, Yang Kai would charge the no-return pass and provoke the enemy every now and then, pointing the way subtly each time. Even though he had no idea how many of the human race soldiers left behind would understand the message, he had to keep trying. The Black Ink clan at the no-return pass grew more and more irritable. The repeated raids made them hate this 8th Open Master greatly. Worse yet, every time they thought that they had cornered him, the 8th Open Human would suddenly use his strange escape technique and disappear without a trace, which would unfailingly result in them, the territory lords, being chastised by the royal lord who berated them for their incompetence. The more they were scolded, the more their hatred for Yang Kai grew. On a certain day, Yang Kai was again picking fights outside of the no-return pass, drawing a dozen territory lords over with their troops to attack him. He swept back and forth, weaving in and out of the Black Ink clan army but avoiding the territory lords, only picking on the soft persimmons, felling countless Black Ink clansmen with his Azure Dragon spear. All of a sudden, he felt a shocking murderous intent explode from within a certain Black Ink cloud. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai saw a familiar imposing figure emerge from it, his fiery red hair billowing behind him as he held up a huge saber with both hands. Peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm might burst out as that saber slashed down at a nearby territory lord. Die! At the same time, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master howled, the large blade in his hand burst into flames, causing space itself to warp from the intense heat. The territory lord who was caught by the saber light was shocked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected to be ambushed here. However, it wasn't that the Black Ink clan hadn't been careful, just that Yang Kai had been fighting alone for such a long time without any help, so how could they anticipate being ambushed here today? They were not the only ones who did not expect this situation though, as even Yang Kai did not anticipate this happening. The sudden slash was the crystallization of the lifelong cultivation of a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. What's more, this attack had clearly been channeled and prepared for a long time, so when it struck, even a powerful innate territory lord was cut in half. Black blood spilled out and evaporated in the blazing heat left from the saber strike. This blow had exceeded the 8th Order in terms of pure force, but it clearly caused an overdraft of the master who used it, so after cutting down that territory lord, he froze in place, unable to move. After the other territory lords recovered from their shock, how could they hold back? They all attacked this unmoving target with their secret techniques. Seeing that his situation was about to become dangerous, Yang Kai swiftly retreated and put one hand on this unexpected ally's shoulder, pulling him behind him as numerous Tao strengths condensed onto his spear before he thrust it out. The violent energy shook the void and blood trickled out from the corner of Yang Kai's mouth and his body got struck. Behind him, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master shouted, "Yang boy, I came to help you. Let's kill these bastards. Kill one to break even, kill two to gain a profit." Yang Kai choked down the fresh blood in his mouth and said through ground teeth, "In that case, I really should thank you." Making use of the force of the territory lord's combined blow, Yang Kai retreated quickly while suffering from a great deal of discomfort. Fortunately, the sudden loss of one territory lord had frightened the other territory lords, so they did not dare to chase after them right away for fear that there might be other ambushers nearby, just waiting for an opening to strike. While the enemy was distracted, Yang Kai hurriedly left. Before he got far, another figure came out of hiding and shouted at Yang Kai from a distance, "Brother Yang, take me with you! I don't want to be left behind here. Yang Kai turned back his head, feeling so aggrieved that he was about to cough up blood again. However, he had no choice but to dart over to that side and bring along the figure that suddenly appeared. However, this delay allowed the territory lords to compose themselves and chase after them. Yang Kai desperately pushed his world force as he fled. If he was alone, then he could easily shake off his pursuers under this situation, but now, he had to bring along an Eighth-Order Master who was practically a lamp running out of oil and could do nothing but cackle with a smug look on his face, as if killing a single innate territory lord made him invincible, and another Seventh-Order Master, too. How could Yang Kai escape quickly under such circumstances? The territory lords behind them were gaining on them, constantly blasting secret techniques out in their direction, causing Yang Kai to stagger. He threw his hand back and pulled the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master onto his back. The Eighth Order Master was shocked and gasped. Yang boy! I'll die like this! With him on Yang Kai's back, the first one to get hit by the attacks coming from behind would be him. Yang Kai naturally acted as if he didn't hear him. Behind them, as another round of the territory lords' attacks were about to reach them, space principles undulated and the trio disappeared. After several uses of instantaneous movement, Yang Kai finally escaped his pursuers, but he did not dare to stop. He continued moving forward, and it wasn't until half a day passed that he found a place to hide. After putting the two deadweights down, Yang Kai fell to the floor and sighed. It had been quite the thrilling trip. The Eighth Order Master also wanted to relax on the floor, but as soon as he touched the ground, he jumped up again. Touching his back, he found it covered in blood and hurting like hell. He suspected that Yang Kai put him on his back on purpose so he could use him as a shield. On the other hand, the Seventh Order Master bowed to Yang Kai. Many thanks, Brother Yang, for this life-saving grace. Yang Kai looked at him, then at the Eighth Order Master, getting furious at once and scolding. Brother Gong, your master doesn't have a brain, but are you also lacking one? Why did you jump out like that? Were you trying to save me or harm me? The Seventh Order Master's was none other than Gong Lian, whom Yang Kai knew well as he was the legacy disciple of the Great Evolution Army's Southern Army commander, Ouyang Lai. Gong Lian was a man of great aptitude and intelligence. His only fault was his lazy nature. When Yang Kai was in the Great Evolution Army, he had the chance to interact with Gong Lian on several occasions, but every time he saw him, this guy always had a sleepy look on his face. Even in the main conference hall, during important meetings that would decide the fate of the war, Gong Liang could still sleep while leaning against a pillar. This time was different, however, as Gong Liang was wide awake, seemingly still in shock from his life being put on the line. After being reprimanded by Yang Kai, Gong Liang only smiled awkwardly, too embarrassed to say anything. Next to him, Ouyang Lai naturally wasn't happy and glared at Yang Kai. Smelly brat, how can you talk like that? What do you mean this old master doesn't have a brain? Look! He patted his own head. Can't you see this old master's big head? Yang Kai looked at him and could not help but think of Xiang Shan and Mi Jingluan. The two big heads had heads filled with strategies, whereas Ouyang Lai's hand was probably filled with water. Yang Kai sighed a long sigh. One should not compare people lest they anger themselves to death. Ouyang Lai was indignant for a while, but then he was suddenly smiling again. Brat, when did you advance to the Eighth Order? Your cultivation speed is really a sight to behold. Then, he turned to Gong Lian. Damn disciple, why don't you learn from him? Yang Kai didn't even advance to the Seventh Order as early as you, but now he's already in the Eighth Order. What about you? Gong Lian pursed his lips and kept silent, acting like he heard nothing. Ouyang Lai tossed the matter to the back of his mind after scolding him. He then turned back to Yang Kai. If this old master hadn't seen it with his own eyes, then it's simply hard to believe what happened. Back then, this old master even worried about you when you were chased out of the battlefield by that royal lord. I wondered whether or not you'd be able to survive, and there had been no news all this while. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was worried sick about you. Many people had seen Yang Kai being chased by the royal lord outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. However, the old ancestors were completely powerless to help. A few Eighth Order masters tried to offer assistance, but Yang Kai and the sheep-headed royal lord were both too fast, so they were only able to chase them for a while before losing track of them, forcing them to return to the battlefield and continue their fight against the Black Ink clan. Everyone who saw that scene thought that Yang Kai's fate was surely going to be bad. After all, he was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master being chased by a royal lord. So what if he was proficient in the Tao of space? The gap in strength was so great that it was simply impossible for Yang Kai to escape. However, when Yang Lai saw Yang Kai again today, not only was the latter alive and well, but he even advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Lai was stunned, to say the least. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-47 Gather. Yang Lai had also been there to witness Yang Kai being chased by the royal lord. He also wanted to help Yang Kai, but he was outnumbered 2-1 back then. Being targeted by 2 innate territory lords by force, he was unable to extricate himself, and could only watch as Yang Kai was chased. It had been 500 years since that event, but rather than dying like everyone expected, Yang Kai had actually advanced from the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm to the Eighth Order. Yang Lai could also sense from his perception that Yang Kai's heritage as an Eighth Order master was both rich and sturdy, completely unlike someone who had just broken through. This filled him with many doubts. He had no idea how Yang Kai was able to shake the royal lord off, and what sort of opportunities he encountered. Yang Kai originally had a stomach full of grievances. This was the final time he had planned to show up to guide the remnant human soldiers. He never expected to see Yang Lai and his disciple halfway through, and for them to make such a mess of the situation. If his current strength had not grown far beyond what it was the last time they had met, they might all have fallen into a disastrous state now. However, after hearing Yang Lai's words, Yang Kai really couldn't find it in him to be annoyed at him. Yang Lai had used all of his strength to kill that innate territory lord with one strike. In other words, that one blow had completely drained him, leaving him completely defenseless. Even a feudal lord could have killed him at that point. It was a sneak attack to begin with, and Yang Lai had brought out all his strength in a single secret technique. Only then was he able to cut down that innate territory lord on the spot. Otherwise, how could an innate territory lord die so easily? Even though what he did was rash, Yang Lai had only done so because of the confidence he had in Yang Kai. He believed that Yang Kai could get him out of there, otherwise he would not have put himself in harm's way so easily even if he was a musclehead. Unfortunately, his actions burdened Yang Kai, who was forced to clean up after him and bring the master and disciple pair along to escape. "Why is Senior Yang here?" Yang Kai asked while tossing Yang Lai a bottle of spirit pills. Huang Xiong and the others had run out of supplies after so many years of fierce battling, so Yang Lai was likely in the same condition. As expected, Yang Lai's eyes lit up at the sight of the healing pills. He took them, gulped them all down, then shut his eyes to adjust his breathing, but not before signaling to Gong Lian with his eyes, telling him to explain the situation to Yang Kai. Naturally, Gong Lian obeyed. "We have been hunting around the outer periphery of the no-return pass all these years. Only, we normally stay a bit further away since we dare not venture too close. Some days ago, we received a report from one of our squads about there being movements of masters fighting at the no-return pass, but by the time they arrived, they were unable to find anything. After that, another few squads vaguely felt movements over the following days, so Honored Master led me over to see what was going on. It was quite coincidental since this was Yang Lai and his disciples' first time coming over here to check on the situation, and the reason he had to bring Gong Lian was so that he could make use of Gong Lian's unique ability. Many years ago, when they were investigating the situation of the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass, Yang Lai brought Gong Lian with him as he was able to spy on others without alerting as his perception was somehow untraceable. Naturally, it would not be different this time. The two of them had only just hidden themselves for a short while before Yang Kai appeared, picking fights recklessly outside of the no-return pass. Even more coincidentally, Yang Kai actually passed by where they were hiding while being chased by those territory lords. How could Yang Lai resist such a golden opportunity? Moreover, with the territory lords being so close, Yanlai wasn't sure that they wouldn't be discovered. Since the possibility of being found was high, he naturally decided to seize the initiative. It was at the instant when Yang Kai passed by the black ink cloud that the hiding Yanlai burst forth and cut down an innate territory lord. The actions of the master and disciple were as much a matter of necessity as they were a matter of coincidence and circumstance. After hearing Gong Lian's account, Yang Kai realized that he had mistakenly blamed Yanlai for acting recklessly, saying that this old fart should not be acting so brainlessly, lest he hurt the people around him and himself. Brother Gong, how is it that you're still here and have not returned to the 3,000 worlds? As far as I know, the vast majority of the human army managed to withdraw to the 3,000 worlds other than a few remnants from the great passes that acted as a rear guard to delay the Black Ink clan. Could it be that Great Evolution Pass was also? Yang Kai's heart jumped in worry. Huang Xiong and the others were roaming around the Black Ink battlefield because Azure Void Pass had fallen in battle. Stuck behind enemy lines, and with no way back, they instead chose to attempt to retrieve the bodies of the old ancestor and Azure Void Pass core. If Great Evolution was also broken through, then that would mean that old ancestor Xiao Xiao had perished. Yang Kai's feelings grew heavy. As if knowing his worries, Gong Lian hurried to explain. It's not as Brother Yang thinks. What remained of the Great Evolution army after that war basically managed to return to the 3,000 worlds, but as for us, well, it's an interesting story. Saying so, he glanced at Yanlai, finding it difficult to speak. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that it was Yanlai who messed something up. As expected, Yanlai opened his eyes and said, "There's nothing much to be said about it. When the human race army lost the battle outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the old ancestors gave the order for us to retreat to the no-return pass to regroup with the Dragon and Phoenix clans so we could make a stand against the Black Ink clan. Many battles were fought and both sides incurred heavy casualties. This old master led the troops across the battlefield, but our ranks were unfortunately splintered by the Black Ink clan army and were unable to reach the no-return pass in time. We had no choice but to take in the other survivors and become drifters after that. In the heat of the battle, Yanlai probably couldn't be bothered to care about something like a fleet formation either. He led his army forward boldly, but that also allowed the Black Ink clan to cut them off. Yang Kai was relieved after finding out what happened. The fall of the no-return pass was something that happened only about 200 years ago, and Yanlai was seemingly able to gather some helping hands in this period. Only, just like with Huang Xiong, they were all remnant soldiers. The numbers Yanlai managed to gather up were actually higher than Huang Xiong's side. Over the years, he was able to assemble a considerable force, almost 3,000. There were even 2 8th Order Open Heaven Masters in their group. Besides Yanlai, there was another called Fei Yuanlong, but he did not come with them this time. They did not dare to provoke the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass. After all, a royal lord was overseeing the situation, so the only thing they could do was roam around outside, but they were still relatively successful, killing a considerable number of Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai picked many fights outside of the no-return pass over the past 1.5 months, subtly guiding the remnant human soldiers. If Gong Lian could have observed it a few more times, then he would surely be able to catch the hint with his wits. Then, he only had to follow the directions to find Huang Xiong and the others. Only his whereabouts were exposed the very first time he came to investigate with Yanlai, so where would he find the time to ponder Yang Kai's actions? "Brother Yang, have you also been drifting about these years?" Gong Lian asked out of curiosity. Yang Kai sighed. "It's a long story." After that, he gave them a brief account of what he told Huang Xiong, causing Gong Lian's eyes to flash. He had heard about the legendary temporal rivers before, but even his honored master Yanlai has never come across one before, so how could he have? Honestly, Gong Lian thought it was just an old folktale, never actually expecting them to really exist. Such a good thing caused Gong Lian to wonder if he would also have a chance to cultivate in those temporal rivers, and how fast it would allow him to increase his cultivation. However, on second thought, The time spent inside of the temporal rivers was real, only passing by faster than in the outside world. That was the reason why it was called the cultivation shortcut for those in the open heaven realm. At the end of it all, even with a temporal river, one's effort was still required for results. Thinking of all the work that would take, Gong Lian immediately lost interest. On the other hand, Ouyang Lai gave great importance to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, and asked many questions about it. Naturally, Yang Kai answered all his questions one by one. When he heard that Yang Kai had marked out a path back to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon so he could still find it in the future, Ouyang Lai did not reserve any compliments on his meticulousness. After finding out that there were other remnant soldiers with Huang Xiong from Azure Void Pass, Ouyang Lai could no longer sit still. He was unwilling to live out the rest of his life running and hiding as he had for these past 200 years. But he had no other choice, and his own circumstances made him feel very bitter. If he wasn't so vexed at his situation, he might not have cut down that territory lord so decisively when the chance presented itself. Now, there was a possibility of breaking through the no-return pass and returning to the 3,000 worlds to rejoin the human army. How could Ouyang Lai stand to delay? But even though his injuries were not serious, that attack earlier drained all of his world force, and he was barely able to recover some of it even after recuperating for a few days. Even so, he immediately led Yang Kai towards the base where he and his group were hiding. After gathering everyone, they set out to converge with the remnant soldiers from Azure Void Pass. In an instant, the strength of the remnant army surged. The army that originally had less than 1,000 troops swelled to more than 4,000. The only complaint would be the small number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they had. Currently, they only had 4, including Yang Kai, which for 4,000 soldiers really wasn't much. They were in no hurry to act though. After all, there were far too many variables if they were to launch an attack on the no-return pass. They could not act with confidence unless they did some proper planning beforehand. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to wait a while longer. Perhaps some other survivors caught on to his clues and would be coming to join them soon. While the remnant army plotted their course, the Black Ink clan of the No-Return Pass finally found some long-awaited peace and quiet. That 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master finally stopped showing up. Even though another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showed up the last time and even killed an innate territory lord, causing the Black Ink clan to lose all face, it was still better than being teased like monkeys on a daily basis. Thus, the territory lords rejoiced. However, another thought came to mind. What was there to be happy about? During the days when that 8th Order Master stirred up trouble outside of the No-Return Pass, the total number of Black Ink clansmen who died at his hands was approaching the 100,000 mark. Just the fallen feudal lords alone numbered over 1,000. Even though they would beat him till he spat blood every time and made him look utterly miserable, nobody had any idea how hurt he truly was. The result was so frustrating that the territory lords all vowed to themselves that if they ever saw that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the battlefield again, they would surely take good care of him. The Black Ink clan did not give up on their search either. Large numbers of search parties were sent out to try to locate that 8th Order human, but they all came back empty-handed. Even if there were any who discovered him, they simply never returned to give a report. At the hiding place of the human remnant army, over the following month a continuous stream of human soldiers gathered after understanding Yang Kai's hints. The remnant army now numbered around 5,000, but they still only had 4 8th Order Masters among them. A single purifying Black Ink battleship could not fit so many soldiers. At the very most, a purifying Black Ink battleship could only hold a maximum of 1,500 soldiers. However, they were unable to find a second purifying Black Ink battleship as the war with the Black Ink clan had been extremely intense, to the point that even great passes were destroyed. Most of the purifying Black Ink battleships were blasted to dust, so it was really a miracle to find a purifying Black Ink battleship that was only half ruined in the ruins of Azure Void Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-48, Breaking Through. Yang Kai had been dizzy with work during these days. Since they had to attack the No-Return Pass, they naturally had to be prepared. Warships needed to be repaired, and all sorts of spirit pills had to be refined. As the saying went, before the troops move, fodder and provisions must be prepared. Yan Kai had exceptional attainments in alchemy, artifact refining, and the array Dao, so out of all the people present, he naturally became the busiest. Preparations took 2 years to complete, and in these 2 years, Yan Kai had been so busy that he practically never stopped in one place for even a moment. Even though his cultivation was now in the 8th order open heaven realm, he still turned haggard from overwork. Most of his energy was expended on repairing warships. All the remaining ships of the human squads were on the verge of falling apart. Their charge into the no-return pass was going to be extremely dangerous, so without the protection of warships, the casualties among the remnant soldiers would be atrocious at best. So, during these 2 years, every warship was carefully repaired so that it could provide the maximum amount of protection during the life-or-death battle to come. Finally, all the preparations were in place. The 5,000-strong remnant army had been reorganized into 4 extra-large divisions, with the 4 8th-order masters becoming the commanders of each division. In addition, they spent a lot of time planning for the various scenarios they would face once the attack began, trying to account for every contingency. The remnant army gathered at their hiding spot, equipped and ready to depart. Even though it was quiet, the murderous aura clearly showed each person's determination. After leaving here, they would either break through the no-return pass and return to the 3,000 worlds, or die trying. Among the 4 8th-order masters, Yanlai was the most senior, so he should have been the one to come forward and give a speech to boost the army's morale. But as usual, he ended up thinking that it was too troublesome when it came time to do it, and discarded the long speech he prepared. Grinning menacingly, he simply raised his fist and roared, "All right, boys and girls, let's go and fuck those bastards up!" Gong Lian could not help but facepalm, looking as if he had a headache. The effect was somewhat unexpected, however, as the morale of the remnant army really soared and they all cheered in unison. They had been extremely vexed after being forced to run and hide for so many years, watching their fellow brothers and sisters die along the way. They would rather die fighting, trying to make their way home, than keep hiding like this, living like rats in the mud, never to see the light of day again. The army set out. At the forefront was the purifying black ink battleship where Yang Kai personally assumed command. To his left was Huang Xiong, to his right Fei Yuanlong, and Yanlai brought up the rear. Fei Yuanlong was the last of the 8th-order masters, and also another old veteran 8th-order master who was no less powerful than Yanlai. If they had to compete, then among the 4 8th-order masters, the weakest one would actually be Huang Xiong. After all, he was forced to sacrifice part of his small universe. Even though he had received a profounding spirit fruit from Yang Kai and managed to repair that damage, it would still take many years for him to restore his strength back to its peak. The current Huang Xiong was stronger than a newly advanced 8th-order open heaven realm master, but still far from reaching the strength of a true veteran. The remnant army's hiding place had changed several times over the past 2 years, and now they were a 3-month journey by warship from the no-return pass. The first month was uneventful. However, they began to encounter Black Ink clan squads one after another in the following month. No territory lords were overseeing these patrols, and each of them was quite small in number, so there was no need to mention what happened to them. The further they advanced, though, the more Black Ink clansmen they encountered. These Black Ink clansmen were mostly patrolling around the no-return pass periphery or returning from the outside with freshly mined resources. 1 or 2 teams going missing would not be enough to attract the attention of the Black Ink clan's higher-ups, but as the numbers grew, the unusual situation was naturally detected by the Black Ink clansmen at the no-return pass. After some brief discussion, a few territory lords assembled their armies and set out to investigate the situation. With only 10 days to go before arriving at the no-return pass, the human remnant army encountered their first territory lord. From the purifying Black Ink battleship that he oversaw, Yang Kai was able to detect the territory lord's aura from afar. However, the other party was only able to detect them after approaching to within a few 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai had arranged an illusion array on the purifying Black Ink battleship, so why would he not equip the other warships with them? As long as the enemy didn't get too close, and didn't check too carefully, these arrays were enough to conceal the movements of the remnant army, making it difficult for the Black Ink clan to spot them. When he saw such a large force of humans coming towards him, the territory lord was shocked and ordered his subordinates to block them. At the same time, he turned around, preparing to head back to the no-return pass to report this troubling development. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw a young human standing silently behind him, giving him an icy glare. The territory lord paled as he had no idea how this human managed to get behind him without him even noticing. However, he recognized the other party at a glance. It was the same young human male who had constantly provoked them outside the no-return pass a few years ago. He had crossed blades with this human countless times and even forced him to cough up blood by joining hands with the other territory lords. For 2 years, this human had disappeared, so the territory lord never thought he would see him again on this day, leading such a large human army no less. Having fought with Yamkai before, he more or less understood his strength, so how could this territory lord be careless? He immediately charged at Yamkai as his Black Ink strength surged, condensing into a giant palm that covered the sky as he roared. Scram! He was not in the mood to get tangled up with this fellow right now. An army of humans had appeared just a few days away from the no-return pass. This matter had to be reported as soon as possible. The territory lord was stunned, however, to discover that his opponent remained completely indifferent to his attack. The annoying human simply summoned his spear and unleashed a flurry of thrust at him. After exchanging blows for just 2 breaths, the territory lord was flabbergasted. After not seeing this human for 2 years, his strength had somehow increased to a ridiculous degree. Mysterious powers spread out and intertwined, giving the territory lord the illusion that he was caught in a large net, and each fiber of that net contained heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. While Yamkai fought with the territory lord, the squad warships on both sides of the purifying Black Ink battleship also unleashed a powerful barrage from their artifacts and arrays. In just one volley, they tore apart the Black Ink clan army, and with swift movements, the 4 divisions closed in, ensuring not a single Black Ink clansman was able to escape. Yanlai originally planned to move to assist Yamkai, but before he could even head over, he saw Yamkai's spear sweep across the territory lord's waist from a distance. At once, the other party's abdomen caved in as black blood splashed out violently. Yamkai thrust his spear out again, piercing through the territory lord's chest. With a fierce explosion of power, the latter's insides were thoroughly mangled. Before his death, the territory lord gawked at Yamkai incredulously, seemingly unable to understand how this 8th-grade open heaven realm master had become so overwhelming in just 2 years. Yamkai flicked his spear, causing the territory lord's corpse to burst into a blood mist. Immediately after, he returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship and ordered, "Move out!" The 4 divisions of the remnant army reorganized themselves and continued forward. However, every soldier who saw the battle earlier had their spirits lifted. A powerful innate territory lord had been cut down just like that. They had never seen such a decisive victory before. Even Yanlai and the 2 other 8th Order masters felt their hearts pounding. Yamkai seemed strong to an absurd degree. Huang Xiong and the others were not too familiar with Yamkai, but Yanlai had more contact with him, and knew that Yamkai was able to crush those in the same realm when he was in the 7th Other. Back then, against feudal lords, Yamkai was basically able to kill them with a single blow. Yanlai had thought that even if Yamkai found an opportunity to advance into the 8th Order, he would not be able to retain such an overwhelming advantage like he had in the 7th Order. But with the strength Yamkai had just shown, he was on the path of crushing his peers again. 2 years ago, Yanlai had also killed an innate territory lord with a single slash, but that had been in a sneak attack and had cost him all his world force. After that, he was completely unable to fight, which was very different from Yamkai's case today. It was no wonder why he had the guts to provoke several territory lords at once outside the no-return pass. It turned out that he was strong enough to ignore them. Yamkai had not even reached the peak of the 8th Order yet, so Ouyang Lai was suddenly looking forward to how he would be once he reached that height. Maybe he might really be able to kill an innate territory lord in a single blow without suffering any injuries. Yan Kai was wounded this time when he killed that territory lord, likely because he wanted to end the fight quickly and was willing to suffer a bit in exchange for speed. However, those injuries were all internal, so outsiders were not able to see them. The remnant army were unable to approach the no-return pass unnoticed in the end, which was something that they had expected. The illusion arrays on the purifying black ink battleship and the warships were not powerful enough to allow them to go unnoticed under the determined search of the enemy. Just 3 days out from the no-return pass, the remnant army was finally fully exposed. The no-return pass was naturally stunned, unable to figure out how the humans could still have an army of this size on the black ink battlefield. They knew about human survivors, but they were all scattered about and of no threat to them. However, when they saw such an army approaching, they had no choice but to take them seriously. Once the news was reported, the royal lord overseeing the no-return pass personally came out to investigate the situation, but when he had got a look at the lineup of the human army, he just snorted. They dared to come and pick a fight with just 4/8 open heaven realm masters? It was no different from suicide in his opinion. The forces guarding the no-return pass were not large, but they still had a royal lord and some 20 innate territory lords. The Black Ink clan garrison here also numbered at least 1 million, with many more constantly being spawned and sent to the 3,000 worlds. This was not something a mere remnant army of a few thousand humans could challenge. Seeing the remnant army led by a huge warship, constantly approaching the no-return pass, the royal lord became furious and ordered his territory lords to assemble their armies and meet them in battle. Under the royal lord's order, the territory lords did not dare to delay for a moment. At once, 10 territory lords mobilized along with a 300,000-strong army, showing the importance they attached to this battle. They themselves knew that the Black Ink battlefield would be completely under their control after this battle. They would no longer have to worry about being harassed by these human remnants. The supply convoys would also no longer be intercepted, and they could focus all their attention on invading the 3,000 worlds. 10 territory lords stormed out of the no-return pass with great momentum, a massive Black Ink clan army at their back exuding unconquerable might. Under their command, the 300,000-strong Black Ink clan army quickly formed a semicircle that surrounded the human army. It seemed from this arrogant gesture that they meant to take down the 5,000 humans in one fell swoop. Instead of being frightened by such a disparity in numbers though, the humans all lifted their weapons and prepared to meet the enemy. This was only natural. After all, they had already experienced far too many battles like this. To fight as 1,000 against 10,000, which human soldier had not experienced that before? Only, the humans were indeed meager in strength, and the number of 8th Order masters were less than usual for an army this size with only 4 in total. However, what did they have to fear about the trivial Black Ink clan? They would still fight to the death. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5449, 10,000 Black Ink clansmen. The two armies rapidly approached each other, exuding turbulent killing intent. At a distance of 1 million kilometers, the purifying Black Ink battleship acting as the vanguard began its attack. The many arrays arranged around the purifying Black Ink battleship hummed and the artifacts at their core lit up, turning into streams of colorful light that cut through the void, illuminating the outside of the no-return pass into a glorious light display. Each burst of light carried terrifying killing power with it, and soon exploded amidst the Black Ink clan army, clearing out large regions of space. The remnant army's only purifying Black Ink battleship was brought out from Azure Void Pass, and it could be said to contain the remaining essence gathered from the entire Great Pass, so its might was several times stronger than an ordinary purifying Black Ink battleship. The 1,000 or so human soldiers stationed aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship were essentially all there to power the excessive number of arrays installed on its hull. Before the purifying Black Ink battleship was breached, they did not need to head out to fight the enemy hand-to-hand. They only needed to activate the various arrays and rely on the might of the artifacts. Not once had a purifying Black Ink battleship appeared with such a luxurious loadout before. The first round of attacks came as a shock to the Black Ink clan, and the 10 territory lords instantly realized that this purifying Black Ink battleship was different from the others. They had also seen the humans purifying Black Ink battleships before, but what they saw in the past could hardly compare to the might of the warship before them now. So, after a brief discussion, 5 of the territory lords charged straight at the purifying Black Ink battleship under the cover of their subordinates. Regardless of where this remnant army came from, they seemed to be heavily reliant on this purifying Black Ink battleship, so as long as they could finish it off, the human strength would be greatly reduced, leaving the enemy at their mercy. With the combined strength of 5 and 8 territory lords against only one 8th Order master standing guard aboard the battleship, it was practically impossible for them to fail. Soon, with the sacrifice of their subordinate Black Ink clansmen, the 5 territory lords were able to close to a distance of 100,000 kilometers from the purifying Black Ink battleship. From this distance, the innate territory lords could fully exert their strength against this purifying Black Ink battleship. However, before they could make their moves, a stream of light suddenly emerged from the purifying Black Ink battleship. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing the battleship actually charged out to meet them. The territory lords all had sharp vision and excellent memory, so they could naturally tell at a glance that this was that 8th Order human master who had constantly picked a fight with them outside of the no-return pass 2 years ago. Similar to the territory lord who was cut down by Yang Kai previously, these 5 greatly underestimated Yang Kai's strength, thinking that he was only uniquely gifted at escaping and not really that strong. So, none of the 5 territory lords put this man's charge to heart. Instead, they each gathered their strength, intending to blast apart this arrogant human together with the purifying Black Ink battleship. However, the 8th Order human's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared from their sight. The next moment, 3 territory lords howled in pain as if they had been subjected to some unbearable torture, their faces twisting in agony. In an instant, 3 powerful innate territory lords were rendered helpless. The remaining 2 had no idea what happened to their companions, but they were too shocked to even react. They had sensed a surge of spiritual energy just now, but they had no idea what took place. Before they could check on the condition of their companions, though, the soldiers on the purifying Black Ink battleship who had received Yang Kai's instructions ahead of time activated all of the offensive arrays and fired in the 3 disabled territory lords' direction. If these 3 had been at their peak, then such an attack would not have been much of a threat to them. However, with their souls being torn into at this moment, they were in a heavily dazed state and unable to react promptly. The purifying Black Ink battleship had hundreds of arrays installed, and all of them shot at once in 3 directions, completely enveloping the enemy masters. Each territory lord was exposed to 200 to 300 attacks, each of which was at least equivalent to the full-powered blow of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with a dozen or so of them even being comparable to the strength of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was as if the entire void had been torn apart in an instant. The violent tidal wave of energy not only forced the Black Ink clan army back, but even the purifying Black Ink battleship's shields flickered furiously as they were hit by the shockwaves from the close-range explosions. Amid this chaos, 3 powerful auras were extinguished. The 3 targeted innate territory lords died just like that. As the dust settled, Yang Kai reappeared and swept his spear out at the 2 remaining territory lords. The veins on his forehead were throbbing and both his eyes had gone bloodshot. The indescribable feeling of pain coursing through his body made him feel as if his soul was being torn apart, but he still grit his teeth and endured, channeling his pain into a furious onslaught of attacks. 10 territory lords led a 300,000-strong Black Ink army, while the humans only had 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters commanding 5,000 soldiers. The odds were not in the humans' favor, to say the least. So, no matter what, the gap in strength had to be reduced. At such moments, the soul-rending thorn was the best card Yang Kai could play. From his experience killing the sheep-headed royal lord, Yang Kai knew the limits of his soul. If he were to use the soul-rending thorn 4 times at once, his consciousness would blur to the point where he was no longer able to think rationally just like last time. He was lucky back then and continued fighting on pure instinct despite blacking out, even managing to kill the sheep-headed royal lord in the end. But Yang Kai could not even remember how he accomplished that. He only knew that he had brought out his dragon bead since he noticed it was damaged when he inspected his wounds after the battle. Only by attacking with his dragon bead was Yang Kai able to kill a royal lord, as it was his most powerful trump card. However, he wouldn't always be so lucky. So, Yang Kai only used 3 soul-rending thorns this time, targeting 3 territory lords. This was complemented by a powerful attack from the purifying black ink battleship, which felled the 3 territory lords in one swoop as he expected. After such an opening move, Yang Kai could just barely manage the remaining 2. The 2 surviving territory lords were both in a state of shock after the instant deaths of their 3 companions, so they put almost all their strength into defending themselves lest they follow in the footsteps of their companions, which gave Yang Kai an easier time dealing with them. The fight started so furiously that it vastly exceeded the expectations of the Black Ink clan. They had originally planned for the 5 territory lords to surround and attack the purifying Black Ink battleship, while the remaining 5 would deal with the other 3 Eighth Order masters, which should have been enough to keep the humans pinned down. However, the 5 who were supposed to deal with the purifying Black Ink battleship had instantly failed. The fall of 3 territory lords not only left the remaining 2 at the enemy's mercy, it also completely astonished the other 5. Yang Lei and the others were stunned at Yang Kai's methods, but they also knew that they could not waste the momentum that Yang Kai built up for them and immediately led their troops towards the Black Ink clan while they themselves engaged the other 5 territory lords. One by one, lights shot out from the squad-class warships. 5,000 against 300,000, yet the Black Ink clan army was clearly on the back foot, constantly retreating towards the no-return pass. The dissipation of auras could constantly be felt. The Black Ink clan's casualties were innumerable, but warships were beginning to explode on the human side, leading to the collapse of small universes. However, no one mourned at this moment. Every human soldier knew that this would be a steep uphill battle. If they did not break through the blockade of the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass, then they would end up wandering the Black Ink battlefield until the day they died, never again having the opportunity to return to the 3,000 worlds to rejoin the main human army. At the central vanguard, Yang Kai fought 2 innate territory lords alone. Borrowing the momentum from the first attack that left the 2 territory lords hesitant, he was able to gain an absolute advantage. Right now, even though the heritage of his small universe was not much stronger than when he just walked out from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai's overall combat strength had increased significantly. For him, his encounters with the territory lords had allowed him to hone his skills and develop a far better control over his own power, especially his many Dao strengths. He was also constantly gaining new insight into these various grand Daos whenever he used them in battle. The soul-warming lotus constantly emanated a feeling of coolness that soothed his damaged soul, slowly stabilizing his state of mind. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Kai opened up some distance from his enemies and executed a secret technique. In a flash, a golden crow cried out and a great sun rose. In the next moment, a cold full moon manifested as well. The sun and moon orbited around Yang Kai, exuding the mysteries of time and space. A profound power fluctuated forth as the sun and moon spun in a kaleidoscope of light. The vast void was filled with space-time strength, making it seem as if time was standing still when viewed from the outside while space froze in place. A large swath of the void seemed to be cut off from the rest of the universe by some strange force. Yang Kai widened his eyes and stared carefully. The last time he used his sun and moon divine wheel, he saw something unusual. At that time, his sun and moon divine will seemed to shatter the space-time continuum, allowing him to see fragments of the future. In one of those flashes, Yang Kai saw himself holding the severed head of the sheep-headed royal lord as countless Black Ink clansmen surrounded him, seemingly in worship, but were in fact encircling him to kill him. But this time, he was unable to see anything. Still, the might of the sun and moon divine will did not decrease in the slightest. In fact, it had even become slightly stronger than before. This secret technique could be considered one of Yang Kai's strongest methods right now, and was far less risky than the self-harming attack of his dragon bead. Even the sheep-headed royal lord at that time had suffered when struck by this secret technique, so nothing need be said about two flustered innate territory lords. It was just a flash before the frozen void seemed to return to life, but in that instant, the huge region of space that flowed with Yang Kai's space-time strength seemed to have passed through millions of years. As space and time realigned, all the Black Ink clansmen within that region of the void, whether it be the territory lords or the regular Black Ink clan soldiers, all of them disintegrated into a cloud of Black Ink strength, disappearing without a trace. The 5 innate territory lords who initially targeted the purifying Black Ink battleship had all died. A single sun and moon divine will massacred 100,000 Black Ink clansmen in an instant. The morale of the humans soared while the Black Ink clan was horrified. There was not one of them whose eyes were not filled with terror. 10 territory lords came out to meet the humans in battle, yet mere moments into the fight, half of them had already been killed. Was that really an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? When did 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters become so powerful? They weren't the only ones who were terrified. Even the territory lords who remained inside of the no-return pass shivered in fright as they witnessed this. The royal lord overseeing the no-return pass was in a state of disbelief. There were 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the enemy army, but while 3 could be disregarded since they fell within the limits of what an ordinary 8th Order human should be capable of, the one who commanded the purifying Black Ink battleship was so powerful that it was hard to wrap one's mind around. The secret techniques and divine abilities this human unleashed were so astonishing they didn't even seem possible. After debating for a moment, the royal lord came to a decision. He could not allow such a human to live, otherwise, if he were left to grow and one day reach the 9th Order, would he not then be able to cut down royal lords like he was chopping fruits or vegetables? Currently, the Black Ink clan did not have many royal lords left among their ranks, otherwise, he would not be the only one overseeing the no-return pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5450. Who dares block my way? With his mind made up, the royal lord made his move, turning into a cloud of Black Ink strength that rapidly approached the battlefield. Yang Kai had been weakened at this moment. Releasing 3 soul-rending thorns had severely damaged his soul, and then using his sun and moon divine will had drained a significant amount of his world force. If Yang Kai did not have a world tree clone to stabilize his small universe, it would have already been heavily shaken. Even then, half of his small universe's heritage had been drained already, leaving him with a feeling of weakness. He quickly took out some spirit pills and gulped them down. Yang Kai used to have low-rank world fruits that would almost instantly recover a large portion of his world force, but unfortunately, he had used all of them up while being chased by the sheep-headed royal lord. As much as 30% of the 300,000-strong Black Ink clan army had been wiped out by him with his sun and moon divine wheel, and the road ahead had been essentially cleared. Of course, there were still Black Ink clansmen on their flanks, continuing to do battle against the warships led by Huang Xiong and Fei Yuanlong. With the path ahead cleared, the purifying Black Ink battleship was able to divert their attention and provide support to the left and right flanks. Arrays continued to hum as blast after blast was fired from them, coordinating with other 2 divisions to eradicate their enemies. It was at that moment that Yang Kai felt his body seize up as a powerful aura locked onto him. This sensation was actually quite familiar to him. Back then, the sheephead royal lorded had locked him in place using his aura in much the same way when he was chasing him, forcing him to use purifying light to isolate himself before he could activate instantaneous movement. Yang Kai immediately looked up and sure enough, in the no-return pass's direction was a giant Black Ink cloud rapidly approaching his location. There seemed to be 2 eyes inside of the Black Ink cloud that were sharp as swords determined to pierce through him. The royal lord. In the opening moments of the battle, 5 innate territory lords had fallen. The royal lord who oversaw the no-return pass realized the threat that Yang Kai posed, and could no longer sit still. He had to kill this 8th open human personally to weed out future troubles here. From afar, the royal lord began exerting his power as if to demonstrate his strength and also to shake the morale of the humans. The void shook as even the protective barrier of the purifying black ink battleship lit up, as if there were an invisible weight pressing on it. Such pressure was formless, but it was real and tangible. A top master's pressure was strong enough to cull the weak all on its own. The royal lord naturally made the wrong decision when he tried to intimidate the humans with his pressure, though. The purifying black ink battleship at the center of the army did not slow down, and instead continued sailing towards the no-return pass. To its left and right, warships exploded as humans fell in large numbers. The horrific death toll left Huang Xiong and Fei Yuanlong red-eyed in grief, but they were unable to do anything about it. They could only block off the attacks of the territory lords in order to minimize the casualties on their side. With the efforts of the many soldiers who sacrificed their lives, the left and right flanks finally broke through the Black Ink clan's blockade and rushed forward. Nobody dared to linger in this place. They all knew that in this assault on the no-return pass, they could not afford to stop for even a moment. They had to break through the Black Ink clan's defenses in one go if they wanted to have any hope of returning to the 3,000 worlds. The slightest hesitation would doom the remnant army to a slow death. The rear where Ouyang was in charge was originally the calmest and least pressured, but now, he was the one facing the heaviest burden. The Black Ink clan army which was there to block them had now become their pursuers. If the rear division couldn't hold them back, then the formation of the remnant army would surely be broken. At this point, Ouyang was becoming desperate as he hurled sword waves through the void. A roar suddenly sounded from the purifying Black Ink battleship. "Assume formation!" At that order, the left and right flanks, along with the warships behind their lead, quickly moved closer to the purifying Black Ink battleship. Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, a grand array was activated under the combined efforts of 10 Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In an instant, an array diagram spread out in the void with the purifying Black Ink battleship at the center, its patterns illuminating all directions. At that moment, the rest of the warships also activated complementary spirit arrays all at once. Like swallows returning to their nest, they were merged together into the array diagram. In just a short dozen breaths of time, the auras of all the surviving human warships became interconnected with the purifying Black Ink battleships serving as their core, as if they had truly become one. Force Symbols Formation. This was originally a formation used by human cultivators to link their strengths together to deal with powerful enemies. It was neither special nor profound, but under the aid of this battle formation, for human cultivators were able to exert far greater power than any of them could individually in order to battle stronger Black Ink clansmen. However, the Four Symbols formation had been modified by Yang Kai, who integrated it into a grand array, allowing the four divisions to link themselves together. In the past, Yang Kai would never have been able to do such a thing. However, he had received a huge harvest in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, so with his attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, it was not a problem for him to create something like this. There was only one problem. The Four Symbols formation which had been so heavily modified was not stable, and could not be sustained for long. That was the reason why the remnant army didn't simply use it from the start. However, they were now at a critical point that would decide their victory or death, so how could Yang Kai continue to hesitate? With the purifying Black Ink battleships serving as the core, all the warships were closely linked together under the formation, greatly improving both their lethality and defense. As soon as the formation was completed, the huge Black Ink cloud arrived in front of them. The Black Ink cloud swiftly retracted to reveal a towering figure who raised his hand and slammed his palm down towards the purifying Black Ink battleship. Even though it looked like a casual blow, it still sent chills down the humans' backs. This was an attack from a royal lord. However, the purifying Black Ink battleship's momentum did not decrease. Yang Kai stood on the deck, looking ahead at the royal lord blocking their path before bowing towards the void, shouting, "Old ancestor, please!" At those words, a cross-legged figure suddenly appeared. As Yang Kai had just retrieved it from Azure Void Pass, Old Ancestor's corpse was still unmoving, his aura completely absent, as though he was in a deep slumber. However, stimulated by the royal lord's aura, Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor, who had already departed for the Yellow Springs, suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the void thundered. The royal lord in front of them was taken aback. He never imagined he would be ambushed by an old ancestor here, so before he could withdraw his palm, the Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor lifted his finger and shattered the approaching palm strike. The royal lord let out a roar of rage. As he withdrew his hand, quickly discovering a bloody hole at the center of his palm where black blood spilled out. Yang Kai was shocked at what he saw. Even though he had collected the body of the old ancestor just as the old ox had told him to back in Azure Void Pass, and summoned it in a time of need to deal with a powerful enemy, Yang Kai was not sure how much power a dead old ancestor could actually exert. But now it seemed that even in death, the power of an old ancestor was still unfathomable. Catching the enemy off guard was a big reason behind the old ancestor's ability to harm the royal lord in a single attack, but it was also a reflection of the old ancestor's profound strength. The remnant army was still rapidly approaching the no-return pass, and the sudden appearance of an old ancestor made the royal lord very wary, forcing him to withdraw. The old ancestor turned his head and looked around as if to judge the situation. After quickly familiarizing himself with the battlefield, he sighed. Even the no-return pass has been lost? Yang Kai lowered his head, looking ashamed. Many had given their lives to stop the Black Ink clan, including numerous old ancestors, but the final bulwark of the human race, the no-return pass, had still been lost. Even though Yang Kai did not participate in the war at the no-return pass, all humans shared honor and disgrace in this war. Where is my ox? The old ancestor then turned to look at Yang Kai, asking in a surprisingly cheerful tone. Yang Kai hurriedly brought out the ox monster with its broken horns. The ox monster also had its eyes tightly shut without any aura emanating from its body. The old ancestor stroked the head of the ox as if it were his own child and spoke warmly. Wake up, little one. Come run with me one final time. The ox monster's eyes suddenly opened, and its powerful aura quickly revived. It shook its head at the old ancestor in displeasure. We're already dead and you're still worrying about this. Are you not tired, old man? The old ancestor chuckled. It can't be helped. I'm an old ancestor after all. I inevitably carry heavier burdens on me. Saying so, he got onto the back of the ox and looked down at Yang Kai next to him, nodding lightly. Saying nothing more, he slapped the ox's rump and pointed forward, shouting, Kill! It was a childish gesture that would normally make one want to laugh. However, not a single one of the 1,500 soldiers aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship found this scene the slightest bit amusing. Yang Kai's eyes filled with tears as he bowed deeply. Farewell, old ancestor! Farewell, old ancestor! The soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the world. In the distant past, a young child rode on the back of a black bovine, riding freely through the mountains, fantasizing about fighting and killing enemies that did not exist, dreaming of establishing himself as someone great after growing up, getting married, and having children. At that time, an old man with an immortal temperament suddenly descended from the heavens and looked upon the child with a smile. Call me honored master and I shall pass on a supreme technique to you, the boy asked. Can I become rich if I call you honored master? The old man said. You can. The boy then asked. Can I get women if I call you honored master? The old man nodded again. You can. And so, the boy got down and bowed with respect, calling him honored master. The old man laughed and took the boy and the ox away. That year was so long ago that it was impossible to trace back. Kill! Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, Yang Kai's face twisted as he roared. The arrays thrummed as they fired with even greater intensity than before. A violent wave of power stirred in the surrounding void as the old ancestor engaged the royal lord in battle. This sudden change of events was a surprise to all of the Black Ink clansmen. Nobody had expected an old ancestor to suddenly appear at this time. When they saw the remnant army getting closer and closer to the no-return pass, the territory lords staying behind to defend the no-return pass could no longer stand by. Several territory lords stayed behind to defend the pass while the remaining ones rushed out with their armies. In an instant, the remnant army fell into an absolute disadvantage, both in terms of numbers and strength. The only thing the remnant army could rely on now was the might of their warships. However, with the territory lords here to obstruct and harass them, it was difficult for the remnant army to advance. If they could not break through this siege, they would be trapped here and eventually annihilated. There were warships constantly being stripped from the formation by powerful attacks. Those warships without exception exploded, resulting in all the soldiers aboard dying. Seeing that they were reaching a critical situation, Yan Kai ground his teeth and soared out of the purifying black ink battleship. His fierce aura all but materialized as he enveloped all of the territory lords in it. A soul-rending thorn was silently released, striking one of the territory lords. In the moment of disorientation that followed, Yan Kai blasted the territory lord with his golden crow cast the sun, vaporizing him. "Who dares block my way?" Yan Kai's face grimaced fiercely, and when he raised his spear and pointed it at them, the territory lords who appeared to stop them were all struck with terror. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-51, Neo will stop them. Dizzy and bleary-eyed, Yan Kai was seeing stars but still gave off an aggressive air, for he knew that if he were to show even the slightest sign of weakness, then the remnant army would surely be wiped out today. He had no choice but to use a fourth soul-rending thorn, which was really his limit. Even with the soul-warming lotus, he could not use another soul-rending thorn. Fortunately, the territory lords were so frightened they could not see through the strong front that he put up. The might of this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had seeped deep into their hearts. In the opening moments of the battle, he was able to cut down 3 territory lords alone, then 2 more with an astonishingly powerful attack, and just now he had slaughtered another with 1 blow. Not a single one of them was able to see how he was doing this. The territory lords were hesitant, but the remnant army was not. With this display of intimidation from Yan Kai, the struggling remnant army finally found the opportunity they were looking for and broke through the Black Ink clan army, forcing them back. The lights shooting out from the purifying Black Ink battleship and the surviving warships never ceased as they charged ahead. Within that short period, all of the human soldiers gave it their all. When a warship exploded, the unprotected soldiers would give their lives to kill the nearby enemies. Even if they had to die, they would do so honorably. However, the gap in real fighting strength between the two forces could not be closed so easily. Without mentioning the Black Ink clan army of over 1 million soldiers, just the remaining territory lords overseeing the pass still numbered nearly 20. Yan Kai was able to cut down 3 of the first 10 territory lords who came at them with the help of the soul-rending thorns, and another 2 with his sun and moon divine wheel, which left 5 more from the first wave. However, before the remnant army could catch its breath, the royal lord had personally made a move, while another 6 territory lords rushed over as reinforcements. One had to know that these were all innate territory lords who were nearly as powerful as Che Kong. Excluding the territory lord that Yan Kai killed just now, there were still a full 10 territory lords engaging the remnant army, whereas the remnant army only had 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even with Ouyang Lai and the others taking on 2 enemies at once, they were stretched to the breaking point. The decline of the remnant army's momentum was evident in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, while the deterrent effect from Yan Kai's move earlier also quickly faded. The more the remnant army advanced, the more difficult their situation became. There were constantly Black Ink clansmen rushing over to surround them from all directions, while the territory lords did not rush unless they were caught off guard by Yan Kai and killed. Instead, they hid behind their armies and relied on their subordinates to wear down the humans, occasionally sending out secret techniques to blow apart vulnerable human warships. Yan Kai's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He would want nothing more than to cut down all of the territory lords before him with his spear, but his head was throbbing, as if it was going to tear open. It was impossible to do anything against the remaining territory lords hiding at the back. Yan Kai also did not dare to leave the battleship recklessly, for if he did, the territory lords would surely come to attack, and the purifying black ink battleship might not be able to withstand it. The remnant army's pace became slower and slower, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Finally, less than 100,000 kilometers away from the no-return pass, the remnant army was completely surrounded by the Black Ink clan. When they looked at the territory gate that seemed so close, everyone felt despair in their hearts. They just had to pass through that portal and they would be able to return to the 3,000 worlds. Even though they had no idea what the situation there was like, it was still their homeland. However, this short distance seemed like an entire universe away at this moment. Nobody was disheartened by this reality, for when they decided to attack the no-return pass, they all anticipated that this would happen, including Yang Kai. It was just that even including him, the soldiers subconsciously held on to a faint glimmer of hope and expectation. More than anything else, they didn't want to live hiding like rats on the Black Ink battlefield, constantly being hunted down by the Black Ink clan. They would rather die in battle than waste away their lives in this forsaken place. Kill! When their hope of returning home was shattered, the humans suddenly became calm, as if they had completely let go of something. Shouts rang out across the void as killing intent rose like a tide. The remnant army, which was encircled by the Black Ink clan army and could barely move, suddenly burst out with astonishing power. The lights from many secret techniques and artifacts shot in all directions. In that instant, it was not known how many arrays and artifacts dulled and were destroyed due to the sheer overload of world force pumped into them. The Seventh Order Masters emerged from the warships that protected them and summoned their artifacts for battle. The Four Symbols formation with the purifying Black Ink battleship at its core rapidly fractured as more and more warships were being blown apart. The remnant army's sudden outburst was difficult for even the Black Ink clan army to withstand, and in just a short dozen breaths of time, it was not known how many of them fell. Even a territory lord was severely injured under Yang Lai's life-forsaking battle style and was forced to retreat. This was the last struggle of the remnant army. Yang Kai had also let go of his shackles. Since he was destined to die here, then he might as well kill freely before he did. However, before he could leave the purifying Black Ink battleship, he heard the bellow of an ox from the void. There was a disturbance among the Black Ink clan army surrounding the remnant army. Countless auras vanished all at once, and Yang Kai turned his head only to see an enormous black bovine charging through the Black Ink clan's lines, monster chi turbulently erupting from his figure. Under its hooves, countless Black Ink clansmen were reduced to minced meat. As it lowered its head and charged over, nothing could obstruct its path. Even a territory lord was sent flying after being rammed, blood spraying out as he tumbled through the void. "Boys, keep up!" The ox monster spoke as it dashed past the remnant army, breaking open the path ahead. Everyone felt their spirits soar, and the soldiers in charge of piloting the warships quickly spurred them off to follow the ox monster's lead. On orders from the territory lords, the Black Ink clan soldiers all came forth to stop the ox monster when they saw it approaching, releasing one secret technique after another, flaying open its skin and flesh. However, no blood spilled out. It had died long ago, and only through the profound methods of the Azure Void Old Ancestor was it able to fight on even after death, so why would it have to fear being injured now? When a territory lord saw this, he tried to block it but was sent flying by the ox monster's broken horns. When the other territory lords saw this, they no longer dared to act rashly. Yang Kai had also just realized how strong this ox monster actually was. Even though he had seen it twice in the past, it was just grazing leisurely in the green hills and blue rivers like an ordinary bull. But now, it seemed that this ox monster was as strong as a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, perhaps even stronger. 100,000 kilometers was crossed in the blink of an eye, and very soon, the remnant army was right in front of the territory gate. Right behind them was the pursuing Black Ink clan army. In a flash, the ox monster arrived behind the remnant army and shook its head. "Go! Nyo will stop them." Its huge body became a shield, protecting the remnant army like a great mountain. Countless attacks landed on its body in that instant, causing it to shake from the impact. Yang Kai's eyes reddened as he somehow maintained the Four Symbols formation and led the remnant army towards the portal. The territory gate at the no-return pass originally wasn't very large. Last time Yang Kai saw it, it was even smaller than a normal territory gate. The Black Ink clan had torn apart the portal by some unknown means since occupying this place so it could facilitate the invasion of their army. The purifying Black Ink battleship was not small, but it was still tiny compared to the current territory gate. However, just as the purifying Black Ink battleship was about to pass through, the exalted roar of a dragon suddenly rang out from within the no-return pass. Startled, Yang Kai looked down and his pupils shrank. Above the square where the dragon pool was open back then was a dense black ink cloud, and within it, the form of an ancient dragon could faintly be seen. Ji Lao San. Yang Kai was extremely shocked, for he never expected to see Ji Lao San here. And from the looks of things, Ji Lao San had been captured by the Black Ink clan, but they did not kill him. Instead, they confined him here and enveloped him in a black ink cloud. Yang Kai had no idea what sort of wicked plans the Black Ink clan had for him, but from what he saw, it seemed like they were trying to corrupt Ji Lao San. However, they didn't seem to be having much luck. Divine spirits had some level of immunity towards Black Ink strength thanks to their powerful bloodlines. According to the information that Yang Kai received from Tsang, supplemented by his own speculations, the burning light and serene glimmer were inextricably linked to the primordial light, and the primordial light was capable of completely nullifying the existence of Mo. Purifying light, which was created by fusing the powers bestowed by the burning light and serene glimmer, could completely purify and dispel Black Ink strength. These two were the original ancestors of the divine spirits, and so the divine spirits had naturally inherited some of that power. As the leaders of the divine spirits, the immunity possessed by the Dragon Clan from their dragon veins was particularly evident towards Black Ink strength. This was something that Yang Kai could feel even without the World Tree clone, but with the World Tree clone to protect his small universe, Yang Kai had never felt bothered by Black Ink strength. Ji Lao San was not particularly strong among the Dragon Clan. During his previous dragon pool cultivation, he had advanced from being a grand dragon to an ancient dragon, but his dragon form was still only 55,000 meters long, noticeably smaller than Yang Kai's 70,000 meters. However, he was still an ancient dragon. In terms of order, he was equivalent to an 8th-order human master. Yang Kai had no idea how Ji Lao San ended up being captured alive by the Black Ink clan, but he had apparently sensed something unusual occurring in the no-return pass and let out a roar. However, Yang Kai was powerless to help at this moment. If it were any other time, he may have been able to save Ji Lao San, but the Black Ink clan army was currently in pursuit of them while the territory gate was right in front of their eyes. Yang Kai couldn't abandon the remnant army, so he could only turn around and pretend to have seen nothing. In the next instant, the remnant army rushed through the portal. With a twist of its rump, the black bovine put itself directly in front of the portal with its body, its loud moos shaking the heavens. No matter how the Black Ink clan laid their attacks on it, it refused to budge. On the other side, the void spun as the remnant army suddenly appeared in an empty great territory. After being disoriented for a moment, everyone was on alert again. Though they had made it past the no-return pass, nobody dared to relax. That was because they knew that the crisis was far from over. Breaking through the no-return pass was just the beginning. Over the past few days, Yang Kai and the others had been guessing what the situation beyond the no-return pass would be and trying to figure out how they should deal with whatever they were going to encounter. Now that the Black Ink clan had taken over the no-return pass, it was inevitable that they would assemble their troops and try to establish a forward position beyond the territory gate, so if they really managed to rush through, then the worst-case scenario they could encounter would be plunging headlong into an endless horde of Black Ink clansmen. If that were to happen, then there would be no possible way for the remnant army to survive. Right now, everyone could only carry the idea of killing one to break even and killing two to gain a profit, intent on fighting the Black Ink clan to death. Yang Kai may be able to escape, but there was no hope for the rest. However, according to Ouyang Lai, that situation was unlikely. It wasn't that their predecessors from the cave heaven and paradises never contemplated what would happen if the no-return pass was to be breached by the Black Ink clan. so countermeasures had naturally been put in place long ago. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-52, Second Battlefield. The current Black Ink battlefield was created from the many great territories occupied by Mo in the early ancient era, and was also carved out by the hands of Tsang and the other masters of that time. The purpose was to prevent Black Ink's strength from encroaching onto other great territories. The Black Ink battlefield and the 3,000 worlds were now connected by only a single territory gate, so as long as that gate was well guarded, the human race would be able to seal off Black Ink's strength in the Black Ink battlefield. However, this was not a foolproof solution. Mo was such a bizarre and powerful existence that the ancestors of the human race, after the era of Tsang and the other martial ancestors, wondered on more than one occasion what would happen if the territory gate connecting the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield were to be broken through by the Black Ink clan. If they were unprepared, then the Black Ink clan would be able to charge straight into the 3,000 worlds and quickly build up their strength by ravaging one thriving great territory after another. When that time came, the mighty force of the Black Ink clan would surely snowball in strength until the human race could no longer stop them. So, in order to deal with this possibility, their ancient ancestors completely cleared out the great territory that the Black Ink battlefield was connected to. Thus, the great territory was named the Barren Territory. If the Black Ink battlefield was the first battlefield between the human race and the Black Ink clan, then the Barren Territory would be the second battlefield as imagined by the ancient ancestors. In other words, there was, in actual fact, more than one strategic point between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield. Besides the no-return pass, there was the Barren Territory. The Barren Territory was where one ended up after passing through the Territory Gate. There were originally several Territory Gates connecting to many other great territories from the Barren Territory, but as it could hypothetically become the second battlefield, then it was naturally better not to leave too many Territory Gates behind. The ancient ancestors destroyed or sealed most of the Territory Gates while leaving only a single one intact, and the great territory that gate connected to was the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai only learned about this from Ouyang Lai and the others when they were planning their attack on the no-return pass. After all, he didn't enter the Black Ink battlefield through the usual route. Yang Kai had followed a void corridor from Black Territory to the Blue Sky Theater back then. Any cultivator entering the Black Ink battlefield would have to first transit through the Shattered Heaven and the Barren Territory before arriving at the no-return pass, so it was natural that one would learn of these secrets then. Now that the no-return pass had been breached, the humans had to defend the Barren Territory no matter the cost, so they naturally made many arrangements in this place to set up an ambush for the Black Ink clan. This great territory was very different from all others because every great territory had, more or less, their own universe worlds, which gave the void vitality and life. However, there was nothing in the Barren Territory. It was as empty as its name implied. That was because they had to prevent the Black Ink clan from harvesting resources and creating even more clansmen, which led the ancient ancestors to destroy or remove all of the universe worlds in this great territory when they were setting up the Barren Territory. The only things that existed here were fortifications that the human race had built up over countless years. There existed in this place a defense line even more extensive than that of any great pass on the Black Ink battlefield. That was why Ouyang Lai guessed that while the no-return pass breach may have come as a result of the Black Ink clan's power, it was also possible that the humans had given up the pass voluntarily. After all, after evacuating and withdrawing from outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, if the humans fell back to the Barren Territory, they would be in a better position to engage the Black Ink clan there with the arrangements they had made beforehand. It was because of such speculation that Ouyang Lai believed that it was unlikely that the remnant army would end up surrounded by the Black Ink clan army if they were to pass through the no-return pass. Here in the Barren Territory, it was more likely they would find the humans and Black Ink clan engaged in a fierce war, and if that was the case, then the remnant army would have a hope of rejoining the human army. Now that the remnant army had broken through the no-return pass and arrived at the Barren Territory, the first thing Yang Kai did was check for movement in all directions. What he saw allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The worst had not yet happened. However, this situation was not ideal either. As they expected, both the human race and Black Ink clan were engaged in a brutal battle in the barren territory. There were fights taking place practically everywhere in the vast expanse of the void, with human warships flying everywhere, either chasing Black Ink clansmen or being chased by them. There were also violent aftershocks from great clashes radiating out from each direction. One particular set of shockwaves had even surpassed the level of a battle between the old ancestors and royal lords. Yang Kai turned his head over instinctually, and was taken aback by what he saw. There, in the far distance, two enormous figures were clashing with each other. Their movements looked clumsy, with each of them exchanging punches and kicks in a juvenile manner, like two small children randomly flailing at each other, but each of these attacks carried heaven-destroying, earth-shattering might. Even a fully intact universe world would not be able to withstand a single blow from such a clash. It was the fight between two giant spirit gods. One of them was the one that Yang Kai saw at the late ancient era battlefield. Currently, his body was enveloped in black ink strength, covering his figure in a dark color. The other giant spirit god was different, however. He had a tuft of black hair atop his head which looked rather comical. Ah-er! It was the same Ah-er that carried Yang Kai into the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai had a deep impression of the tuft of black hair on his head. Ah-da's head was completely bald with nothing on it, but Ah-er had a very conspicuous characteristic that allowed Yang Kai to recognize him at a glance. Ah-er was here, fighting against the Black Ink giant spirit god. Giant spirit gods were an ancient and extremely rare race, while the Black Ink giant spirit god was a creation of Mo, designed based on the giant spirit gods and not truly one of their kind. These two were, in fact, very different beings. However, even if it was not a real giant spirit god, the Black Ink giant spirit god's power was not lacking in comparison to Ah-er. It was not known how long these two behemoths had been fighting for, but they kept on exchanging blows without rest, leaving each other bruised and battered. Neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan dared to even approach their battlefield. Since Ah-er is here, what about Ah-da? Yang Kai looked around, but there was no sign of Ah-da, so he could not ascertain whether he was here or not. However, he did see the remains of another Black Ink giant spirit god. This Black Ink giant spirit god had come out from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, but with the hidden hand left behind by Mu, Tsang had forcibly closed the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, cutting off its body before it could fully emerge, so it was easily identifiable. At this moment, it was not known how the Black Ink giant spirit god had been cut apart, but only half of its body, which was originally already lacking parts, remained. Yang Kai calmed down. The strongest forces on the Black Ink clan's side were undoubtedly the two Black Ink giant spirit gods, and the no-return pass collapse definitely had something to do with them. Now that one of them had been cut down, and the other was being dealt with by Ah-er, the pressure on the human race was greatly reduced. Apart from the battlefield of the two giant spirit gods, Yang Kai also saw dragons and phoenixes soaring through the void. There were also other divine spirits of all shapes and sizes in their true forms, fighting bloody battles in every direction. Yang Kai did not have time to keep observing the situation though, as there were already gazes locked onto him from all directions. The sudden emergence of the remnant army from the no-return pass naturally attracted attention, especially from the Black Ink clansmen nearby who rushed over in droves. They were surprised, but they had no time to think about what had happened at the no-return pass. There was one source of headache for the remnant army, however, and that was the presence of a royal lord. The royal lord overseeing the no-return pass had the fallen Azure Void Pass old ancestor to stop him, but nobody was here to block this one. When he saw the royal lord approaching, Yang Kai made a quick decision to lead the remnant army off in a different direction. However, their attack on the no-return pass had not been easy, resulting in many warships, arrays, and artifacts being heavily damaged. So, with their speed greatly reduced, how were they supposed to outrun a royal lord? From a distance, the royal lord used his black ink strength to create a black ink cloud that enveloped the remnant army. He did not kill them yet, though. He wanted to capture a few of them alive to ask about the situation at the no-return pass. However, even though he was only making a casual blow, with the state of the current remnant army, many would surely be injured or killed. Almost half of the 5,000-strong remnant army were lost during the attack on the no-return pass, so they now number slightly less than 3,000. If they were to fight a royal lord here, they would surely lose several hundreds more. At the critical moment, a young man in white robes suddenly appeared above the remnant army. Nobody knew how he arrived there, as it was almost like he had been standing there the whole time. Faced with the approaching black ink cloud, the young man's body flickered before he suddenly transformed into a 100,000-meter-long dragon. Intense dragon pressure filled the void. The dragon had a flawless snow-white body, which made for a bright and dazzling sight on this chaotic battlefield. Yan Kai raised his brows as he recognized who this dragon was. Fu Guang. It was the ancient dragon that he saw at the bottom of the dragon pool. Before Yan Kai entered the dragon pool, Fu Guang had been in retreat inside the dragon pool for 5,000 years in order to break through to become a divine dragon. The strength division of the dragon clan was simple. Once one reached 10,000 meters, they were a grand dragon, 50,000 meters, an ancient dragon, and 100,000 meters, a divine dragon. And the most powerful among divine dragons was the Dragon Emperor. Not all divine dragons were dragon emperors, but every dragon emperor was an extremely powerful divine dragon of their generation. In the dragon pool, Yan Kai helped Fu Guang with his great sun and moon marks, which resulted in immense gains for both of them. Now, it seems like the latter had successfully advanced to become a divine dragon. Yan Kai never thought that Fu Guang would suddenly come to their rescue at such a crucial moment. In fact, Fu Guang had been hiding on the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to kill one or two royal lords. After becoming a divine dragon, Fu Guang had become significantly stronger than an ordinary royal lord, so if he was able to catch one by surprise, he might actually succeed in killing them. Only, the sudden appearance of the remnant army disrupted Fu Guang's plans, so he had no choice but to reveal himself. After assuming his dragon form, Fu Guang charged straight towards the royal lord, which shocked the latter. He had suffered a loss at Fu Guang's claws before and knew just how powerful this white divine dragon was. Simply put, in a one-on-one fight, he was not Fu Guang's opponent. So, how would he still be in any mood to pick a fight with the remnant army? He immediately turned around and fled. Fu Guang naturally gave chase, and using a number of Dragon Clan secret techniques, he was able to beat the royal lord into a miserable mess. The fight lasted only a few moments before another royal lord charged over and joined hands with his companion to resist Fu Guang. Still, the white divine dragon was undaunted. Opening his mouth, a river suddenly burst forth. Caught off guard, the two royal lords were swept into this river, their bodies instantly freezing. Fu Guang also dove in and fought the two royal lords inside the river, gaining the upper hand even against two enemies. One could tell from this display alone that the power of a divine dragon was far greater than an ordinary ninth-order open heaven realm master. An ordinary old ancestor would not be able to gain the advantage against two royal lords. If it were a one-on-one fight, then Fu Guang might have the opportunity to cut down a royal lord, but that was basically impossible if he had to deal with two of them. He knew that, in this fight, he would only be able to deal damage to the enemy, so his attacks grew less calculated and more ruthless. Even if he could not kill a royal lord, he intended to beat these two half to death. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-53, Compensate. With Fu Guang's help, the remnant army led by Yan Kai escaped its immediate crisis. A large human army in the distance also noticed the commotion and was quickly making their way over to support them. With a thought, Yan Kai sent a transmission to O Yan Lai and the others. "I'll leave the rest to you." O Yan Lai, who was bringing up the rear, was startled and quickly asked, "What are you going to do?" However, Yan Kai was no longer aboard the purifying black ink battleship when he looked over. Apparently, he had disappeared as soon as he left those words. O Yan Lai frowned slightly. He could vaguely guess what it was Yan Kai planned to do. He was a little worried about it, but there was no point in fretting now. Yan Kai had already run off and he could not stop him either. Helpless, He had no choice but to hurry over to assume command of the purifying black ink battleship in Yang Kai's place, continuing to lead the remnant army towards the approaching human army. After killing several black ink clansmen who were blocking the way, the two human armies met, and the Eighth Order masters in charge communicated with each other through their divine senses. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was both surprised and delighted to hear of Ouyang Lai's retelling of the remnant army's origins. Everyone knew that there were survivors still trapped on the black ink battlefield, but they couldn't rescue those remnant soldiers. They never thought that these ragtag soldiers they believed were destined to perish under siege by the Black Ink clan would actually be able to break through the no-return pass. Only now could the remnant army be considered safe, unlike the precarious situation they were facing before. Looking back, Ouyang Lai did not see any sign of Yang Kai, but he knew he must have headed back towards the territory gate. At the same time, on another battlefield far away in the barren territory, several women were positioned in a battle formation, their graceful bodies shuttling back and forth like a spinning whirlwind, a seemingly uncountable number of Black Ink clansmen perishing at their hands as they continued charging forward. Their strength wasn't particularly impressive, all of them only being in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, after spending countless years together, they had created a tacit bond with each other and were also imparted a profound formation from a senior expert, allowing them to even resist territory lords if they combined strength. One white-robed woman among them wielded a crystal sword, her own temperament cool like ice itself. Suddenly she raised her hand, holding her chest as she looked in a certain direction. "Elder sister, what happened?" asked a woman in green robes anxiously, thinking that the white-robed woman was injured. "Husband," the white-robed woman muttered softly. In that instant, she got a feeling she had not felt in a very long time. It had been more than 1,000 years since she felt it, but it pulled at her heart just as before. Though her voice was soft, the contents of her muttering cracked like the sound of thunder in their ears. All the women looked shocked, and the beautiful eyes of one whose enchanting body was covered in demon she lit up at the sound of it. "Which direction?" The white-robed woman immediately pointed to the depths of the void. "Let's go!" As the demonic woman's voice sounded, she led the others off. She served as the formation core of their battle formation, so as soon as she moved, everyone followed along with her. All of their hearts were burning with anticipation and anxiety. The unnatural movement on their side immediately caught the attention of a certain person. That person moved over to block the women's path, frowning. "What are you doing? It's dangerous over there." Each group had its own region to defend, so if they left and were unable to obtain reinforcements, then there was a high possibility of them falling into the danger of being encircled by the Black Ink clan army. The demonic woman in the lead gave this person who was blocking their way a deep look before not sparing her any semblance of respect as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "He has returned!" "Who?" the person blocking the way asked with a frown. Then, as if realizing something, her spirits were roused. "Yang Kai has returned?" "Yes," the demonic woman responded. The person blocking their path was both shocked and delighted. "How did you find out?" Even she had no idea of the full situation on this chaotic battlefield, so how did these women obtain such shocking news? What was more, she and the other old ancestors had already speculated that Yang Kai had fallen. After all, there was no word from him for over 500 years after he was pursued by the powerful royal lord, so how could he have survived? It was only after returning to the barren territory and obtaining some information from the members of Void Land that they concluded that Yang Kai was actually still alive. Only, nobody knew where he was. The demonic woman had no patience to explain. However, she knew that she had no choice but to do so at this moment. He and Su Yen have cultivated a profound dual cultivation art for many years, so they have formed a connection between their souls. It allows them to sense each other as long as they are not too far away. The person blocking the way immediately turned towards the white-robed woman and asked, "You felt his presence?" Su Yen nodded and pointed in a certain direction, but just as she was about to speak, she suddenly frowned. "He's gone again!" The demonic woman was furious and ground her teeth at the person who was blocking their way. "If it turns out you made us lose our man again, You must compensate us. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had heard similar words many times over the past few centuries, despite her being a powerful ninth-order old ancestor. She had spent countless years overseeing the black ink battlefield, rendering meritorious service. All of her juniors and subordinates always treated her with the utmost respect, but this woman from the demon race showed no such inclination. When she learned that Yang Kai had been serving under her all this while for so many years but ended up missing, she made a huge uproar about making her compensate for this. But what kind of compensation could she possibly offer? She did not even have the slightest idea where Yang Kai was. The battle on the barren territory was currently raging. The human soldiers from the Great Passes had suffered heavy casualties, so, after retreating to the barren territory, they had a discussion with the cave heavens and paradises and decided to recruit soldiers from the second-class forces to form a new army to bolster their ranks. There were countless second-class forces in the 3,000 worlds, and there were many masters among these great forces who were in the 5th and 6th order open heaven realm. All of them were qualified to join the battle against the Black Ink clan. In the past, these second-class forces were kept from this war because the cave heavens and paradises were there to oversee the Black Ink battlefield. Now that the Black Ink battlefield had been lost to the enemy, the barren territory had become their last line of defense. If they failed to defend even here, then the 3,000 worlds were doomed. Facing such a crisis, the cave heavens and paradises had to abandon their old conventions. Void Land was also considered a second-class great force, so naturally it was unavoidable that some of them would be conscripted. With her connection to Yang Kai, old ancestor Xiao Xiao took command of Void Land's open heaven realm masters, intending to shelter them as best she could. Yet, she never expected that this wife of Yang Kai's would be so bold. Even more difficult for old ancestor Xiao Xiao to understand was how much of a womanizer that little bastard actually was. To have attracted so many women to his side, yet all of them were so attached to him, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was stupefied, but more so, impressed. To be honest, when old ancestor Xiao Xiao found out that Yang Kai's wives, plural, were coming to the barren territory to join the fight, she was quite surprised. Without thinking much of it, she immediately took the reinforcements sent from Void Land under her wing. However, when these alluring women came to report to her, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was flabbergasted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were a total of 9 women. Human, demon, monster, divine spirits. A variety of races were included among them. That brat. He is truly uninhibited. How was he able to bear such a load? But what made old ancestor Xiao Xiao even more speechless was the fact that apart from the 9 wives who had already married him officially, there seemed to be a good many women still back in Void Land who shared an ambiguous relationship with him. At first, old ancestor thought that there must have been a mistake, but upon closer questioning, she realized that there was no mistake at all. She suddenly felt as if her understanding of Yang Kai was lacking. That brat gave the impression of an upstanding and earnest man all those years on the Black Ink battlefield. She had never seen any semblance of such philandering from him. Even Feng Ying and Bai Yi, 2 women of exceptional beauty and strength, who were in his squad, were only regular comrades to him. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao could not help but criticize him inwardly. Sure enough, one cannot judge a book by its cover. If one were to peel back that bastard's prim and proper skin, then one would surely find a flowery bunch of innards inside. Compensate us! The demonic woman was still shouting, while the other women wore indignant expressions on their faces. Helpless, old ancestor Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked in that direction. After some thought, she turned to ask Su Yan, "Could there be any mistake with your senses?" Su Yan replied coldly, "I have never been mistaken." "In that case, what would the sudden loss of that sensation imply?" old ancestor Xiao Xiao then asked. Su Yan explained, "He has either died or left the range of our connection. I cannot sense him across great territories or over extremely large distances. However, my cultivation is now far higher than it was before. As long as he remains in the barren territory, I should be able to sense him." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded. That direction is where the territory gate is located. He must have fought his way here from the black ink battlefield. Since you lost the connection, then he must have gone back. I will go and check it out. None of you are allowed to make any rash moves while I am gone." Saying so, she dashed off in that direction. The women were left to look at each other, not knowing what to do. Shuiyu looked at Yuru Meng. "Elder sister, what should we do?" Yuru Meng's face was gloomy for a while before she grit her teeth and shouted, "We wait!" Just now, she had been too agitated and was about to lead her sisters over in the heat of the moment. But even though they were no longer as weak as they were in the past, it was still not wise for them to run around on such a chaotic battlefield. All these years, they never knew what happened to Yang Kai until the human race army retreated to the barren territory. Only then did they hear about Yang Kai from some of the soldiers who fought alongside him. All of them were heartbroken and wished for nothing more than to fight side by side with their husband. Now that their husband had finally returned, as the eldest sister, Yuru Meng would not be able to explain to Yang Kai if anything were to happen to any of them. Even though she wanted to rush over to see what the situation was herself, she had no choice but to resist that urge. Clenching her fists, she led the others towards a group of Black Ink clansmen, venting their endless rage on them. The Black Ink clansmen that they fought were filled with grievances, wondering just what had come over these madwomen for them to act so viciously. On the other side, old ancestor Xiao Xiao transformed into a stream of light that swept across half of the battlefield, heading straight for the territory gate. Her ostentatiousness naturally attracted the attention of many royal lords. Neither the old ancestors nor the royal lords would move casually on this battlefield, forming a kind of mutual restraint towards each other. A rash move from either side could precipitate a major battle. However, old ancestor Xiao Xiao couldn't care less about the bigger picture at this moment. Frankly, she blamed herself for losing Yang Kai, and she had been feeling guilty about it all these years. However, with so many soldiers dying on the battlefield, she had no way of protecting all of them even if she was in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. There was no helping it if there was no news of Yang Kai, but now that she had a solid lead, she naturally wanted to look into it. Before old ancestor Xiao Xiao could reach the territory gate though, a royal lord swooped in to stop her. Naturally, the two of them promptly engaged in a shocking battle. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-54, Sealing the Gate. At that moment, Yang Kai had already passed through the territory gate. He did not encounter any obstacles along the way, both because he had used his space principles to merge with the void to hide his aura, making it difficult for the Black Ink clan to notice him, and because the portal was being guarded very closely. The Black Ink clan had already begun their attack on the barren territory. This was their battlefield against the human race, and as long as the human defense lines here were completely destroyed, they would be able to conquer the entire 3,000 worlds. When that time came, with the insidious nature of Black Ink's strength, the Black Ink clan's strength would snowball and grow to the point where the human race couldn't fight back. Therefore, it did not matter to them whether they guarded the territory gate or not. The humans would not think about capturing the portal since their goal was the same as the Black Ink clan. Only by fighting here could they be rid of them once and for all. As for capturing the territory gate, nobody had even thought about it since it was a senseless endeavor. As such, Yang Kai had no difficulty crossing the portal. When Su Yan sensed him, he had also sensed her and raised his head in a hurry. But he could not catch Su Yan in his sight. They were simply too far apart. It was surprising to him that Su Yan had also joined the fight. When he entered the Black Ink battlefield, Su Yan, Shan Qing Luo, and Zhu Qing were still in the Divine Spirit ancestral land to cultivate. More than 1,000 years had passed since then. Since Su Yan was participating in the war, then the Divine Spirits of the Divine Spirit ancestral land must be participating as well. Yang Kai understood the crux of the matter instantly. It was no wonder he saw so many Divine Spirits on the battlefield just now. It was impossible to say that he was not worried. Even though it had been more than 1,000 years, he was still not sure to what extent Su Yan could grow in that period. What's more, on this chaotic battlefield, even 8th Order and 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could fall. However, as things had already come to this point, worrying was pointless. The battle for the barren territory was one that concerned the entire 3,000 worlds. If the fight here was lost, then the 3,000 worlds would be doomed. After tossing aside the miscellaneous thoughts weighing his mind, Yan Kai tried to forcibly suppress the head-splitting pain from using 4 soul-rending thorns. If he wanted to recover from this, then he would likely have to wait for the soul-warming lotus to slowly mend his soul. When he stepped into the portal, Yan Kai's space principles flared and the seemingly short distance between the endpoints of the territory gate seemed to stretch infinitely rather than send him back to the black ink battlefield immediately. Instead of fully going through, Yan Kai actually remained inside the portal. An ordinary person couldn't do this, as anyone who passed through a territory gate would definitely re-emerge in the black ink battlefield or the barren territory. However, Yan Kai was a master of the Tao of space and had already reached the level of summiting the peak. So, with a clever use of space principles, it was easy for him to stretch the space inside the portal. He was in no hurry to return to the no-return pass. Instead, he wanted to seal the territory gate completely. Just like he did back then when he went from the black territory to the black ink battlefield. The barren territory was the second battlefield imagined by the ancient ancestors, and they had long emptied up that territory. In other words, it was simply impossible for the Black Ink clan to obtain any resources from the barren territory. Without resources, the Black Ink clan would not be able to breed new clansmen. The Black Ink clan was now completely dependent on the no-return pass for reinforcements and supplies. Tens of thousands of Black Ink clan teams were sent to harvest resources across the Black Ink battlefield and deliver them to the Black Ink nests, where new clansmen were bred. At this moment, all of the high-rank Black Ink nests were located in or around the no-return pass, even using the destroyed Great Passes as platforms. As such, as long as the territory gate connecting the Black Ink battlefield to the barren territory was closed, the flow of supplies and reinforcements to the Black Ink clan would be cut off. Without reinforcements, one more death on the battlefield would mean one less Black Ink clansman to deal with. Sooner or later, they would be wiped out by the human race. Even if all the Black Ink clansmen in the barren territory were wiped out, it would be difficult to say that the scourge of the Black Ink clan was completely dealt with. But at the very least, the 3,000 worlds could be kept safe, and the situation would basically return how it was to before the no-return pass was lost. With that logic in mind, Yan Kai knew he had to seal the territory gate connecting the no-return pass and the barren territory. No one else had the means to achieve this. Currently, the clan leader of the Phoenix clan may have the necessary skills to achieve this as well, but she was far too big of a target. As a master on par with the current Dragon clan leader, she was under constant watch by at least 2 royal lords, making it impossible for her to move as she pleased. As early on as when he decided to attack the no-return pass, Yan Kai had this idea in mind. Only, he never mentioned it to anyone. If the remnant army managed to break through the no-return pass, then it would be just as Yan Kai hoped, while if all seemed lost, he could still take the opportunity to rush towards the territory gate alone, while the remnant army held off the Black Ink clan. Originally, Yan Kai planned to seal the territory gate as they passed through it. However, what he saw in the no-return pass made him change his mind slightly. Right now, the remnant army had already arrived at the barren territory, and a large human army had rendezvoused with them, temporarily putting them out of danger. Only now did Yan Kai turn back to the portal. As space principles fluctuated, the territory gate began to shrink and flicker. Yan Kai had done something similar more than 1,000 years ago, so he naturally had no difficulty now. As soon as the sealing process began, its visual manifestation in the barren territory began showing signs of distortion. The portal, which was originally a giant, churning tear in the void, now seemed as if an invisible force had smoothed out its chaotic lines. The speed of rotation gradually decreased, and the torn traces were rapidly healing over. At first, the Black Ink clan did not notice anything, but soon enough, they detected the abnormality of the territory gate. Even though they had no idea what this occurrence meant, they relied on the territory gate to provide support, and reinforcements to their army, so they dared not be careless. At once, a royal lord went forward to investigate. What the Black Ink clan could notice, the humans naturally noticed as well. In particular, the Phoenix clan, who were proficient in the Tao of space, could tell what the source of the portal's change was, and a loud phoenix cry was soon sent out in all directions. When the human masters learned that someone was sealing the territory gate, all of their spirits were lifted and they all rushed towards the location of the portal to stop the Black Ink clan from disturbing the process. The two armies immediately engaged in a brutal fight to the death around the territory gate, with masters from both sides falling frequently. Even the powerful divine spirits were not spared from the carnage. Inside of the territory gate, Yang Kai pushed his space principles to the limit. He knew that as soon as he made his move, the Black Ink clan would definitely notice, so he had to act quickly to avoid being stopped by them. Shuttling through the void from the barren territory to the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai not only sealed the corridor, he also filled the void around him with violent turbulence wherever he passed, adding to the blockage. This blockage was not permanent or foolproof by any means. If there existed a master as skillful as him in the Tao of space, then the blocked territory gate could be reopened and the turbulence cleared out in short order. Only, there were no individuals among the Black Ink clan who were proficient in the Tao of space. It did not matter even if they forced their way through, as they would just be swept up by the chaos and forced to aimlessly wander the void forever. In just a dozen breaths of time, the portal in the barren territory had become as smooth as a mirror, its manifestation disappearing completely. All the humans were shocked to see this. How could they not know that their side had succeeded? Some of the Black Ink clansmen were unconvinced and rushed towards where the portal was originally located, yet there was no sign of them being transported at all. It was as if they were just traversing past ordinary space. This made all in the Black Ink clan's hearts sink. Being cut off from their rear support by the humans was going to be disastrous for them. They needed to act quickly. Otherwise, their troops would be eradicated, and they would have no chance of turning the tides anymore. Once Yang Kai blocked up the entire corridor and returned to the no-return pass, he immediately saw Neo fighting against several territory lords. It had been less than a half cup of tea's time since Neo stopped their pursuers, allowing Yang Kai to lead the remnant army to the barren territory, and his subsequent return alone. In just a short half a cup of tea's time, Neo had already been beaten beyond recognition. Countless pieces of his body were torn to shreds and he was now practically a broken skeleton that barely managed to maintain its original shape. The ox monster was certainly very strong, but it was still no match for a dozen innate territory lords combined. In a few more moments, it would surely be torn completely to shreds. Yang Kai could not bear to watch this scene any longer, but he had no intention of helping either. Neo was already dead and was now shining his final light. If he tried to help, he would only be throwing himself into a trap. The old ancestor of Azure Void Pass was the same. On another battlefield, the old ancestor stood alone, fighting against the royal lord there as well as several territory lords. It was clear that his energy was already close to being exhausted. After returning to the no-return pass again, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear before rushing straight to the central square. Neo was about to give up resisting, but when he noticed Yang Kai's aura, he immediately became energized and moved to the sky, desperately distracting his opponents lest they cause trouble for Yang Kai instead. The old ancestor acted similarly. Even though they noticed that Yang Kai had come back, the territory lords were unable to extricate themselves from their current battles. They could only scream and shout for their subordinates to stop him. But how could such dregs stop Yang Kai, whose current strength was sufficient to easily kill an innate territory lord with just one soul-rending thorn? Even without a soul-rending thorn, he could similarly kill innate territory lords quickly while only paying a small price. The feudal lords were simply unable to block his way, and any who tried simply turned into broken corpses. After cutting through the Black Ink clan's army in a reign of terror, Yang Kai descended upon the square with great momentum. With just one sweep of his divine sense, he found the aura of Ji Lao San, who was heavily suppressed and imprisoned. Even with the power of a divine spirit to protect him, he was already showing signs of being corrupted after being in contact with black ink strength for who knows how long. Ji Lao San's dragon form was also locked in place firmly by a type of black chain. He no longer had much power to resist. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's body erupted in a golden light, and following a dragon roar, he instantly transformed into a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon. He grabbed the black chains holding Ji Lao San down, and his dragon force burst out. Ji Lao San knew what Yang Kai was trying to do, and under their combined efforts, the chains were swiftly snapped. "Transform into your human form!" Yang Kai roared at him. Ji Lao San reacted quickly and shrank down, assuming a human shape. Yang Kai grabbed him with his claws and with a swing of his giant body, wiped out the black ink clansmen around him. Amid a loud dragon roar, he disappeared towards the depths of the void without looking back. From the distance, a loud dragon roar resounded. "I blocked the territory gate and cut off the supplies to the Black Ink clan on the other side. Victory will surely be ours." The Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor, who was fighting the Royal Lord silently and without rest, suddenly grinned at his words and shouted, "Good boy!" In the next moment, his old flesh completely transformed into a sword light. Man and sword merged into one and slashed out at the Royal Lord, horrifying the latter. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-55, Erosion of Black Ink Strength. Yang Kai had already disappeared with Ji Lao San, so he was unable to see the glory of the old ancestor's final attack. Naturally, he also had no idea that the Royal Lord at the no-return pass had nearly been cut in half by this shocking move. As the sword light disappeared, so did the old ancestor. Only an everlasting sword intent remained behind, cleaving open countless cracks in the void. The slash also left a 3-meter-long gash through the front of the Royal Lord's chest where his flesh could be seen turning inside out, from which black ink strength constantly spurted. With a look of shock still on his face, the Royal Lord turned in Yang Kai's direction and shouted through gritted teeth, "Follow him!" In the next instant, 8 territory lords soared towards the depths of the void in the direction Yang Kai escaped to. The Royal Lord's face was incredibly gloomy. Despite him personally overseeing this place, a small human army was still able to break through their blockade and pass through the no-return pass, which was a great shame to his name. But what made him feel even more indignant was the 8th Order Master from earlier. That human was too strong. In just this battle alone, that one 8th Order Master had cut down 6 territory lords. The Royal Lord made a move personally to exterminate this threat, but he did not expect a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to come out to hinder him at the critical moment. Worse yet, that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came back and rescued the dragon imprisoned by them in the no-return pass after so much difficulty, delivering another slap to his face. In a fit of rage, the Royal Lord's body flickered and appeared in front of Neo, who had been beaten to pieces. With just a single punch, the still defiant ox monster was reduced to paste. "Wastes! All of you!" the Royal Lord roared. Even with several territory lords uniting their strengths, they were held up by a literal dead thing until now, which made him extremely dissatisfied with their performances. The territory lords felt ashamed after being criticized, but they did not dare to retort. At this time, a feudal lord came forward to give a report. "Sir Royal Lord, there's something unusual happening to the territory gate on this side. Please inspect it, sir." The Royal Lord's heart clenched at those words and he turned back to look at the portal, a single glance being enough to send a chill down his spine. He hadn't noticed the changes in the territory gate before, but now that he looked over, he saw that the portal was gone. He quickly rushed over to try and pass through the gate, but it was useless. He tried a few more times, but it still did not work. Only then did he realize that the humans had somehow closed the territory gate leading to the 3,000 worlds by some unknown means. The Royal Lord became even more livid, and when the 8 territory lords who had gone to chase after Yang Kai returned empty-handed, his rage reached a peak. Yang Kai had escaped from the pursuit of a Royal Lord when he was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so now that he was in the 8th Order, what could a few territory lords do even if they tried to catch him? His dragon form made him an extremely conspicuous target, so not long after leaving the no-return pass, Yang Kai returned to his human form and wrapped Ji Lao San with his power. With a few successive instantaneous movements, the pair left the territory lords chasing them far behind. But Yang Kai did not stop immediately, and instead continued escaping towards the depths of the void. It was not until half a month later that he found a barren universe world to settle down on and recuperate. While moving deeper into the universe world, Yang Kai opened up 2 shelters for them and told Ji Lao San, "Rest by yourself for now. I need to heal my wounds." Ji Lao San nodded with a complicated expression on his face, remaining silent. Yang Kai headed to his spot and sat down cross-legged before taking out a large handful of pills and stuffing them into his mouth. The injuries he suffered from this battle were not light, not to mention the damage he incurred to his soul from using 4 soul-rending thorns. As the one leading the remnant army, Yang Kai had stood at the vanguard, and so he was also the one who received the most pressure for the majority of the battle. In particular, the world force from his small universe was severely depleted, so he was in desperate need of time to properly recuperate. Right now, Yang Kai no longer had complete sets of cultivation materials on hand, so he could only rely on open heaven pills to restore himself. Fortunately, the time flow inside of his small universe was 7 times faster than that of the outside world, and the bustling vitality of the living beings in his small universe was also providing him with fresh world force every moment. That was why recovering was not a difficult task for him. After a month or so, Yang Kai had just about recovered all of his depleted energy. Other than the damage to his soul, which still required some more time to heal, he was generally fine. The wounds on his soul did not need him to sit in meditation to recover because he had the soul-warming lotus, which would automatically nourish and repair it. Yang Kai got up and went to where Ji Lao San was resting, and when he heard the noise, Ji Lao San, who was circulating his dragon force and recovering his energy, opened his eyes and got up. "Many thanks for this life-saving grace, Brother Yang." Looking at the spirited Yang Kai, Ji Lao San could not help but recall the scene from back then when Yang Kai had just arrived at the no-return pass all those years ago. At that time, he still looked down on this guy and would repeatedly seek trouble with him. Who would have thought that hundreds of years later, it would be this guy who would save his life? "I've troubled you this time, Brother Yang." Ji Lao San was no longer the haughty dragon from back then. Clearly, the shocking events at the no-return pass had allowed him to mature a lot. However, it was not only those events that made him change. Yang Kai was part of it too. Even though Yang Kai was a human who chanced upon a dragon source, allowing him to acquire a dragon vein, the source he possessed was actually from the 3rd-generation dragon emperor. This point alone made it so that no dragon would dare to underestimate him. Furthermore, the dragon clan's elders had intended for Yang Kai to record his name in the dragon tome back then at the no-return pass. The dragon tome was a sacred treasure to the dragon clan, which had existed since their founding. It could be said to be one of the dragon clan's most important possessions, on par with the dragon pool itself. There were countless dragonkin in the 3,000 worlds, but only true dragons who were recognized by the dragon clan had the qualifications to record their name in the dragon tome. Furthermore, Yang Kai was the first dragonkin to become a true dragon and gain this qualification since ancient times. The elders even promised to record his name with his own surname. If that truly were to happen, then a new lineage would be born in the dragon clan. Since the beginning of history, the feat of ancestral establishment was achieved by only 3 members of the dragon clan, resulting in the current Fu, Zhu, and Ji families. If Yang Kai had agreed at the time, then a new young bloodline would have been born in the dragon clan. However, due to the bloodline great oath from the ancient past, Yang Kai refused the kindness of the elders and chose not to record his name in the dragon tome, even though the benefits of doing so were not small. Even without recording one's name, Yang Kai had already become a pure-blood dragon after advancing to become an ancient dragon. It could be said that there was no difference between him and dragons like Ji Lao San, who were born and raised as dragons. In fact, thanks to his source, he was even more powerful. The dragons would not so much as spare a glance at the dragakin of mixed bloodlines, but how could Ji Lao San act recklessly in front of his own kin? Not to mention, he just received Yang Kai's life-saving grace. Upon hearing Ji Lao San's words, Yang Kai knew that he had misunderstood him and tried to explain. I didn't return to the no-return pass just for you, Brother Ji. The main reason was to seal the territory gate. Ji Lao San was stunned when he heard what Yang Kai said, but then he looked delightfully surprised in realization. The portal has been blocked? He had been confined this whole time and enveloped by a thick black ink cloud, so he was completely oblivious to outside matters. Yang Kai nodded. I came from the barren territory and blocked the portal using my secret technique. The Black Ink clan should not even think about opening the portal again unless they have a master as skilled as me in the Tao of space. Ji Lao San was ecstatic. This way, our side only needs to take care of the enemies in the barren territory, and the Black Ink clan's plan to invade the 3,000 worlds will be completely crushed. He had been in the no-return pass for a long time, so Ji Lao San naturally knew about the barren territory. Every so often, he would even use a soul clone to run around the barren territory when he was bored. Only, the barren territory was quite literally barren, with only the necessities left behind by the human ancestors to wage war. Ji Lao San only went a few times before losing interest. Rather than go to that damned place, he might as well stay in the no-return pass and quarrel with the phoenixes. With his spirits raised, Ji Lao San thought of something again and mentioned tentatively. But blocking the territory gate doesn't mean the war will end. Yang Kai was surprised. Why do you say that? Rather than answer his question, Ji Lao San asked. I heard that the humans encountered an extremely ancient master during a previous crusade called Song? Yang Kai nodded. Ji Lao San said. Truthfully, the ancient books of the Dragon Clan do have some records about this, but only in scattered fragments. Perhaps it may have something to do with the Dragon Clan's decline at the time. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully. Based on what Seng told him back then, the divine spirits were active during the primordial era, the era in which they ruled over the vast universe. It was just that their vicious battles against each other caused many divine spirits and their clans to go extinct. By the time the early ancient era arrived, it was the monster races that assumed dominance. During the early ancient era, monster beasts ran rampant and the human race were put in a difficult position. Under the influence of some sort of mysterious power, Sung and the other 9 martial ancestors entered the grand ancient ruins boundary, and with the power of the World Tree, gained enlightenment to the path to the open heaven realm. It was only after this that the human race was able to slowly rise. During the age when the humans were rising up, the divine spirits had already begun to decline, and the Dragon Clan spent all their time in the ancestral land, so they did not know much about the outside world. However, they still had some records from that time. Does Brother Yang know how the Black Ink battlefield was formed? Yang Kai nodded. Senior Tseng told me about it. It was the 10 martial ancestors that carved out the battlefield. Ji Lao San corrected. What they carved out was merely the great territories that had already been taken over by Black Ink strength. A boundary was built between those great territories and those not occupied by the Black Ink clan. After a pause, Ji Lao San said, Let's put this another way. Does Brother Yang know why the Black Ink battlefield is so vast and expansive? Yang Kai said hesitantly, I heard that it was made up of a fusion of many great territories. Ji Lao San nodded. Exactly. Then, why did these great territories fuse together? Yang Kai's expression changed as he realized what Ji Lao San was trying to say now. Ji Lao San sighed. Black Ink strength is an extremely sinister power. Not only can it corrupt the bodies and souls of living beings, it can even erode the boundaries between great territories. Once the density of Black Ink strength reaches a certain point in a great territory, the boundary wall will disappear, and without that barrier, the great territories will naturally fuse into one. Yang Kai exclaimed, The barren territory. He finally understood why Ji Lao San said blocking the portal would not end the war. He had indeed sealed off the no-return pass from the barren territory for now, but if the boundary walls of the barren territory were to be eroded, then it would fuse with the shattered heaven. If that were to happen, the defensive line constructed by the humans in the barren territory would become meaningless. Ji Lao San went on. You don't have to worry too much though, Brother Yang. Even though the Black Ink clan is strong right now, without any supplies it will become difficult for them to produce more members or Black Ink strength. The barren territory is not small by any means, so it would be unfeasible for the Black Ink clan to try and erode the boundary walls using just the Black Ink strength available to them. I'm only telling you this in case you suffer a loss due to something similar happening in the future. Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks for the lesson, Ji Lao San added. Besides, if I know about this, then the elders of my Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan should know about it too. They will take the necessary precautions. No matter what, the Black Ink clan has already lost half the battle since the territory gate has been blocked by you, Brother Yang. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-56, The Way Back. During the late ancient era, the reason why the boundary walls between the great territories eroded so easily was mainly because of Mo. Mo was the origin of Black Ink's strength, and its power was incredibly pure and powerful. Most of the boundary walls between the great territories occupied by the Black Ink clan were personally eroded by its hands. The boundary walls were a real existence, only it was difficult for ordinary people to even perceive them. The places where the territory gates were located were essentially gaps in the boundary walls, as well as the portals that connected two great territories. In fact, boundary walls were incredibly sturdy existences, otherwise, it would be impossible for the humans to confine the Black Ink clan inside the Black Ink battlefield. Trying to erode the boundary wall with Black Ink strength alone was a difficult feat to achieve. Now, Yang Kai had sealed the territory gate between the no-return pass and the barren territory, cutting off the Black Ink clan's supply line, but he was powerless to do anything more. He asked more about the no-return pass, and learned from Ji Lao San that the pass fall was attributed to the two Black Ink giant spirit gods just as he expected. The human race army retreated all the way from outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction to the no-return pass, suffering countless casualties along the way. Somewhere between 20 and 30 of the great passes were destroyed in the process, while even more Ninth-Order old ancestors died in battle. The casualties they sustained could be described as unprecedented since the late ancient era. Even though the Black Ink clan also sustained their fair share of casualties, they were much less significant when compared to the humans. After all, the two Black Ink giant spirit gods were far too powerful. After retreating to the no-return pass and receiving the support from the Dragon clan and Phoenix clan, the two sides fought a brutal war around the no-return pass. In the end, the human army and its allies were unable to hold. The no-return pass was broken through, and for the first time in history, it became engulfed in the flames of war. Half of this result was because they were truly helpless to fend off the enemy, but the other half was intentional. The united army of the humans and the divine spirits executed a coordinated retreat to the barren territory to use the second battlefield to continue their war against the Black Ink clan. Ji Lao San had gone too deep into enemy lines while fighting and was surrounded by the Black Ink clan, resulting in him being unable to return to the no-return pass in time to join the evacuation. In the end, he was captured by a royal lord in the final battle. The Black Ink clan did not kill him though. They placed divine spirits in high regard, so the royal lord imprisoned him in the no-return pass and surrounded him in a cloud of Black Ink strength, seemingly in an attempt to study the innate resistance of divine spirits towards their Black Ink strength. It was to find a way to corrupt them quickly through research. If the royal lord had not had such intentions, then Ji Lao San would not have survived after being captured. His 55,000-meter-long ancient dragon body was comparable to an 8th-order master in strength. However, an ancient dragon could hardly make any waves in front of a royal lord. Over the years, it had become increasingly difficult for Ji Lao San to persevere. Fortunately, his dragon vein was quite pure, giving him fairly high resistance to the corruption of Black Ink strength. However, if another decade or so had passed, even he could not be sure whether or not he would be corrupted by Black Ink strength. If he really were corrupted, then he would surely become a stain on the Dragon clan's pride. That was why Ji Lao San was so grateful to Yang Kai for saving him. He had saved not only his life, but protected the honor of the entire clan. Ji Lao San still had some black ink strength lingering in his body, so Yang Kai gave him some purifying black ink pills to finally eliminate this hidden danger. Freed from the black ink strength's shadow, Ji Lao San's body felt light, and he heaved a long sigh in his hiding place before asking, "Brother Yang, what do you plan on doing next?" "I'm going back." Yang Kai had already made up his mind. Ji Lao San did not understand. "The portal has already been blocked though, how will you return? You're not thinking of reopening it, are you?" "That would be a bad idea." Yang Kai was able to catch the enemy by surprise when he sealed the territory gate the first time, but if he were to try it again, the Black Ink clan would surely respond more quickly and forcefully, making it questionable whether he could succeed or not. If things progressed as expected, the Black Ink clan would have already tightened their guard around where the territory gate used to be while they looked for a way to reopen the portal. "That won't be necessary." Yang Kai shook his head. "I know a passage that leads to the 3,000 worlds. We can use that path." His words shocked Ji Lao San. To think that the Black Ink battlefield actually had another passage that led to the 3,000 worlds. This was big news, and if the Black Ink clan were to ever learn about it, they would surely rejoice. The passage that Yang Kai spoke of was the one he used to get to the Black Ink battlefield from Black Territory back then. Since he could come from Black Territory to the Black Ink battlefield at that time, he would naturally be able to do the opposite. He just had to reopen the passage, which would not be difficult for the current him at all. Now, of course, the existence of the passage was quite peculiar in itself. Based on Yang Kai's speculation, it may be a special type of territory gate, or it may be a weak point in the boundary walls. In ancient times, a royal lord somehow found her way into the Black Territory through this passage and was suppressed and sealed by human race masters of the time before a super-array was set up to suppress her and the Void Corridor. Countless years later, Yang Kai shook the foundation of the Grand Array while mining the resources in Black Territory, and almost allowed the royal lord to escape. Fortunately, she had been imprisoned for an incredibly long time, so her strength had declined greatly. Otherwise, with the lineup that the humans had at the time, they would have suffered far heavier losses in order to deal with that royal lord. The Void Corridor was located in the Blue Sky Theater, which was quite far from here. Yang Kai took out his universe chart and ascertained the direction before flying side by side with Ji Lao San, occasionally using space principles to speed up their journey. If he was alone, Yang Kai could have just repeatedly used instantaneous movement to dramatically reduce the amount of time the journey required, but it was hard to do so with Ji Lao San tagging along, as the latter was an ancient dragon, meaning he could not be carried by Yang Kai so easily. Along their journey, the scenery in the vast void all looked the same. They passed through several theaters, which used to be defended by the Great Passes, and took nearly 10 years to finally reach the Blue Sky Theater. Blue Sky Pass, which had guarded this stretch of void for eons, was long gone. Yang Kai did not even know whether it had been completely destroyed or not. There were 70 to 80 remnant Great Passes floating outside of the no-return pass, all of them shrouded by black ink clouds, making it hard to identify them. From Yang Kai's perspective, it had been several thousand years since he came here, but he still remembered how he had sealed up the Void Corridor along his way after departing from Black Territory until he suddenly stepped into a sealed world. The Void Corridor in Black Territory was connected to that sealed world. The sealed worlds of the Black Ink battlefield were basically the universe paradises and universe cave heavens left behind after the fall of high-rank open heaven realm masters from ancient times. The universe cave heaven encompassing the passage connecting Black Territory and the Black Ink battlefield should not have appeared there as an accident, but rather been placed there by artificial intervention. The owner of the universe cave heaven clearly knew about the existence of this void corridor, and so they took the initiative to leave their small universe behind, enveloping the passage and hiding it from the eyes and ears of all others. Doing so meant sacrificing one's lifetime of cultivation, as well as their life itself. Their ancestors sacrificed their lives for the sake of peace for the human race. Countless years later, their descendants still upheld this philosophy. That was why Meng-Chi, whom Yang Kai encountered in the sealed world, willingly sacrificed himself without a single word of complaint in order to keep the void corridor a secret. The sacrifice of this unnamed ancestor was worth it. Countless years went by, yet the Black Ink clan never learned of the existence of a void corridor that connected straight to the 3,000 worlds. If Yang Kai had not come over from Black territory, then he would not have triggered the abnormality in the universe cave heaven, and then it would naturally not have been noticed by the Black Ink clan. It was because of his actions that the universe cave heaven's location was exposed, and only then did several feudal lords come over to investigate. Fortunately, the passage had been sealed shortly after it opened, so the feudal lords couldn't have detected anything. There were several feudal lords and their subordinates, as well as other high-ranked Black Ink clansmen who came to investigate the sealed world. Regardless of whether or not they could find anything good in the sealed world, the world force that existed there in itself was the favorite food of the Black Ink clan. World force was the foundation that maintained the existence of a sealed world. Even though the sealed world's owner died long ago, as long as the small universe remained intact, the world force would not dissipate. However, after being devoured by the Black Ink clan, the world force was gone, and without that foundation, the sealed world would naturally collapse into nothingness, never to be found again. It took a decade for Yang Kai and Ji Lao San to arrive at the Blue Sky Theater, and another 2 years to locate the original location of the sealed world, not because Yang Kai was incompetent, but because it was difficult to find a single spot in the vastness of the void. Fortunately, he had specifically noted down the location in his mind back then, otherwise he might have come up empty on this trip. Standing at a certain point in the void, Yang Kai silently sensed his surroundings for some time before he was certain that this was where the sealed world collapsed, and the void corridor was hidden. If anyone else were to come here, they would naturally be helpless in the face of this situation, but Yang Kai had great attainments in the Tao of space. Even in such a case, he could find the void corridor's entrance, he just needed to spend some time and effort on it. So, for the next few months, Yang Kai used space principles to probe for the void corridor over and over again, while Ji Lao San sat silently. Until one day, he suddenly raised his brow and called out to Ji Lao San, who was a short distance away. "Brother Ji, come quickly!" Ji Lao San's spirits were lifted and he came over in a flash. "Did you find it?" Yang Kai nodded. "We must connect our auras together. Remember to follow me closely lest you get lost in the void crack. If that happens, even I may not be able to find you." Ji Lao San laughed. "No need to go through such trouble." While saying so, his body flickered and he took on his dragon form. Only this time, rather than a 55,000-meter-long ancient dragon form, he transformed into a tiny dragon, no longer than an ordinary snake. This was also one of the Dragon Clan's secret techniques, allowing even a dragon that could cover the sky to become as small as a mustard seed. Yang Kai knew this secret technique too. However, he could not shrink himself as small as Ji Lao San could. Currently, his dragon form could range between 70,000 meters and 70 meters long. Seeing this display, Yang Kai decided in his heart that he had to properly cultivate this Dragon Clan's secret technique once he returned. After all, sometimes, it was quite inconvenient for him to fight when his body was too large. The snake that Ji Lao San transformed himself into wrapped itself around Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai could not help but chuckle. Then, while madly surging his space principles, a ripple appeared in the void in front of them. A short while later, the sealed portal slowly revealed hints of itself. Yang Kai was the one who sealed off this void corridor nearly 1,000 years ago, so it was naturally no problem for him to open it again. However, not only did he have to open the void corridor today, but he also had to seal it behind him as he passed through, so he still faced some difficulty. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-57, Battle Outside the Universe Temple. This was also the reason why Yang Kai had not brought the remnant army back to the 3,000 worlds via this particular route. After gathering the remnant army, they numbered almost 5,000. There were simply too many of them. In a unique environment like this void corridor, Yang Kai was only capable of protecting 1 or 2 people at most, thus, he could not bring all of them with him. If they were caught up in the void turbulence, they were bound to be swept away into the void crack, never to find their way out again. Thinking about the remnant army, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling depressed. 5,000 of them had attacked the no-return pass, but less than 3,000 made it through. Not to mention, that was with the assistance of the old ancestor, and Neo holding back their enemies. Without their help, all 5,000 of them would have died that day. Composing himself, Yang Kai concentrated on forging a path forward. The void corridor to Black Territory was much longer than the one at the no-return pass. At present, he had to open a path in front of him while simultaneously closing it behind him. Therefore, it was a huge challenge to his mastery of the Tao of space. Ji Lao San, who had transformed into a small dragon resembling a snake, had wrapped himself tightly around Yang Kai's arm. Looking around at the dangerous void turbulence swirling around them in all directions, he secretly felt speechless. It was his first time entering a place like the void crack. In the past, he had heard from the Phoenix clan at the no-return pass that void cracks were extremely dangerous, and the slightest negligence could cause a person to lose their way forever. Nevertheless, he did not truly understand the risks since he only heard stories but never experienced them in person. He once asked one of the Phoenix clan members to bring him deep into the void cracks so that he could experience the environment for himself, but that Phoenix clan member had sternly reprimanded him for making such a request. After all, though the Phoenix clan was proficient in the Tao of space, most would rather choose not to venture deep into a void crack for no reason, much less bring another person along with them. Yang Kai's movements had a sense of rhythm and order to them, even though he looked like he was struggling somewhat. This guy's attainments in the Tao of space are probably higher than most of the Phoenix clan members. Ji Lao San secretly speculated in his heart. Not only was Yang Kai an ancient dragon, allowing him to be proficient in the Tao of time, but he also had such profound attainments in the Tao of space. Just what kind of a freak was he? On the other hand, Yang Kai did not know what nonsensical thoughts were running through Ji Lao San's head as he was focused solely on passing through the void corridor safely. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed when the obstruction ahead finally vanished without warning and he abruptly found himself standing in the vast void. An irregular portal filled with capes and nihility remained open behind him. He quickly turned around, reached out his hand in a swiping motion, and manipulated space principles to make the portal vanish out of sight. It was not until he finished hiding the entrance to the void corridor that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, Yang Kai did not see any scenery that was familiar to him. There was only pitch-black darkness that seemed darker than certain areas on the black ink battlefield. Be that as it may, he knew that he had arrived at Black Territory. In the past, he had entered the void corridor that brought him to the black ink battlefield from this very spot. Without further delay, he immediately consumed some open heaven pills to replenish the energy he had used up and quickly set off towards the territory gate. More than 10 years had passed since Yang Kai led the remnant army to the barren territory, so there was no way to know what the situation there was now. For that reason, he pressed down the urge to return to the star boundary. Even though he wanted to go back and check on the star boundary, he knew that now was not the right time to return. His greatest priority at the moment was to rush towards the barren territory as soon as possible. If he wanted to reach the barren territory, then he would first need to head towards the shattered heaven. He took out a universe chart of the 3,000 worlds and quickly figured out his direction, then he hurried on his way. Ji Lao San seemed to have gotten used to this traveling method and did not change back to his original form, simply choosing to remain wrapped around Yang Kai's arm. If one did not observe carefully, one would have assumed that Yang Kai was wearing a fancy bracelet. To arrive at the barren territory as soon as possible, Yang Kai pushed his speed to its limits as he traveled through great territory after great territory. It was fortunate that he had left his imprint on a large number of universe temples, allowing him to save a significant amount of time. One day, Yang Kai's figure appeared atop a universe temple's universe array of a certain great territory before he immediately flew out. The cultivator guarding the Universe Temple didn't even have the time to check Yan Kai's identity before the latter disappeared without a trace. Hence, he was stunned by the strange and fleeting incident. The Universe Temples located in each great territory had been left behind by the human race in ancient times and were presently under the joint control of the cave heavens and paradises. Most great territories had a Universe Temple, with the rare exception of several great territories located in extremely remote regions. For example, the great territory in which the star boundary was located had not contained a Universe Temple originally. That was because the martial Tao in that particular great territory was too backward, and there were no cultivators who could shuttle through the void. Guarding the Universe Temple could be considered a kind of training for the disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. However, the task was boring since fighting was forbidden inside the Universe Temples. That was why very few disciples from the cave heavens and paradises would willingly volunteer to guard these places. Most of those assigned to these posts had relatively low cultivations. Aside from the mandatory Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master presiding over the Universe Temple, the rest were either in the Fifth Order or below. Not to mention, their numbers were not high. Yan Kai was currently in the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, which would make him a Supreme Elder or Ancestor-level character in any cave heaven or paradise. How could these guards in the Fourth and Fifth Order possibly trace his whereabouts? In any case, he had no plans to stay here for long because he had to continue on his journey. However, today, he noticed a battle between cultivators right outside the Universe Temple. 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and a 7th Order Master were locked in an intense fight for some reason. Although there was a clear gap in their cultivations, the 2 Sixth Order Masters were holding their own against their opponent in a 2-against-1 battle. That was an unusual sight indeed, as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was considered a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. How could 2 Sixth Order Masters be a worthy opponent for such a foe? Yan Kai observed for a while and soon figured out the reason. The 2 Sixth Order Masters were clearly disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, so the artifacts in their possession were excellent, and their secret techniques were powerful. They were most likely peak 6th Order Masters. On the contrary, the 7th Order Master's aura was clearly unstable. It looked like not much time had passed since he broke through to the 7th Order. Which great force he came from was unknown, but he clearly did not originate from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Yan Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. According to convention, any 7th Order Master who did not come from any of the cave heavens or paradises in the 3,000 worlds was absorbed into the cave heaven or paradise closest to them. They would also be given the position of guest elder without any real responsibilities. Take the Great Battle Heaven for example. They were affiliated with more than 10 great territories. If a cultivator within any of these great territories advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, they would then be absorbed into Great Battle Heaven. However, all of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who became guest elders of the cave heavens and paradises in this manner would vanish without a trace soon after. There were no exceptions to this unspoken rule since time immemorial. As a result, the general public in the 3,000 worlds had various misunderstandings towards the cave heavens and paradises. The general assumption was that the cave heavens and paradises were using their authority to suppress all other great forces to prevent any unaffiliated cultivators from reaching the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, lest the foundation of their ruling position be shaken. That was why they immediately captured and subdued any cultivator who was discovered to have advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Of course, the truth of the matter was that most of those cultivators who advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm were sent to the Black Ink battlefield. As for the others, they simply entered seclusion in the cave heavens and paradises. It was not that the cave heavens and paradises were trying to suppress the other great forces. On the contrary, they wanted more 7th Order Masters to appear, as such cultivators could not be considered weak. They were qualified to become squad leaders and vice-squad leaders on the Black Ink battlefield. For countless years, the cave heavens and paradises had nurtured countless disciples who were then dispatched to the Black Ink battlefield. As a result, they suffered countless casualties as the same cycle repeated generation after generation. If 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were born from other great forces, then they should also do their part to maintain the peace of the 3,000 worlds. However, participation was not mandatory. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were welcomed into the cave heavens and paradises would be told about the secret of the Black Ink battlefield by the sect master in person. Then, they were given the choice to enter the Black Ink battlefield and contribute to the safety of the human race or remain within the sect for the rest of their lives. Information regarding the Black Ink clan and Black Ink strength could not be leaked to the public. Therefore, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were aware of this secret could only remain within the confines of the cave heavens and paradises. Consequently, only the cave heavens and paradises could be ranked as first-class forces. No matter how large or powerful other great forces became, they could only be considered second-class because no Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were overseeing them. Due to these circumstances, many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the second-class great forces did not dare to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, even though they had the heritage and capital to do so, as they were worried that they would suffer at the hands of the cave heavens and paradises if they did so. It was not that these great forces were too weak and could not produce Seventh Order Masters, but that the cultivators simply did not dare to advance to that realm. That was also how some Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters eventually found themselves hiding in Shattered Heaven. They secretly snuck into the Shattered Heaven before reaching the Seventh Order or Eighth Order in order to avoid the pursuit of the cave heavens and paradises. Although they seemed free and relaxed, only they knew about the pain and suffering they endured. After all, the Shattered Heaven was not a pleasant place. Even though this practice of the cave heavens and paradises caused great dissatisfaction among the countless second-class great forces, there was nothing that could be done. They could not allow the information regarding Black Ink strength to become common knowledge. If that were to happen, those with immoral intentions would inevitably take the initiative to seek out Black Ink strength. Even Vice-Sect Master Yuan-Du of Langya Paradise could not resist the temptation of Black Ink strength. He had actively sought out Black Ink strength and absorbed it into his body before spreading it to a number of elite disciples, transforming them into Black Ink disciples. It had to be said that Yuan-Du was a Vice-Sect Master belonging to one of the 72 paradises. If even such a character could not resist temptation, how were others with lower strength, status, and talent do so? Most cultivators would gain the courage to break the rules and make some unexpected choices when faced with the limitations of their martial Tao. Over the years, the cave heavens and paradises might have made mistakes in other aspects. Nevertheless, there was no denying that they had performed splendidly in terms of protecting the 3,000 worlds. Outside this universe temple, the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were fighting a newly advanced Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yan Kai only needed a single glance to determine that the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master had come from one of the second-class great forces, and not one of the cave heavens and paradises. There was also a large ship outside the Universe Temple with several Fifth and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters standing on the deck, observing the battle. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was an old man with a white head of hair and beard. After advancing to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, he thought that he could easily escape the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Golden Antelope Paradise, but it wasn't until they started fighting that he realized how powerful these two were. He could only lament the fact that it had not been long since his advancement, so he could not bring out the full strength of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If he had the opportunity to cultivate and retreat for several dozen to 100 years to consolidate his cultivation and familiarize himself with it, then two trivial Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would have been nothing to him. Seeing that he could not escape, the old man shouted, "The cave heavens and paradises have been gathering Fifth and Sixth Order Masters from the second-class great forces in every great territory recently. It's obvious that they are planning to destroy the foundation of all second-class great forces to prevent their ruling authority from being shaken. They have revealed their wolfish ambitions. How long are the rest of you going to stand there and watch the show?" The expressions of the Fifth and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters standing on the large ship changed drastically upon hearing those words. It was just as the old man had said. They were cultivators from various second-class great forces in this great territory which was under the jurisdiction of Golden Antelope Paradise. In recent years, Golden Antelope Paradise had gone around gathering 5th and 6th order open heaven realm masters from various second-class great forces. It was just that they had not explained the purpose of their actions, so many people became uneasy about the situation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-58, Lord of the Star Boundary. It was not strange for the old man to have such thoughts. Too many rumors and misunderstandings about the cave heavens and paradises had propagated over the years. Many had the same thoughts as the old man but did not dare to voice their opinions. The old man continued, Yan 1,800 years ago, the former temple master of Golden Light Temple advanced to the 7th order open heaven realm and was taken away by Golden Antelope Paradise. Have you heard from him since then? A scholarly 6th order open heaven realm master stood on the large ship with a gloomy expression. He was none other than Yan of Golden Light Temple, whom the old man had addressed. The old man then shouted, Bien Yuan Shan! 3,200 years ago, your ancestors showed outstanding talent and advanced directly to the 6th order open heaven realm. He was expected to advance to the 8th order one day, but more than 3,000 years have passed since he was recruited by these people. Have you seen or heard from him even once? The Bien family has repeatedly gone to the Golden Antelope Paradise to request a meeting with him, but they were always refused, isn't that right? A middle-aged man standing beside Yan on the large ship looked bitter. He was Bien Yuan Shan, the person whom the old man had called out in his speech. The Bien family was not particularly outstanding in this great territory. Nevertheless, it was true that an exceedingly talented ancestor who was born to them around 3,000 years ago. In addition to outstanding talent, that ancestor was also blessed with great luck. He had managed to obtain a complete set of 6th order materials from somewhere, and advanced directly to the 6th order open heaven realm. With the limited financial resources of the Bien family, it would have been impossible for him to obtain a complete set of 6th order materials for his advancement otherwise. Unfortunately, he was taken away by the masters of the Golden Antelope Paradise not long after he ascended to the open heaven realm. After that incident, the Bien family had gone to the Golden Antelope Paradise on numerous occasions to meet their ancestor. However, it was just as the old man had mentioned. Their attempts had been fruitless to date. This incident had been a painful thorn in their hearts since then. The descendants of the Bien family had never forgotten that a mighty individual, who had advanced directly into the 6th order open heaven realm with the expectation to one day become an 8th order master, had been born from their humble family. Judging by the talent of their ancestor, he should have advanced to the 7th order open heaven realm by now since more than 3,000 years had passed. Bien Yuan Shan naturally felt bitter and depressed to be reminded of this incident. If the Bien family had received the protection of a 7th order open heaven realm master, they would not have fallen into such desolation. The 7th order old man had clearly lived for a very long time, therefore, he was extremely knowledgeable about the secrets of the nearby great forces. He called out to each person and mentioned various incidents that were related to them, causing many 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm masters on the large ship to become furious. He called out to 6 people in quick succession, all of whom were similar to Yan and Bien Yuan Shan. Their ancestors or elders had either shown outstanding talent or advanced to the 7th order open heaven realm. Consequently, they were taken away by Golden Antelope Paradise and disappeared without a trace. The second-class great forces had always harbored some resentment towards the cave heavens and paradises. It was just that they buried these feelings in their hearts and did not dare to express them out loud. Now that the old man had flamed these resentments, though, hostility began to bubble to the surface. When the 2 6th order open heaven realm masters fighting the old man saw where the situation was going, one of them shouted, "Jiu Yen, stop talking nonsense! We can still resolve this issue if you stop now. If you insist on being stubborn, then don't blame us for showing no mercy." The old man called Jiu Yen coldly snorted. "This old master is speaking nonsense? You should know well just how many dirty things the cave heavens and paradises have done over the years. This old master is simply revealing the truth. Don't even think about capturing and imprisoning this old master. Now that this old master is in the seventh order open heaven realm, I can just kill you both here and then escape to the shattered heaven to live freely. The other sixth order open heaven realm master shook his head. Jiu Yan, the truth is different from what you believe. Golden Antelope Paradise has indeed acted a bit ambiguously over the years, but we had no other choice. If you wish to know the truth, then please stop resisting. The truth will naturally come to light once my senior brother guides you to a certain place. Jiu Yan sneered coldly. This old master has lived for so many years. I am not a 3-year-old child. How can I be deceived by such nonsense? While speaking, his attacks became more and more ruthless as he addressed the people on the ship once more. Why aren't you doing anything? Are you truly planning to follow in the footsteps of your ancestors? The people on the large ship had seemingly been bewitched and were eager to take action. The expressions of the Golden Antelope Paradise disciples, who were tasked with the responsibility of guiding these people, changed drastically at those words and raised their vigilance significantly. Needless to say, there were more than just the 2 sixth order open heaven realm masters among the Golden Antelope Paradise disciples here. There were several other 5th order masters on the ship, but their numbers were not high. After all, the battle in the barren territory was currently in an extremely dangerous state. The cave heavens and paradises simply could not afford to spare much manpower. If it really came down to a fight, they might not be a match for the people gathered here. In the worst case, they might even lose their lives. Kill them all! This old master will bring you to the shattered heaven! We will never be controlled by others again! Jiu Yan yelled. At this moment, he spotted an opening and slammed his palm towards one of the 6th order open heaven realm masters. World force surged madly from the palm of his hand, enveloping it in an unstoppable force. The 6th order open heaven realm master turned pale with fright. He had been distracted for a moment just now, and that momentary distraction had given Jiu Yan an unexpected opportunity. That palm strike was not something he could bear. If he was struck by that blow, then he would either end up dead or heavily injured. At that point, his junior brother would be forced to confront Jiu Yan by himself, which was clearly impossible. When the other 6th order open heaven realm master saw that his senior brother was in danger, he tried to help. Unfortunately, there was not enough time. In his desperation, he could only roar at the top of his lungs. Jiu Yan, stop! Not only did Jiu Yan refuse to stop, but he channeled even more strength into his attack. His palm was about to land on the 6th order open heaven realm master's forehead when all of a sudden, a hand appeared out of nowhere and lightly grabbed Jiu Yan by the wrist. Jiu Yan's aura that was flaring madly suddenly withered like a deflated ball. Jiu Yan was horrified, but when he tried to withdraw his hand, he discovered that he could not move a muscle. His body seemed to be imprisoned in place. Shifting his eyes, he saw a tall and handsome young man had appeared in front of him at some point. Although the young man was simply looking at him indifferently, those eyes seemed to contain a mysterious power that prevented him from shifting his gaze away. It felt as though his entire soul was sinking into the depths of those eyes. In the blink of an eye, Jiu Yan's arrogance and boldness vanished. His entire body trembled in fear under that gaze. Fortunately, the young man did not do anything to him and soon looked away, allowing him to feel a sense of relief, as though he had been granted mercy from the heavens. After a brief pause, the 2 sixth order open heaven realm masters from Golden Antelope Paradise recovered from their shock and realized that the young man in front of them had saved their lives. Nevertheless, they exchanged an astonished glance with each other. Blocking Jiu Yan's attack so easily was definitely not something a 7th order master could do. Moreover, the faint aura emanating from this young man indicated that he was an 8th order open heaven realm master. Golden Antelope Paradise's Fan Nan / Shiyuan greets ancestor. They quickly bowed in unison. Yang Kai nodded lightly before glancing over at the large ship. The people who were eager to take action after being incited by Jiu Yan's provocation hurriedly lowered their heads, terrified of being singled out by the master who appeared out of nowhere. On the other hand, the Golden Antelope Paradise disciples on the boat were ecstatic. With the arrival of an eighth-order ancestor, their troubles were no longer troubles. Their anxious feelings were finally relieved. Fan Nan was the eldest senior brother here, so he hesitantly asked, "From which cave, heaven or paradise, does ancestor hail?" There were many eighth-order open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises, and although he did not recognize all of them, he could recognize many of them. Even for the ones he could not recognize, he would have heard most of their names before. Be that as it may, none of those names or descriptions matched this young man. He couldn't help feeling curious and quietly wondered to himself, could it be that the situation in the barren territory is so desperate that even the eighth-order open heaven realm masters, who had not come out for such a long time, are required to take action? Yan Kai waved dismissively. "I am not from any cave heaven or paradise." Both Fan Nan and Shi Yuan were shocked. Is there an eighth-order master who does not come from any of the cave heavens or paradises? For a time, their heads buzzed with various thoughts, and they couldn't help forming many misunderstandings about the situation. Fortunately, Yan Kai quickly added an explanation. "Lord of the Star Boundary, Yan Kai." He did not mention Void Land, as although Void Land was the great force he established with his own hands, it could not compare with the fame of the Star Boundary thanks to the World Tree clone. Many people in the 3,000 worlds had heard of Void Land, but absolutely everyone who had any form of strength knew about the Star Boundary. Naturally, Fan Nan and Shi Yuan knew of the Star Boundary. They had even heard of Yan Kai, thus, they immediately looked surprised and asked, "Senior Yang, didn't you head to that place?" The incident in Black Territory had caused a huge uproar back then. To deal with the super array that covered the entire Black Territory, the cave heavens and paradises had dispatched many people to harvest the ore stars which made up the array nodes. It was not a secret that Yan Kai had left Black Territory for the Black Ink battlefield. Even Fan Nan and Shi Yuan were aware of his departure. Yan Kai casually explained, "I just came back from there." Then, he inquired further, "Are you escorting these people there?" Fan Nan hurriedly said, "That's right, but we encountered some trouble." "I apologize for troubling you with this." Yan Kai shook his head. "It is related to the survival of the 3,000 worlds. You've worked hard." Upon receiving the affirmation of an eighth-order open heaven realm master like Yan Kai, their grievances immediately dissolved. They had not been able to explain anything even though Jiu Yan had been accusing them of many heinous crimes. Combined with the risk of life and death looming over them, the pressure and stress on their shoulders had been as heavy as a mountain. Fortunately, Yan Kai had suddenly appeared and took control of the situation. Yan Kai suddenly turned to look at one of the people on the ship. "Yan Yi!" On the large ship, the person named Yan Yi, who was previously addressed by Jiu Yan, hastily bowed in greeting. "Golden Light Temple's Yan Yi greets Senior." Yan Kai felt slightly speechless. Now that he had advanced to the eighth-order open heaven realm, everybody immediately called him Senior. However, he was probably much younger than all the people in front of him. Too lazy to correct them, Yan Kai simply continued indifferently. "I don't know about what happened to Golden Light Temple. In fact, I've never even heard of this name before, but I do have a few questions for you. Did your Golden Light Temple suffer any harsh treatment after its former temple master advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm and was taken away by Golden Antelope Paradise?" Yan Yi answered honestly. "Never." "Did you receive extra care?" Yan Yi nodded. "After the former temple master was taken away, Golden Antelope Paradise indeed provided our Golden Light Temple with generous compensation. They not only bestowed us with some secret arts and techniques, but also deliver many precious cultivation resources to the sect every year." Yan Kai stretched out a finger and pointed at Yan Yi. "Those are the rewards that the former temple master of Golden Light Temple received in exchange for his life." Yan Yi's expression changed slightly. It was obvious that he had misunderstood Yan Kai's meaning. Yan Kai was in no hurry to explain anything though, and instead turned to look at the other person. "What about the situation in your sect, Bien Yuan Shan? Is the situation similar to the Golden Light Temple? Or has the situation remained unchanged?" Bien Yuan Shan pursed his lips and shook his head. "Reporting to Senior, there have been no changes in our family's situation. He was now quite confused. Golden Light Temple had received increased protection and support from Golden Antelope Paradise after the former temple master of the Golden Light Temple was taken away. However, his Bien family had not received any kind of compensation at all, even though the ancestor had also been taken away. Was there some sort of difference between them? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.